Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to suspect the host? So funny, Shad.
When you see people laughing. Nah, like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said.
Shab. So we're live?
We're live.
Shab, why are we late again?
Because you
went on a fucking
No. I went on a 5-hour energy run, see? And I learned it from watching you, Dad. Okay? You're the one always taking stimulants. I just want to be more like you, Gene.
Well, you shouldn't really mix uppers and downers.
Are you calling me a downer?
Yeah, you're a downy.
Downies like me shouldn't have uppers. It's not a good mix.
Live? Yeah, we're live.
Are we live?
Did you follow through with my command, my order?
Your command? Your order?
I'm executing that command right
now.
Oh,
dang. Gosh, Gene talks like we're in the military or something.
Executing command.
Did you execute the command that I ordered?
Tell you.
I'm not even a machine, I'm a program.
Okay, anyway, let's start with the degenerate block. So, Incel Bible story.
Well, hold on.
What kind of argument? What?
We don't have an intro for it, but the degenerate block is what exactly, Gene?
So instead of covering, carnage, human suffering, dead kids, disease, and everything, we cover idiots that make stupid, retarded arguments.
Yeah.
We cover your Matt Walshes, your Ben Shapiros, your Incel Bible study dudes. So, let's get into it.
Okay, welcome to the Incel Bible Study. My name is Michael Thomas Jones.
Oh, it's literally called that. I thought you said that as a joke.
No. So...
I thought you were just talking shit.
Yeah. My teeth are green from this, veggie powder. This, it's like kale.
Green teeth?
Yeah, make excuses, John.
No, it's kale matcha, sort of a nutritional powder.
Ew.
But
so eat some broccoli, Gene.
It's good for you. But anyway, I'm gonna pick on Shab because initially, when it came around stuff, Shab thought that being an incel just meant that a person's a virgin can't get laid. And then when I told him that it's an actual ideology that's actually supported by people who are self-declared incels, Shab's like, nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh,
no.
People are like that? There's people like that?
You got Nightbot timing people out.
Yeah, for some reason they keep on doing that with Brigit. They only did it for 5 seconds. Sorry about that, Brigit. For some reason, Nightbot, they did it again.
For one.
What is she saying?
I think it's because you're saying incel, I think, Brigit.
I guess I gotta turn something off because maybe, there's a list of words that they censor.
I think you can define incel different ways. There is the type of incel who's just
says Shab's an incel.
Maladapted genetic freak who's probably never going to be able to reproduce, or at least thinks that he's not going to be able to. There's that type
Okay, so this guy, do you think he is so, physically unattractive where no woman would want to date him? That
no, that's why it's weird a lot of the time when
you
see these incels. It's like, dude, you're an average looking dude. You don't look like some disfigured fucking ugly whatever you.
No, because society is flawed where women are only going to accept men that are a 9 or a 10. But are they going to accept like women who have an appearance that might be below average? Or average? Are they going to lower their standards?
Seems to be the problem with a lot of these guys is they want a supermodel. They're not able to get the supermodel, so they...
Women just don't like nice guys.
Yeah.
Incel, and he needs to know the Bible. And then there's another type of incel that I think is going to become very common. We're seeing some of this.
I like how he's dressed.
Man, as a literary trope,
I don't know, just the kind of coloring of his outfit.
Maybe in the middle class.
Oh, it matches his background.
Well, it gives me like childish vibes, like red and
like
blue.
Fish can.
Likely pressured in different ways by social changes. Many different explanations could be made, but basically it's a type of person who is trapped in a state of libidinal dissatisfaction because of the way that his life has gone, his choices, the way that society has gone. And so even though he's maybe not a true incel,
a true incel fallacy,
he too is dissatisfied.
I was just thinking the same thing,
that guy's just a poser. He's not a real incel.
Yeah, he's not a real incel like me.
Falls in this category where, they're not, truly forbidden from the realms of sexuality.
He doesn't not get the chicks like I do.
Just due to circumstance, they're not going to find, because of the way society is, they're not going to find the kind of person that they're looking for who they think could give them the satisfaction that they need. Anyway, so all that to explain, there's different kinds of incels. I think all of them...
Yeah, there's different flavors. You got the incel spectrum, incel taxonomy. What's the reptile you were just telling us about, where it's not a... Yeah, what is it, the Tuatara?
The Tuatara.
Tuatara. And it's not a lizard, actually.
No, it's not.
Yeah, spiders aren't bugs, actually. They fall into a different order.
It's an rat.
Yeah. Actually. So what order do they fall under? The order of Tectilii or whatever?
Tectilii.
Yeah, it's Megalodon. It's not a shark, Shabisky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, Nightbot needs
How do you not know that? Okay, why are they timing people out?
It's because the word incel is forbidden.
Well, then people just stop using the word and just use a substitute. I gotta go into the settings and turn something off. I'm guessing it has like a generic list of terms or something.
Sure.
Let me see if I can fix it.
And regardless of what kind of camp you find yourself in, it's worth attending to the Bible, because
I'm just gonna go into the
let's face it, when you're an incel, you have a lot of time on your hands, and a lot of guys just aren't going to use that time for any good. I'd argue that's
just going to log into the
you can do
Nightbot
with the enormous amount of time you have in your youth and in your life, especially if you're not involved in relationships.
For right now,
just set aside a little bit of that time.
For right now, to take care
of it, work through the Bible, work through the Holy Scriptures, even if you're not a believer yourself, not a Christian.
I think I could do that. Let me look.
Oh,
you can just
the Scriptures are the foundation for our civilization. That's undeniable. And there's many different literary sources and cultural sources that you can go back to. The Hellenic tradition, the Romans, the Germanic North, but throughout the past
what the fuck
millennia,
is he talking about?
Influence on our civilization has been the Old and New Testaments, and so.
I'm like, I thought he was talking about. We're not paying attention. I thought Nightbot's being distracting. They're being a terrible mod. See, this is why AI just can't replace, human workers.
I fixed it.
We need human mods, AI mods. They just don't work. They're too judgmental. They're too rigid. But I thought he was just talking about like some kind of incel ideology history. It's like, oh, he's going about the Bible dynamic now.
The satisfaction that they need. Anyway, so all that to explain, there's different kinds of incels. I think all of them need scripture. And regardless of what kind...
I don't think they need scripture. I think, like, your Sunday school kids, they're not the kind of kids that get laid easily. What's that?
Those aren't the incels.
A lot of them are.
Sunday school kids? I don't know.
I guess they're not incel, but a lot of them are, they have a difficult time actually not being socially retarded.
Fair.
A lot of them are pretty sheltered, and they have parents that are very controlling, helicopter parents.
I say this every time seldom comes up, but it's literally the most self-fulfilling prophecy I can think of, where if all you do is sit around and commiserate and think about how much you don't get pussy.
I'm a victim.
If all you do is
society's fault.
Imagine if you put all that effort into thinking about how little pussy you get,
You don't know what it's like being a white male in this kind of society.
Into anything else.
Yeah.
Just look. If all you can do is mope about what little pussy you get, no one's gonna. There's no pussy. There's no sympathy pussy. They're not just handing that shit out because they feel bad, bro. Go work on you and become someone worth fucking.
Yeah, just go to like a whorehouse. But they said Big Tito's like, what's an incel? It's involuntarily celibate. So they can't get laid and they're angry. So they claim that we need to go back to an earlier time period, like in the early 20th century, where pretty much women were property and second-class citizens, and a lot of them like will argue that women shouldn't like run for office because women are too emotional and so forth, so they shouldn't be allowed to have any place in politics. But they're not emotional little fucks.
Camp you find yourself in, it's worth attending to the Bible, because I mean, let's face it, when you're an incel, you have a lot of time on your hands, and a lot of guys just aren't going to use that time for any good.
Why do you think they have a lot of time on their hands? I mean, aren't most Americans overworked, so why are they able to, get laid or find a significant other? But then they're not able to find somebody when they have more time? Do you think a lot of it's because they fall within that other sort of abbreviation? What is it, a NEAT?
It's because they sit in their parents' house all day, like the Dark Master playing with their Legos.
Why don't I get girls? I don't know.
No, but yeah. Why? Like, what do you think the correlation is, or how common? What percentage of NEETs are incels? What percentage of incels are NEETs? Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm perplexed by the chat. Big Tito said those words you said. Women still fuck those guys even if he's hot enough. Or they'll still fuck those guys if he's hot enough. Yeah. Spoken like a true incel.
If he's what?
If he's hot enough. They'll still fuck the grimy weirdo dude living in his mom's basement than me if he's hot enough. And that's the true gripe of the incel, is they're not attractive enough to get.
Well, I mean, life isn't fair, so yeah, that's one of the factors, is that it's going to be easier for somebody who's super attractive, who actually has a decent career and lives on their own, to get laid than somebody who's super attractive, who has no career and lives with their parents. I guess, like, what is it, Johnny Bravo? That would be an example. But then, of course, it's the same thing with people that are less attractive. If you actually have a decent career and you're not living with your parents, it's going to be easier to get laid. If you have some skill sets, have some notable talents, have a decent personality, you're not socially retarded, then you'll fare better. But life isn't fair when it comes to attractiveness, and it's just how it is. Of course, like, an attractive incel or an attractive NEET is going to have an easier time. But they're not guaranteed to be able to find a significant other.
I'd argue that the least that you can do with just the enormous amount of time that you really have in your youth and in your life, especially if you're not involved in relationships at all, is just set aside a little bit of that time.
No, Johnny Bravo wasn't an incel. Well, I guess he was. He didn't consider himself to be an incel.
He was somebody that was attractive and lived on his own, but he couldn't get bitches.
No, he didn't. He lived with his mom.
Did he live with his mom?
Yeah. He lived with his mom, and I don't know if he had a job. Did he have a job in the cartoon?
I don't
remember him having a career.
To work through the Bible, to work through the Holy Scriptures, even if you're not a believer yourself.
Dude, that show was so... Like, the entire premise of the show is that literally he was a creep and he couldn't get laid. It was a kid's show.
A Christian.
Johnny Bravo
are the foundation.
I thought it was only like I thought Johnny Bravo was like part of a fuller show.
I think maybe at first, like, it was like kind of like
he was like a guest on something.
Okay, let's not derail it.
And civilization.
They made a show out of it.
And there's many different literary sources and cultural sources that you can go back to. The Hellenic tradition, the Romans, the Germanic North. But throughout the past 2 millennia, the supreme influence on our civilization has been the Old and New Testaments. And so, to be frank, if you really want to know the truth...
I think it depends on what part of the planet you're living in. because I think if you live in Japan, Shintoism or whatever has much more of an impact. If you live in China, Taoism, Confucianism has more of a significant impact. India, Hinduism. So, no, but Christianity, he lives in the Western world. So, yeah, that is the scripture and the ideology that is what impacts the entire globe and all of society. This guy really is very informed. He seems very well read.
Truth about the Jews. It's all in here. It's all in the Bible. It's in this book. At a time when we're questioning the utility of our civilization, or at least our place.
Whoa. Can you run that back 15 seconds so I can recontext the way my brain just got flipped and fried like an egg in a pan? Like your brain is...
Frank, if you really want to know the truth about the Jews, it's all in here. It's all in the Bible. It's in this book. At a time when we're questioning this.
I don't think everything you can learn about the Jews is in the Bible. I think there's a lot of other history that the Bible leaves out. And then I think there's a lot of things that precede the Bible that aren't in the Bible because it happened after
No, the Bible
was written.
they should change the title of the Bible.
All you need to know right here.
They should change the
Everything
title.
you need to
It's the only book you need.
They should change the title of
Stability
the
of our
Bible. God, you guys fucked me up. You guys to Jews for Dummies.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, dude.
Or at least our place within it, it's helpful for us to go right back to the cultural center. Most people don't even know what the Bible says because most people don't read. And so...
Most people don't read.
Yeah, and if you encourage somebody to read, or if somebody wants to develop like a better reading habit, the Bible.
Yeah, that's a good place to
Yeah.
start. The Bible.
And I mean,
Isn't it all
where
written
are we
in,
at in this day and age? I mean, it's not like philosophers like Aristotle, Rene Descartes, certain academics like Durkheim, Nietzsche, whatever. Nope, it's the Bible. That's what you need to pay attention to. Don't read any of the literature from those particular.
Yeah, don't read
I'm
things
gonna
where you can actually learn real things that have some sort of objective place in our reality. No, read this fucking make-believe bullshit that brainwashes people.
Can't disprove it, Chad.
That's gonna make you smart, right, Bill Hicks? Just
Oh,
read
you're
the
saying
Bible.
It's a conspiracy. You're saying religion was,
It's a lie.
manufactured by governments to control people?
Maybe governments or just people higher up and with more time and money to... I don't know.
Well,
People made it up.
Well, that's kind of true. Like the pharaohs and everything. It's and a lot of Roman emperors claimed that they were gods. It's, hey, we can read your minds. We're all seeing. We're omnipotent. We can make lightning strike upon you. So you better not question your overlords. Yeah, and even North Korea, they're like Kim Jong-unis. There have been North Korean defectors that were like terrified because they honestly believed that Kim Jong-un could read their minds, or he knew where they were. He was like omniscient or whatever. So they had to be like deconditioned in order to understand that no, they're not magic, it's propaganda.
I think there could be blessings for your life in here, but the blessings are contingent on whether you're really willing to hear what it has to say, because you can go through the whole thing and not really be listening, but if you listen to it with an open mind, open heart, ears to hear and all that, it can have transformative power. And I'm not saying it's going to solve all your problems, just listening to scripture being read. Maybe you're just foobar, there's no hope for you, you're just broken. You might just be a broken person who's totally doomed. But
okay,
I'd say
what's
if
the
you
point?
if you want to read the Bible, I would say read the Skeptics annotated Bible.
People have heard the
And
voices.
somebody came in before. It's like, oh yeah, an abridged version of the Bible, and it's like, no, it's the entire Bible, and it's double the length, because every fucking passage you read, there's a bunch of text that breaks it down and annotates it. So I think they thought it was they didn't know the difference between like annotation and something being abridged.
God, in these texts, there's 66 books, the version that I'm going to be reading. And I think if you can take a moment out of the chaos and constant noise of the internet, and just the blaring signals of our society, these signals of lust and fear and death and decay and just the nightmare that is our society with its constant noise and
Okay,
That's
so
what we do.
I don't know
We
if he's
make
aware
that
of this, but society's kind of always been full of that stuff. It's kind of also the Bible's full of that stuff. You know, carnage, human suffering. I love it when people try to act like that's a new thing.
Yeah, but that's holy fire.
Yeah. And I'm not making the argument that because people like to straw man you that, oh, so you're saying we shouldn't do anything about the problems today because in certain areas they're not as bad. It's like, but the point is that some people like to act as if everything is getting worse. And then they like to associate it with a lot of stuff that has no correlation at all with certain issues. And if anything, in certain areas, it's getting better. So if you want to correlate it with like people will try to correlate it with progressiveness. It's all this wokeness, and it's like when we watched that Fox News video, and this one person assaulted the counter protester. They destroyed their sign, and they're acting like, oh, it's like all this wokeness in this day and age. Like they can't even respect other people at a protest. It's like people getting rowdy and assaulting people at protests has always been a thing. That's nothing new. So it's just a good example of like, let's create this false association. Video games cause shootings, and video games are evil because they're new and I don't like it, even though violence amongst youth has been declining.
Static. You just take a moment to set aside all of that and listen to the voice of God. It's it can bear spiritual
The voice
fruit.
of reason.
So we'll see how consistent I'm able to be with this over the course of the year.
Reasoning. So just blindly believe what a book of fairy tales tells you and don't question it because God says so. God wills it.
Read through scripture and reflect on it in a way that can be...
And this is something where when people like to play the, oh, like it was written a long time ago with Jesus, and there's some decent sort of like philosophies that Jesus taught, but like Socrates, like all the Athenian philosophers, Confucius, they all predate Jesus by like 400 years. And you look at all of their like sort of ideologies, and you don't have to interpret it loosely or play the, hey, Plato and stuff and all of his literature. It was written a long time ago, so you gotta really like stand on one foot and tilt your head and just interpret it however your heart wants to interpret it to get the peace. It's all the bad stuff that's lost to time or mistranslated. Same thing with like what is it, the analytics of Confucius? How come that philosopher, you don't have to play the stupid it was written a long time ago game?
Testing our culture and our society against what we read in the text, testing our own hearts. And of course, if
oh, Taylor says irrelevant next.
You have questions and comments and things to contribute, please do so, and offer whatever you have in the comments. I want to be hospitable here. So that's the plan. And
doesn't he kind of look like Destiny?
Yeah, I guess.
We'll see how far the plan goes. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Plot twist: he is Destiny.
Whoa.
So I'm someone who doesn't have a lot of friends. Like I don't have like a lot of social relationships. I have a couple of friends here and there that I
Onision
talk to occasionally, but I don't have any consistent IRL social relationships. And
he definitely gives the vibes of a person who's been socially isolated.
most of my friends are online, and even then, we don't really talk very often. I don't have like friends that I hang out with online every day or frequently, right? And I just thought I would talk.
Do you think this is like an apartment or like he's living with a relative?
About like what like
looks like he's in a
social isolation.
Yeah.
So it looks
at
like
this
he's
level is
probably
like
living with
because
somebody.
I think it's an interesting perspective because I don't think a lot of people have this perspective. Maybe there are a lot of people, and I hope that someone in the comments can talk about their experience with social isolation too. But the biggest thing is I have so much time.
Oh, I like what Julian said in the chat, of course churchy people are against video games. They're fun, so they must be evil. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't have any time for fun or learning about things that aren't the Bible.
To really consider myself and to really figure things out, and that's a good thing, right? Because I can really kind of understand what is for me and what isn't, right? And who is for me and who isn't. And when you have the silence of no social relationships, or little to none, right? You get the whisper, you get the through the grapevine effect, where you can kind of hear underneath everything.
Now, there is some legitimacy to what he's saying. So there are, like, Buddhists and stuff, spiritual health, like certain ones where they do, like, they'll socially isolate themselves for like a year or two, and I guess if you do it the right way, it is a good way to kind of achieve some level of self-actualization. So there is that sort of like isolated meditation, but
yeah, that's how I got so smart, Gene.
Yeah, Shab. Well, I don't know. You play Fortnite and everything. That doesn't count.
I was an incel.
What people latently think about you.
I guess
right?
You have to do it the right way when it comes to the isolation. You can't be in a dark room. You got to be like in a forest in a temple.
Because you don't have all these other people saying directly to you what's going on in their life or seeding you with ideas that they have about you. Right?
No.
I can just sit for a long
ponytail
time and sort of hear underneath everything what is going on. And I have kind of an observational perspective to where I can kind of observe things, right? The negative is I am now extremely socially, like, retarded, for lack of a better term. Like, I am very
at least he's self-aware. He's, like, showing a level of modesty and humility. He's not blaming other people or blaming society.
Socially backwards right now because of the fact that I haven't really interacted with people in a long time, right? At least consistently, right? Maybe one off here and there, and I'm so excited to hang out with someone that I feel like I'm off-putting. So, yeah, I just think that, like, how do I put this? I think I have to just put myself into more social situations to where I can interact with people more. But that's hard to do. That's hard to do because I don't really get along with a lot of people, and a lot of people get on my nerves. So it's just kind of tough finding valuable social relationships in a world where it's like.
Well, it seems like again he's showing a level of self-accountability. He's acknowledging that they get on his nerves, so it's not, hey, people are stupid, it's their fault, they're the ones that are being annoying. He's acknowledging that, you know what, I get annoyed. It's not them being annoying. It's the thing, separating subjective schema from objective truth.
Everyone's kind of inundated with content, and everything's kind of awkward, and it kind of sucks. But what are you gonna do? I just think that, like, being as isolated as I am, it's taught me a lot about people because I've been able to observe people quite a bit. And
okay, that I don't know. If you're isolated, what is he?
Yeah, it doesn't really make much sense unless he's on the internet studying people a lot. That's the only.
Or maybe it's just he works and stuff, but he doesn't have, like he said, he doesn't have any friends, so he's not socializing at all or interacting with people outside of work. Maybe that's what he means.
That gives me sort of a social superpower once I get back into interacting with people frequently.
Social superpower?
Yeah, it's tough. It's not something that is very easy. And
well, there isn't objective schema. I said subjective schema. Schema in psychology is like implicit bias. So people who have people who are more neurotic and people who have, like, your cluster B personality disorders, they tend to have very piss poor metacognition, which is thinking about thinking. So they're bad at separating their own personal preference and opinion or understanding that other people don't think like them. They just, if something annoys them, it must annoy other people. However, if something doesn't annoy them, it must not annoy other people. So they ignore the fact that saying that somebody is annoying is not like saying that they have, like, a AB negative blood type or that they're 6 feet tall. So the point is they have the right to get angry and throw a fit, because if something irritates them, then it's just an objective truth that they're being annoying. It doesn't have anything to do with, like, subjectivity. And the dilemma there is that the research shows that people who have that kind of poor theory of mind, and they don't separate subjective schema from objective truth, not only are they more irritable and they're more likely to get offended, and they're more likely to be annoyed, but yet, however, they're more likely to irritate their peers. So it's that double whammy, which is ironic that some of the most easily offended people are some of the most crass and offended people out there.
I think that I don't wish serious social isolation onto anyone, because it is something that is not easy. Yeah, but those are just some thoughts on social isolation.
Girls can be pretty cruel, right? Look at those eyes. Every time a girl asked me if I could pull them back into my head. And I was like, I wish I could.
What's the hardest part about being seen as unattractive?
Well, you're sort of not respected in a way. If I'm online, say in a supermarket or something, I'm standing there waiting, and I can see that the cashier has nobody there. You feel like...
Okay, he doesn't look that...
Yeah, he just looks like an old man. He doesn't look like some, like, really ugly old man. I wouldn't say he's, like... I wouldn't go out of my way to say he's handsome or nothing. I would just say he's an average-looking old man.
Now, he's being interviewed, so this isn't necessarily him creating the content, but let's see what he has to
like
say.
A second-class citizen.
Yeah, it'll show up on stream, and we'll read... Gene will read it, Alan.
Oh, like dirt, right? It feels terrible. I could be miserable for like a day or two afterwards.
But it doesn't seem like you have any bitterness or resentment.
No. That doesn't do you any good, right? You dealt a certain hand in life, and you got to play that hand as best you can. And I think I've done a pretty good job. I was successful in my career, successful in marriage, and have 4 wonderful children.
Well, there you go. He's got kids. He's married. So whether he's attractive or unattractive, I don't know. Maybe he's got kind of like the Steve Buscemi eyes. So maybe now he looks kind of like a generic old man. Maybe when he was younger, he was probably, deviated from the average.
Yeah.
But if that's the case, then he's married, has kids.
I feel like when you're an older person, it's a whole different world, and it's like it's like we said, like he's just an average-looking old man, and I think the average old woman would see the same thing. They wouldn't be like, "Wow, what a fucking ugly dude" or something. They'd be like, "Oh yeah, that's that guy. You know, he's an average-looking guy. He's all right."
How do you feel about yourself now?
When I wake up in the morning, I don't like looking in the mirror. But it's okay. I had to live with this face all my life. Like I said, this is the hand I was dealt. And I played it the best I could.
Man, what a brutal video.
I don't think that was really brutal because, again, he's not bitching and complaining. So whether or not, like, let's just say, okay, yeah, he's unattractive. He's way below the average. He's like, you know what? Like, I was dealt this, deck or whatever, so you know what, whatever. I've had a great life, a decent career. So it seemed pretty positive.
And I'm pretty sure he felt this way his whole life. The only reason we get to hear about this now is because
caffeine to kick in.
People are being nice to him. But if he made the same complaints when he was 20, 25, 30, people would have ignored him and made fun of him. I have nothing against the guy, and he seems genuine and nice. The thing is that he would have not been able to replicate this in this era. If he had any male children...
This guy was they'd ignore me.
This is stupid.
Or children. If any of them are sons, I think they're gonna struggle if they look anything like him. With the age of social...
So, I guess his logic is because in the past, like, he would be able to get married and stuff because in the past, that's when things were civil. That's when things were, like, cultured and the way things are meant to be. Nowadays, like, he would just be, if he was, in his 20s, 30s, in the modern age, he would just be completely shunned by society. And he wouldn't be able to achieve the, success in his career and the success in his relationship. And again, it's like most people get married? So not a majority? Yeah, Dirt?
Oh no, sorry, someone said hi to me specifically.
Oh, yeah.
Media and internet and dating apps, they would be very hard to replicate what he did. Just career max, get married and have children and live comfortably. I believe that this guy is truly B-pilled. He knows everything about feeling like us.
Now, one of the things when I've read about dating apps, apparently with older people, it works out very well. It's very easy for older people, 40s, 50s, to find somebody right away. When it comes to younger people, there is some what is it, beauty inflation that's like associated with the internet, but that's with like meeting people online. So it's just, if you're, I don't know, interacting with people offline, I don't think it's that difficult to find a significant other. And the thing is, there's things like, I don't know, what is it, meetup.com? There's plenty of there's plenty of options where, let's say you have a job where you only have like 2 coworkers and they're a completely different age group, or I don't know, you work a night shift as a security guard. So you don't really have people to interact with at like your place of employment. Well, then it's like there are plenty like of hobbies or whatever where you can get out and there's people in those settings that you can interact with. So that's what they need to do. Go to a bar, find like join some kind of like group or club, and there you go. And there's probably going to be other people of the opposite sex that you can develop some kind of bonded relationship with. So you need to, I don't know, leave your house and put yourself out there if you can't find somebody on the internet.
There's this little anecdote about dating apps reminded me. I was at a party and there was this guy I know there who, the best way I can describe him is he looks like if Howard Stern looked like he was 15 but really tall and skinny and was 25. But long story short, he was like, "Look, bro, this is how I played Tinder," and he just started swiping. I was like, "You motherfucker."
Now, what do you think? Do you think my appearance, it's like, I don't know, like I just wouldn't be able to find somebody because I'm like so
Timmy's always there
and
for you.
And everything, yeah. I'm a victim.
Second-class citizens, being ignored, being made fun of, having girls being mean to him. But it happened over the course of his life, and it was not as relevant as it is right now. In our era, the best thing is to get BP'd by sitting in front of videos or having someone make you sit down and listen to BP rules, because you cannot afford just to live and learn like this guy did. It was a different era, now we have different rules. But these are topics for another video. I'm just gonna pull some comments right now and react to them. Brace yourselves for brutality. This one is representative of half of the comments in the comment section. A lot of girls claiming that he's handsome, beautiful.
Remy says, it's as easy as leaving the house. Wah, laugh out loud.
I think he's saying wah, like crying.
Right outside.
Like,
well, I'm saying, do you...
No,
is it, like, do you disagree with what I'm saying, or do you think it's, like, funny where, like, that's all he needs to do?
And this is a flat lie, I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. None of these girls would have gave this man any chance if he approached them when he was in his prime, if he had any. Anyways, who sold the lie to this?
In Timmy Dirt, if you see somebody say something interesting or whatever, or something worth pointing out, just read the chat.
I try.
Man, and be careful of
yeah, you guys need to be more interesting.
These are not lies. Stop gaslighting. He did not imagine.
I didn't say that. Don't straw man me.
This is not in his head. Please stop gaslighting people into this. You're trying to make him sound crazy? I mean, he had his whole life experience to see how people treat him.
Did
how dare
he...
you come to
Hold
his
on.
life and tell
Pause it for a second. Did he block out their username? This is a public post that has 5,000 likes. I don't think she's that worried about her username, like, getting known to people.
He doesn't want to give her any clout.
And that everything in his life is a lie. Maybe if someone told you that you are not beautiful, it would have been a lie, but it's not the case for him. And as a girl, you might have different inputs. Some people telling you not lies, some people don't treat you that.
So, Lucifer, Star of the Morning, tips $6.66, and you gotta read the message, Gene. You message reader, you.
You have to do it, Jonas.
You have to do it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alan, or whoever that was.
I mean, yeah, thank you, Lucifer Morningstar.
Yeah, Lucifer. Yes.
It says, whatever that was, played the sacrifice chant from Indiana Jones' Temple of Doom in her dungeon. Oxhorn hung on chains that Chad intensified. She aimed a dildo on a staff at his
Gene, you gotta
baby.
You're bad at this, Gene. Read it with some
read
emotion.
Okay, I'm feeling a little odd today. I started to develop a migraine before the stream.
Well, copy and paste it to me, and I'll read it like the erotica it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Send it to Dirt.
Feeling fine, but in the last, I don't know, 2 hours.
I'm waiting, John. I'm waiting.
Here you go.
I'm waiting for this. Oh, it's a video. You sent me a link to the stream, John. That's not what I asked you to copy.
Yeah, Gene.
I pressed Control C and.
You're really good at this, Gene.
Oh, I'm guessing it's not allowing me to copy it.
Oh, that's retarded. Alan posted in the chat.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, he's got it. Okay. Shaniqua Lust played on the sacrifice chant from Indiana Jones to Temple of Doom in her dungeon. Oxhorn hung on chains. The chant intensified as she aimed a dildo on a staff at his eye baby. He screamed, "Sorry, Mama," as she stirred it in him like a baking cake. All right.
Whoa.
Oh.
Whoa.
Nightbot lost their wrench. If only they behaved. They didn't abuse their power.
Yes. Thank you again, Alan.
It's getting the wet weather. Like these meteorologists, we all know. They're just
if
a
you
bunch
want,
of...
I can read the next one if you do another one, Alan. I know I have a beautiful voice for reading and stuff.
Yeah.
Stop for hours at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport.
Skeppy says they want me to cancel the stream.
Country. Here in Atlanta alone, this storm caused more than 1,000 flight cancellations. Atlanta News' first Blake Devine joins us live from inside the airport tonight. So, Blake, it sounds like some flights are finally flying out again.
Blair, that ground stop was lifted a little over an hour ago as all 5 runways here at the airport were closed for hours on end, causing countless cancellations and delays.
The world's busiest airport looking a lot different on Friday. Flights grounded as crews cleared out ice and snow on a slick tarmac. Miguel Felix was stuck sitting on his plane for 5 hours and never took off.
This was a layover, so I came from West Palm Beach.
Do you think climate change has anything to do with these very tense wildfires and, these harsh winter conditions? Think humans are fucking the planet, or do you think, the climate's changing all the time?
What the hell does fire have to do with ice, John?
Exactly. I mean, look at all this snow. Global warming. Well, here's what I find to be kind of odd, is that they love to, claim, I should have done the dumb fuck comment of the week with that Sonic the Hedgehog dude, where I posted a peer-reviewed source from, Cambridge University, and it was on, a public library and so forth, and then he's like, oh, it's a liberal source. And it's just, do you know what it means when you say that something's a liberal or conservative source? It means that it's a journalistic source that's left or right leaning. If you ask them, okay, how do you cross-reference information? How do you go about conducting sufficient research? They wouldn't be able to actually tell you or explain. But they clearly know what they're talking about. They know how to, surf the internet and get the right information. However, I like how with something like climate change, it's the overwhelming majority of scientists pretty much agree that it is a serious issue. And the majority of scientists aren't millionaires. They're not, super affluent and everything. So the issue is who benefits. So when you're talking, this is something I don't get when it comes to, the conspiracy theories.
There's a global conspiracy.
Well, wouldn't it make more sense for the corporations to fabricate things? Because they benefit financially from it? But then they'll act like that's a absurd conspiracy. And it's just, what? So, there's nothing that these, scientists, these pundits gain from fabricating this information, but they're the ones that, you're an idiot, you just believe whatever they tell you, but then these private studies that are, funded by these corporations, they're not, public studies from, accredited universities or, research centers. Those are the ones that are, legit. They're not just blindly believing what these corporate funded studies are telling them. And then they'll make the argument, and speaking of like metacognition, it's like autism, or vaccines cause autism. They'll claim that, when like pretty much all the research and the overwhelming majority of experts in this area have shown that injecting a fake virus in somebody's body is not going to cause their neurons to just grow a bunch of excessive synapses when that's what autism is. And they're like, oh yeah, you just believe whatever people tell you. But then there was only one study, and the study did not show any causation. It only showed correlation. Correlation does not equal causation. And then once the study was peer-reviewed, they found that there was pretty much no legitimacy to the claim. The thesis was just absurd and stupid. And then that particular, I forget what his name was, who was behind the study, I believe he lost his medical license later on. But, hey, he's a doctor, so you think you're smarter than him? And they're too stupid to see that it's like, why doesn't the same thing apply when you think you're smarter than the 99% of academics that have the, opposite take?
Yeah, and I was curious about, I don't know necessarily that much about global warming and so forth. So I was curious about how it had any connection with, forest fires. And I took a second to just look that up now. And
you recognized your own ignorance.
Wow, Shabisky's using the Socratic method live.
I'm Socrates Bisky here. So I looked it up, and if anybody's curious of this, this is what it came up with. Global warming contributes to forest fires by creating hotter, drier conditions which dry out vegetation, making it more flammable and susceptible to ignition. Essentially turning forests into tinderboxes where fires can start more easily and spread rapidly. So I was curious about that.
Fucks up with waterlogging all the soil and stuff. Too arid.
Landed here, everything was good, and then all of a sudden...
And then people that try to... it's not just, climate change. That's another thing when you talk to people, where it's like, oh yeah, it's, only increased by 1 degree or whatever. It's also, there's a lot of other ways we're fucking the planet up. Beyond just, global warming. So, they don't understand, so things like desertification in Africa, a lot of it is because they're tearing down the rainforests. So therefore the Sahara Desert has been growing because it's they're pretty much destroying the forestry that's needed to prevent the land from drying up and becoming arid. And there has been this recent project by the UN where, in the, region, north of the Congo, that kind of divides the Sahara Desert, they have been developing this, it's this, agrarian project, and they actually have it, prevented the, Sahara Desert from actually continuing to grow and expand. And then people are still against them investing money in these sort of globalist projects, even though it's shown to work and it's reversing that negative effect. So it's oh no, tearing down the rainforest, that's not going to cause something like desertification. Yeah, experts, what do they know? And it's well, they've applied they've planted the trees, they're trying to revive the rainforest, and now it's actually having the reverse effect. So why is that the case? If it has no correlation at all.
That's just a bunch of fucking left-wing snowflake sheep bullshit.
Yes.
That's what the chat says.
Chilling for 5+ hours on a plane.
We sincerely apologize for the interruption to your travel plans.
More than 1,400 flights have been canceled at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, with nearly 400 flights delayed.
Thank God I downloaded a bunch of movies for myself, knowing it was a 5-hour flight, but I never intended to watch them in my seat.
What's that?
Just this guy's fucking positivity. I like it. At least I downloaded a fuck
Let alone,
ton
you know,
of
I
movies for a 5-hour flight.
I like how we're 1 minute 15 seconds in a 1.5 1.5 speed, and I went on my tangent about climate change. Look at all that time we got out of just watching a video about flight delays due to too much snow.
The airport. Inside the airport, people losing patience.
Canceled and delayed.
And I have a migraine.
Delayed, and then canceled again. So now all our flights have been moved to tomorrow.
Osea planned to fly back with his brothers to college in Indiana. Yet this winter weather has halted their travel plans.
We were all supposed to be traveling together. Now our flights are all scattered throughout the day tomorrow.
Meanwhile, Felix is still holding out hope he can fly home to Northern California tonight.
The intention was to go another 5 hours home and, hold my kids tonight. I guess I'll have to wake them up this morning.
Delta says it's dealing with worse than expected winter weather across the entire Southeast, including its hub here in Atlanta. The airline had to cancel.
Okay, next vid.
Significant winter storm is hammering the Southeast with snow and ice, causing major travel disruptions and power outages just a day after it walloped the Central Plains. Take a look at the treacherous road conditions in Tennessee and Arkansas here. Snowplows have been working around the clock, but hundreds of crashes along several interstates have been reported in those areas. Now, in Georgia alone, conditions
got relatives in Tennessee. Oh, and
the Department of Public Safety says they received more than
Isn't what is it? Bill Hicks, Kentucky, not Tennessee.
1,000 calls for service. More than 100,000 people are without power tonight.
So what's it?
3,000 flights.
Ooh, what's it like in Kentucky currently, Bill Hicks?
In and out of the United States were canceled today. The vast majority out of Atlanta, making it the worst day for flight cancellations since last July. Officials warn delays could be expected through the weekend. Now, take a look at this drone video here showing the small town of Salina, Texas, completely blanketed in snow there. The National Weather Service says they received nearly 6 inches in a 24-hour period. Thankfully, these winter storm warnings and watches will dissipate overnight, but officials warn that roads will still be dangerous to drive on through much of the upcoming weekend.
A major winter storm has 75 million Americans under weather alerts this morning. Ice and snow from south to north. ABC's Ike Ajachi is in Atlanta with more.
75 million. That's like 1/5 of the country's population.
On this, good morning, Ike.
Good morning, Gio. This record-breaking winter storm is causing all kinds of issues throughout the southern part of the country. Everything from power outages, slick roads, and of course, issues at the airport.
This morning, a massive winter storm blanketing the South. Ice and record-breaking snow causing havoc for millions of Americans. 20 states from Texas to Delaware on alert Friday for snow and ice. 6 of them declaring states of emergencies. In Texas, thousands without power. Some areas in the Lone Star State seeing nearly 10 inches of snow. Over in Memphis, Tennessee, residents there witnessing the biggest...
Now, in Maryland, we usually don't get that much snow during the winter, but every 10 years, there's like a huge blizzard. Kind of odd.
One day
it's always been that way.
40 years. The storm halting travelers across the country as well, canceling over 3,000 flights, and at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, an emergency on the runway.
So there's fire coming out of the right engine? Yes, that's what they're showing. All right, we're going to evacuate on the runway.
A Delta flight heading to Minneapolis suspended takeoff plans due to an indication of an engine issue, according to the airline. More than 200 passengers forced to evacuate the plane. Travelers seen sliding out of emergency doors as smoke visibly billows from the aircraft.
This is crazy. This is us out in the snow.
4 passengers suffered minor injuries and 1 was taken to the hospital, with the FAA stating the incident is now under investigation. Delta releasing a statement after the incident.
Think it was Hamas. Yep.
It was.
Okay. Do you think the government can? Do you think the government can control the weather?
No, but Hamas can.
I think that the government can probably do some stuff similar to that, but I don't know that they're doing anything like that. And like people would be like, "Oh, some big thing happened. It must have been the government that made that tsunami happen or something." It's like, I don't know about all that. That's a bit deep. I think they probably have capabilities and everything. They want to learn everything they can, but like, I don't know about all that, creating a tsunami or whatever.
Be pretty difficult to it would have to be like some kind of electromagnetic radiation, so you'd have to create some kind of like, I don't know, thermal array. But the problem is you can't really create something like that affects the entire globe. So theoretically, you'd pretty much only be able to do that in like a particular like something like a 20 like kilometer radius, and I don't think that technology is really available yet. It's sort of like the Hyperloop, where on paper it's technically possible, but it's not really feasible at all. It's not really practical in the slightest or doable. So maybe once we get to the point where there's like we reach the singularity and you have some kind of like quantum computer that can use like some kind of like nanobot technology, and it has all the perfect algorithms in place, maybe it could do something like that. But I don't see, unless you like build these apparatuses all over the globe, I don't think you can really efficiently control the weather. Maybe they're doing it with satellites.
Writing nothing is more important than the safety of our people and customers, and we apologize to our customers for their experience. Now, officials say this incident on the runway did cause further delays, but it's unclear if the weather had anything to do with the aborted takeoff. Whit?
All right, I can John for us. Thank you.
So while these fires rage on in Southern California, it's the opposite problem across the South. A major storm bringing heavy snow and ice to a region not used to it. NBC's Kathy Park is in Nashville this morning. Kathy, how is the snow looking there?
Hey, Laura.
Well, I'm not saying it's impossible, Remy. I'm just saying it's, like, not very plausible.
Good morning to you. As you can see, we got plenty of snow, and millions across the South will be digging out this weekend, Nashville included. We got close to 6 inches of snow, and at one point the snowfall rate was close to 1 inch per hour. Arkansas saw some of the biggest snow totals.
You know, we could control the weather by detonating a bunch of nukes, creating nuclear winter.
Yay.
Way to control the weather.
Totals, in fact, recording more than a foot in some locations.
Yeah, that's what Elon Musk wants to do to Mars. He wants to nuke Mars, because then it will be more habitable, so they can create a colony there.
Meanwhile, ahead of this massive storm, Tennessee, the Carolinas, Georgia all declared a state of emergency to help activate more resources to tackle the dangerous combination of snow, sleet, and freezing rain. This wintry weather, as you can imagine, made a mess on the roadways. Drivers were struggling, slipping and sliding with the icy conditions. At one point in Kansas, take a look at this. The Jackson windshield actually shattered when icy debris flew off a passing car. Meanwhile, thousands of flights were canceled or delayed.
Here's the thing. What happens when AI does get more advanced and sophisticated, and it is able... Not just that, but also nanobot technology. Like, nanobot technology is already here to some extent. So, like, again, what happens when you want to assassinate somebody and it's just, you can program microscopic drones that seek out the person and just lobotomize them?
Or they could control the weather and strike you with lightning.
Well, the nanobot scenario is much more, I don't know, feasible, obtainable in the near future.
You don't know that.
Delayed across the country. Operations were further disrupted at the world's busiest airport in Atlanta when hundreds of passengers had to evacuate on emergency slides after an engine problem on a Delta flight. Several minor injuries were reported, and the FAA is now investigating. But as far as the winter storm, it is now pushing east. The good news is it won't be as disruptive, but this morning millions are still under winter weather alerts, Laura, so it's not over yet.
Not over yet. All right, Kathy Park, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show.
A man in Camden, local police had a good laugh after the Montreal resident fooled officers with a full-size car made entirely of snow. According to CBS 4...
Montreal, isn't that in Quebec?
46, Simon Laprise sculpted a life-size model of a DeLorean.
Yeah, it's in Canada, Gene.
Familiar? More on that in a moment. In the middle of a local snow removal zone. The car, here we go, made famous by the Back to the Future movie franchise.
Do you speak French, Timmy?
Oui, on petit amount de français.
What is it, a third of people in Canada speak French?
Drew the attention of one police officer.
Well, we all can speak a little French, but usually it's just like whatever we learned in school, like how do I go to the toilet is est-ce que je peux aller aux toilettes? That's the one I memorized.
So, here's the thing. Latin America. You know what Latin America is? So what makes a nation part of Latin America? Yeah.
What? I mean, like Mexico and...
Well, it's a country in America where they speak Latin language. So Latin languages, it's Italian, French, Spanish, and Portuguese. So Brazil, they speak Portuguese. That's Latin America. And then, of course, like most countries in South Central America and the Caribbean speak Spanish. But then Haiti, they speak French, so it's part of Latin America. But in, like, I guess some of the, like, the UK Virgin Islands and stuff, Aruba, they speak Dutch, so I guess they technically aren't part of Latin America. And then the US and Canada aren't, because they speak English. But if Quebec, like, you know, seceded from Canada, would it be a Latin American state?
Did they even put a windshield wiper on the car, it looks like?
God, Shab, why did you have to...
I'm sorry.
Derail my little derailment. But, I'm just saying, like, are you Latino if you're from Quebec? Because a Latino means you're from Latin America.
Gene, it's a different country. It's in Canada. I mean, if Quebec got out of Canada, it would be their own. They would not be...
Yeah, it would be its own country. It would be a French-speaking country. So wouldn't they be Latino? And would it be a Latin American country?
I think by what you're describing, yes, they would be Latin American. Gene.
Well, the Philippines isn't in the Americas. So Hispanic means you're from a Spanish-speaking country. So if you're from Morocco, then you'd be Hispanic, but you wouldn't be Latino. But if you're from Brazil, you'd be Latino, and you wouldn't be Hispanic. From Jamaica, you wouldn't be either. And then if you're from, like, Chile, you're Hispanic and you're Latino. Semantics.
The prize is snow work. He called for a second patrol car to check out the DeLorean. After the officers realized there was no car under the snow pile, the prize was given a fake parking ticket that read, "You made." Obviously.
Well, it is kind of. Yeah, most countries they speak multiple languages, so it is sort of like kind of arbitrary. But hey, I didn't come up with these definitions.
Translated there.
I guess it's the official language of the country. That they use to determine whether you're technically Latino or Hispanic. So it is kind of like stupid.
33-year-old mechanist's prank was reportedly plowed clean, by Montreal sanitation workers the next.
Okay, so what did they say? Okay, so in the United States, if they did this in a no-plow zone, they made like a fake car, what do you think the police would do?
It depends whether the person that made it was white or black.
Well, I do think a lot of cops in the United States, it would be like they'd realize that it's a fake car, and then because they are the most insecure and egotistical piece of shit imaginable, they'd probably be, not all cops, just the overwhelming majority in the U.S., they'd probably be like, oh, what happened here? And they'd probably be trying to look for the person that did that. They try to find some stupid reason to arrest them.
They'd Karen it up.
Yeah.
That read.
What did I do, Alan?
Obviously translated there. The 33-year-old mechanist's prank was reportedly plowed clean, by Montreal sanitation workers the next day.
No, Alan, what will happen is we'll create he says, Google Translate will become the universal language. What will happen is we'll genetically engineer a sort of like fish, like from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, that you put in the person's like ear, and it's in their brain, and it like eats the, I don't know, the neurochemical activity when the person processes the language, and then it poops out the, I guess, the actual language that they're hearing. Yeah, have you ever read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Shab?
No.
No.
Should I? Have you ever read the Bible?
Yes.
Good job,
I read
Gene.
the Skeptic's Annotated Bible.
For KDKA News.
I only like Leviticus.
And
That's
then
where it's at.
Farscape, they had that. They had nanobots that they injected into their bloodstream, and it would convert the language for you. Jesus. I do think, like, during the winter months, they probably should provide...
What the
teamwork!
fuck? What the
Yay!
fuck? Dude, that's a dedicated delivery man right there. He put in, like, all his effort to make that work. That's funny. He's awesome.
But I do think maybe they should provide them with certain resources or special tools, like, during the winter months. Maybe, like, special footwear or something.
Yeah,
like
I'd imagine
more
there's some sort of
adhesive.
way to be able to There's got to be shoes
trek
that
on
are,
the snow
that handle ice.
There's probably a lot of stuff. They need suction cups.
Oh, look
Or
at
maybe
him
like,
scooting on his butt.
Maybe like a James Bond.
I feel so bad for this UPS
don't interrupt me.
driver.
Maybe like a James Bond. What is it? Like hook shot or something.
Imagine being a delivery driver is a pretty it's like whatever, you just drive around, drop off boxes. Imagine if you had to do that constantly during the winter time, like what you just saw that dude do.
So
he deserves a raise.
Says like a truck. Did you not see the ice and everything? So was he supposed to reverse the truck? Like in the
should he have should he have pulled his vehicle onto the ice and got it stuck on the ice? Is that what he should have done?
Or it's a huge vehicle, so it might actually slide down the driveway, and then there could be like a particular accident.
Next thing you know, he runs into that person's house.
You mean like a truck?
Like a truck? It's so stupid. Ooh.
Oh, here you go.
Dude, whoa, why is that bus sliding on the ice like a truck guy?
Maybe because it weighs a shit ton?
Yeah.
And ice, it's not really adhesive like, concrete and so forth. So, yeah.
Like a truck?
Oh my god! Huh.
You know what they should have bought them as a truck.
A truck?
Yeah, if they only had a truck, then they wouldn't slide down the street, right? Because that's how it works. Trucks don't slide on ice. It's only buses.
Yeah.
In Virginia, a nurse sits behind bars after, in some instances, newborn black babies were found with serious injuries, broken bones. Enrico.
What the fuck?
Doctors Hospital says staff found 3 babies with, quote, unexplainable fractures.
Chains aren't... What? Okay, what happened?
They have chains for a reason. Why all must be from the South? What?
Is charged with...
Yeah, we from the South.
I don't think any of us are...
Malicious wounding. And
you can tell by our accents, Jane.
Well,
our southern
accents.
accents.
Canada, Dirt, I guess, is living in the South currently. He's in, South Carolina? But,
child abuse.
I live on the West Coast.
Yeah, well, you live in Nevada, so yeah.
It's the West
My
Coast.
next guest is Dr. Dolly Shaw Lee from Archpoint Pain Institute. He says these allegations are true. If true, she should have not been allowed to work after she was suspended the first time and they brought her back.
First of all, your thoughts on this case and just how horrible it is that a nurse, someone in your profession, would harm a child like that, a newborn.
Yeah, it's very disturbing news indeed. Our first, the oath that we take is do no harm, right? And so when I hear stories like this is a truly disrupting and really sad. It would help, or we would hope, is helping the child, somebody who's in the NICU where they're sick, they've got other things going on. The last thing you want to worry about is your nurse, somebody who you trust, doing harm to a child. And so I'm very saddened to hear this news, and I hope that this person is not able to practice medicine if this is truly, in fact, this person was causing harm to...
So it's like they're not a serial killer. The reason I'm thinking this because I was watching Dexter, Original Sin, gone past the first couple episodes, and spoilers, the first serial killer that he serial kills is like a nurse who was gradually poisoning people with some, I forget the chemical she used, but it's like, okay, she was physically harming black babies specifically, so it's like serial black baby, like
serial
sort of
racist
crime.
They're a serial racist.
Serial racist baby battery.
Innocent children and babies.
Now, we know she was accused initially by the hospital internally when they said she may have harmed 3 other children, but then a year passed by, she was suspended. A year passed by, they brought her back. Was that a mistake?
It was, Isaiah. I mean, as long as you have somebody who has potentially caused harm, this should have raised some flags for the hospital. They should have taken more initiatives and perhaps not.
Now, I do think most nurses, unlike a lot of other occupations where people say I'm too hard, judgmental, I generalize, I'm going to generalize nurses and say that I think most of them are pretty decent workers, employees, human beings. I mean, they gotta change people's shitty adult diapers and bedpans and everything. They got to deal with a lot of like kind of yucky kind of work. And I think a lot of them are the kind of people that genuinely like helping people. But this shows again that you can be a fucked up person of any trade, any occupation. So there are a lot of people out there where it's just they don't really consider that you can be a bad cop, a bad teacher, a bad social worker. There are doctors that like there was a surgeon who was charged because it was found that he was actually purposely crippling and injuring his patients because he was just a fucked up sadist. There's teachers that sexually abuse their students, so I do love it when people play the stupid, like, hey, they're of that trade, therefore they can't be an unethical human being. They can't do bad stuff.
Not brought this person back. She was on administrative leave for 1 year. She was paid supposedly around for all this time as well that she was gone. And then the hospital did its job of checking to see if there was something. I just don't think they did enough. I don't think they did enough investigation. I know that hospitals have ethical boards and committees. Sometimes, you know, when these sorts of bigger allegations happen.
Big Cheeto says slavery is built into our DNA.
What does that mean?
I don't think that's true 100%.
It's the hospital's response.
Making people,
I don't
like
think,
slaving people is in our DNA?
I don't think that's built into our DNA. I think the in-group, out-group biases.
Yeah, and that, yeah, exactly.
I think war is kind of built into people's DNA, and I think that kind of leads to slavery. So it kind of influences...
Or just bad things that surround
like
the
that,
in-group, out-group bias. Like,
yeah, but I don't think that we are instinctively driven towards slavery. I think we're instinctively driven towards, you know, war, carrying capacity, limited resources. You can only have so many people living in one space, so in two different groups of, like, lion prides, hyena clans, like, troops of chimpanzees, if they encounter each other, they're gonna fight each other, because it's my territory. So that is embedded into human DNA. And it's mental schema, so there is, at a primal level, people can... I do think there's a natural level of bigotry.
Responsibility to make sure that they either have a third party, somebody else that's reviewing this to make sure that everything is checked off and there was no malicious harm that was involved in this.
From your research, what exactly did she do to some of the children?
From what I could see and from some of the...
You said about 5,000 years. I think slavery's probably existed way longer than that.
X-rays of these children that were obtained, what I saw was she was not handling them in the right way, maybe being too rough with them, or maybe pulling...
I don't know. Who do you think the first slave was?
some random dude that was way smaller than this other dude, so he made him his bitch.
It was probably a cave slave.
Cave slave.
Thing that causes...
Well, people live in like tribes of like 150, 300 people. So that's what it was like throughout most of human history. So if you slaughtered another tribe, you might have like, you know, the 5-6 survivors.
You get like
you get some servants,
slaves, dude.
Yeah.
Either a dislocation or a
The
fracture.
first slave was the fish that crawled out of the water and created.
Yeah, Skip. The first slave was Og, the cave bitch.
Again, we don't have any strong.
Well, what do you think of in a lot of tribal settings? Do you think women, in a way, were probably just like even the ones that are part of the tribe?
Yeah, but Og was the first cave bitch.
Okay, another derailment. I do love it where, like, don't you think there's a lot of people where they compartmentalize this? They don't want to think about the fact that humans are a product of evolution.
Yeah.
And the brain is a product of evolution. And they want to ignore the fact that it's like, you know what, with the animal kingdom, with any species, it's like predator, prey, it's kill or be killed, survival of the fittest, and it's just, they kind of want to act like with humans, that element of reality doesn't exist. So if you bring up the fact that there's like certain violent tendencies that are just a part of human nature, it's like, no, human beings are just naturally pure and everything, and any bad stuff is just learned and unnatural.
Bill Hicks is exemplifying the in-group, out-group bias right here, John. He's saying, why would anyone want a small slave? The first slave was probably a really big guy that people ganged up on. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Bill, yeah.
Fuck him, he's
coming
taller
from a
than
big,
us.
tall guy.
Fuck that
Little-
7'1" fucking freak.
Are you saying little people are useless, Bill Hicks? Drunken Crow is very useful, okay?
Wait. So, Neanderthals, when they lost the Homo Wars, when the Homo sapiens actually managed to take over Europe, do you think there were some Neanderthal slaves?
Nah, John, I think there was a peaceable union between Neanderthals and Homos. I think we fucked them. I think the Homos fucked them Neanderthals.
Yeah.
And
They were smarter.
The War of the Homos.
Then, well, here's
a
the thing.
Neanderthal fucked a Homo and made us.
Neanderthals, they had a larger brain to body mass ratio, and they had more advanced tools than Homo sapiens sapiens. So if they were alive today, it's like, don't you think they'd be more of a asteroid? We'd have more Neanderthal, like Einsteins.
Aren't we Homo sapiens sapiens?
Yeah, we're Homo sapiens sapiens. I'm saying
we have
Neanderthals.
better tools than a Neanderthal, John.
No, we didn't. They had more advanced tools at the time. Do you know why they lost the Homo Wars, though?
The Homo
because
Wars.
we went back in time and gave the Homos AR-15s.
Because they lived in, like, clans of, like, 30 people instead of tribes of, like, hundreds of people. And this is a issue that Homo sapiens sapiens have as well. Neanderthals, I mentioned their brain to body mass ratio was larger. So because their craniums were so large, that was kind of like, you know, an evolutionary sort of defect. So miscarriages and women dying, giving like childbirth was much, much higher. So, and that's something that kind of fucks humans up as well. So with humans, it's very common for babies to not make it and mothers to not make it as well.
And allegations that we have so far, but I think it's the hospitals and even the now federal government's job to really research this and make sure that this person does not practice and
yes, Julian,
if this was truly in fact the case.
And I want to make it clear with prosecutors.
And then what is it? Homo, like Chronosis, Homo fluorescens or whatever. Floresiensis in Indonesia. I don't know about them, but
Yeah,
do you think that
they were
when
small, they got destroyed, John?
Yeah. Do you think when the Homo sapiens sapiens went into Indonesia, do you think they had some Homo floresiensis like slaves?
I don't know, John. I think we should make that video game, John, where we go back in time.
Homo
and
Wars.
those AR-15s to win the Homo Wars.
No, get rid of the time travel. No, get rid of the time travel. It will just be spears, primal weapons, and everything.
All right, we'll pitch
like domesticated animals.
Ideas to the company, John. We'll pitch both these ideas to Ubisoft.
Dude, maybe I should. Okay, talking about like making movies. Maybe we should make a movie where it's like there's no dialogue. They only speak. Well, yeah, but apparently, like before people developed spoken language, they'd communicate through gesturing and so forth. So kind of like sign language, I guess. But it just needs to be that and subtitles, but very few subtitles. Like you just most of the communication is just body language, so forth, and that's what it is. It's like a 3-hour-long epic. It's the war between Europeans and Neanderthals.
We'll call it the Homo Wars.
Yeah, the Homo Wars. You know what? Maybe white people are inherently more racist because no, because they are the race, like the Europeans, that genocided the Neanderthals. So there you go. Maybe that had something to do with it. Because it's like, yeah, that's why. Like, if you think if Far East Asia is a lot further than Europe, why did it take humans like 20,000 additional years to get into Europe? And it's because the Neanderthals were there. They kept us out. So maybe because the humans, our ancestors that went into Europe, maybe that's sort of us versus them. Maybe that is a product of, being the Caucasian. Maybe Indonesians, maybe like people from Indonesia might be more inherently racist as well because their ancestors wiped out the fluorescence. Okay, I'm just joking. Don't cancel me.
Yep.
I'm not being serious.
They said she maliciously, meaning she intended to wound, harm a child with felony child abuse and neglect in connection with an incident that took place in November 2024. And of course now,
yeah, we actually have a special guest on stream today. Ricky Berwick is here.
They're saying she maliciously, with intent, tried to harm these children, and parents are just upset. And some of those parents saying the hospital system failed them. Would you agree with that?
I would. I say I think that unless we have other third
Ricky
parties and other people that
Berwick.
have investigated this.
You know who she kind of looks like?
Who?
Maura Wilson.
Don't know who that is.
She was in the child actor from Matilda.
Oh, yo, it's Matilda.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think I know what you're talking about.
But the reason why I see that is, what is it, Nostalgia Critic? He reviewed Thomas the Tank Engine. And when she was like a teenager, I guess like she was like 13 in that movie, I think she kind of looked like that.
That's telling us, yes, this person is safe, and there was no malicious harm that was involved in this on purpose. You know, if they cannot prove that, then this person.
Yeah, and I think that was in like high school when he did that review. So I stopped watching Nostalgia Critic when I was in high school. So I don't watch him. He's cringy.
Back into the hospital setting.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Without seeing a barrage of ads and constant about the scourge of trans people in their... You could not watch a single NFL football game all election season without seeing a barrage of ads and constant about the scourge of trans people and their alleged domination of American culture thanks to Kamala Harris. Republicans have now run multiple campaigns in congressional, statewide, presidential, playing up fear of, for instance, trans women playing sports and trans youth seeking medical procedures with their parents' consent, obviously, or simply seeking to use a public restroom in privacy and dignity. And given all this, I mean, given how much emphasis there has been on this, I think it's worth asking, what is the scale of the issue we are talking about? Why are we talking about it? Republicans don't have an answer. Take West Virginia Senator Jim Justice.
Well, here's the thing, like, with most trans, like, people, you wouldn't, once they go through the operations, you can't even really tell the difference between whether they're male or female. They make up such a small percentage of the population, and I'd say most of that very small percentage, you wouldn't be able to tell, so why does it fucking matter? It's like, like, people that I've met who are trans in real life, it's like, you wouldn't really guess that they used to be like the opposite sex, at least when it comes to the the biology. So, like, who gives a fuck?
In 2021, as his state's governor, he signed a ban on trans students in school sports, but he couldn't tell Stephanie Ruhle that it solved any real-world problem.
Can you name one example of a transgender child trying to gain an unfair competitive advantage at a school there in West Virginia?
Well, Stephanie, I don't have that experience exactly to myself right now, but I will tell you this.
Not yourself, your state, sir. Can you give me one example of a transgender child trying to get an unfair advantage? Just one in your state. You signed a bill about it.
No, I can't really tell you one.
No.
This is similar to, like, when we discuss illegal immigration, where they're so obsessed with it, but then again, you look at the kind of effect it has on the country when it comes to the job market and the economy, and it is so minuscule. So it's one thing if you want to argue that, okay, they're here, like, illegally, but why is that such a, like, why are they so obsessed with it? You'll see all these, like, videos where they're interviewing people who are living in the, like, Midwest, like, all the bumfuck nowhere states. It's like, oh, the immigrants and everything. It's like, how many immigrants are you dealing with in Nebraska? It's just, I don't get it. Same thing with the trans issue. It's just, they focus on some of the most, like, trivial, insignificant things. Why don't they focus on our overpopulated prison system? Why don't they focus on how, like, terrible our public infrastructure is? The Academy of Engineers gave U.S. infrastructure a grade of D+. Why don't they focus on our, like, abysmal literacy rate? Or the fact that 1/5 of Americans are so stupid, they take the QAnon conspiracy theory seriously. But no, it's illegal immigrants, even though the data shows that it doesn't really have a significant impact on the economy at all. And it's the, I don't know, this 0.01% of the population that you wouldn't be able to tell whether or not they were born the other sex. So, but they're using the restroom.
Public and moral panic has given most Americans a wildly incorrect notion of the scale of just trans life in America. So in 2022, YouGov polled 1,000 Americans, found they really tend to vastly overestimate the size of basically every minority group, including the proportion of people who are transgender. Respondents guessed more than a fifth of the country was trans. The true estimate is 0.6%. Oh, but they're taking over women's and girls' sports. Another just lie, as the head of the NCAA told the Senate last month.
How many athletes are there in the United States in NCAA schools?
510,000.
How many transgender athletes are you aware of?
Less than 10.
Less than 10?
Yep.
Less than 10.
Yep.
Less than 10. In other words, less than 0.02% of college athletes are trans. But thousands of American children are being brainwashed and altered with puberty blockers. Also just not true. We've got a new peer-reviewed study, looked at more than 5 million health...
Oh, God, conspiracy, peer-reviewed study, experts, what do they know?
Health insurance claims by adolescents, as one study organizer told NPR this week.
Chad, are you just going to believe what experts tell you?
No, they don't know anything. I know everything.
Yeah, but then they're going to believe Ben Shapiro, and they're going to blindly believe what Fox News tells them, or what their priest tells them, or what the Bible tells them.
There were less than 1,000 youth that accessed puberty blockers, and less than 2,000 that ever had access to hormones. In other words, less than 0.1% of teenagers with private insurance in the U.S. are transgender and receive gender-related medicine. Here's what is true. There are far, far fewer transgender Americans than the far right wants you to think there are. They want you to think the numbers are inflated because they need the fuel of real, actual human beings to be fed into the engine of their cynical culture wars. The more Republicans obscure that truth, the more damage they do to a deeper truth. No matter their numbers, every transgender person is as worthy as anyone else of dignity and respect and equal rights under the law.
So this next story is a talker. Some parents in the UK are outraged over a new school policy. It requires them to come change their child's diaper if they are not potty trained. As CBS correspondent Tina Kraus explains, this is a product of the pandemic.
Every parent...
Wait. Is it school or is it daycare?
Knows the challenge of potty training their child before it's time to start school. But it doesn't always happen, and some teachers in Britain have a new rule. If your child needs a diaper change, you must come to school and do it yourself.
Okay, maybe it's different country by country, state by state, but like I went to preschool when I was like 3, and I remember like you couldn't, like you wouldn't be allowed to go to preschool if you weren't potty trained. So, is this like a new thing?
Sparking a debate.
I guess they mentioned COVID.
This is Britain, dude.
Dude, they're so behind. Those Brits.
A lot to do, and so are the parents. If they are working, you can't just leave work to come and change them.
My daughter today actually, went herself in school and they were ringing us up, so it's a bit of a pain, really.
I see the other side of it as well.
School? How old are they? Are they talking about like preschool? It's like if they're... It's one thing if it's just, like, I don't know, like they're 3 or something, but there's something wrong if they're still not potty trained by the time they're like 4 or 5. Unless they have a disability.
So there's pros and cons to all of it. The mandate comes from a county council in Wales, where teachers say there's been an increase in school-age children not being able to use the bathroom by themselves since COVID hit.
All over Wales, there are a number of schools really struggling with this because they have neither.
Since COVID hit. I think that's terrible. Okay, I know I don't have kids, but I think that's terrible parenting because if you're quarantined with your kid, shouldn't it be easier than ever? You got more time than ever to, like, go about the potty training.
The money nor the resource to keep supporting children in this way.
Teaching unions say some staff are having to deal with children as old as 8 who are still having accidents.
No child.
I think this is fabricated. Like, what do they mean accidents? Like an 8-year-old, like, wetting their pants?
Is going to be left in discomfort? Of course they're not. But there needs to be a joint responsibility here, and that's what we're supporting.
And educators argue the more time they spend on diaper duty, the less time they have to teach. Tina Kraus, CBS.
Oh, why do they have the teachers, like, going about the change? Like, shouldn't they... Like, I would think, like, the nurse or something would do it. Huh. Is this just an issue in the UK? See, they give us a lot of shit. No pun intended shit, but yeah, maybe we're more obese, but they're more behind when it comes to, I don't know, the potty training.
Yeah, man, I don't know.
Now,
That's my
11,
advice is if you're going to turn your kid loose somewhere, make sure it knows how to wipe its own ass.
This video that is going viral on social media tonight. WTOL 11 looking into this apparent road rage incident. You may have seen this video on Facebook.
What's their name? Luca II or whatever says potty training is hard as fuck. So, I don't know. I don't have kids. Maybe it is very difficult.
Take a look at this video from Doug Miller.
It's like, it's all fabrication. Oh my god. Awesome fabrication. Too powerful for the average person to overcome. Beware. They passed US in obesity. Did they? Look that up. I don't know. Because it wasn't that long ago where when I did look at the statistics, they were a few percentage points behind. They were like 4 percentage points behind. I know Mexico passed the United States for a little bit.
Yes, Britain has taken the United States in some obesity rates.
Okay.
In children and adults, there are more obese children in 2018 than the U.S. And in 2022, the obesity rate for women was 28% compared to 43% in the U.S. UAS, what the fuck? But okay.
So now we can make fun of them.
Apparently, they're overall, the OECD lists the UK as one of 5 countries with historically high obesity rates. The obesity rate has increased by 92% compared to the US's 65%. So
Okay.
they're increasing more than us. They're getting fatter quicker than we are.
So we can bully them in the next like 5-10 years once they really surpass us. But when you were younger, Dirt, and you played like video games online, how many Brits did you come across?
Not many.
That, well, I don't know, like if I came across Brits online, they usually would do, if they talk shit, oh, you fat American, and it's like, I would always like talk, and same thing like just online in general, if I talk to people from Britain, and I have relatives from Ireland, so I've go to Northern Ireland fairly frequently, and they bring up the obesity, and it's just, okay, so you give Americans a lot of shit for being uneducated, and I do too, so I'm constantly criticizing how, like, shitty our educational system is, and they'll also criticize Americans for, you know, being kind of ill-informed when it comes to foreign affairs, what's going on, like, outside their own country, but then you talk to them, and it's just, they don't really seem to understand how the BMI scale works. They, like, will criticize Americans for being poorly educated, but they don't understand that you don't have to be that overweight based on the BMI scale to be classified as obese. It's just another good example of, like, science, how actually a strawberry isn't, like, technically a berry, that kind of crap, where the word berry predates the scientific definition by hundreds of years, so the term obese has been around a lot longer than the more, like, medical textbook, like, definition of obese, but they have this image that, like, most Americans are just, like, fatty arbuckles walking around. And when I mentioned that, okay, the UK, Canada, like most other English-speaking countries, most developed countries, their obesity rates are almost as bad as the United States. They're, like, just a few percentage points, like, behind Canada, Australia, now the UK surpassing the United States, so it's just, don't really seem to understand. I don't know, it seems like it's common knowledge in America how the BMI works, but I notice, and maybe this is anecdotal, but you kind of explain that to them, and then they'll, like, I'll mention, oh, 30-something% of Americans are obese. They're like, no, it's like 60, and it's like, where did you look that up? Did you like ever look up the statistics? It's just you're just making assumptions based on stereotypes.
All I know is I'm not going to be out.
All I know is most people, the average person in pretty much every country, is a fucking idiot.
I'm not going to be outbeaten or out-eaten by any fucking limey cunt, okay? I'm going to start getting fatter faster in order to keep up this fat arms race we've got going worldwide, okay? We can't be... I'm not going to be the second fattest, right? we're gonna be the fattest nation on this fucking planet because we are the wealthiest nation, right? We're the most prosperous nation, therefore we should be the fattest, most obese nation. And I'm gonna do my part to keep us that way as well.
I don't do squats. What is it? How do you pronounce their name? But I do push-ups. I'd say if I really strain myself, I can do 20. And like one like rep, but I mostly do like cardio and stuff. I'll like lift dumbbells if I'm in front of my computer watching videos, and then I use my treadmill whenever I watch Netflix and so forth. So, but I have neglected weightlifting and stuff since I've started to get sick. So I used to be more, I guess, fit when it came to the muscle department.
That was funny. That's funny, James King. He says it's impressive that they have such high obesity rates with such terrible food. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, you imagine getting that fat off bangers and mash, dude.
Imagine getting that fat based on like milk that's in bags.
Bagged milk. And start yelling on Hathaway, and he's still.
Yeah. See, they're such a backwards people.
Lita.
Get out! I didn't touch you. You were on my car. Come and touch me.
Dude, he's in his PJs.
This was Saturday morning. Then the passenger in the red car gets out. He walks up to the woman and eventually turns away. That's when she hits him. He turns around, hits her back, and slams her onto the ground.
Dude, you could really... Shit. Yeah, you could really hear that thump. Oh! Dude. Bone busting.
I don't feel bad for her.
What's that?
I don't feel bad for her.
Oh, I can feel bad for a psycho cunt.
I think sometimes people need to learn their lesson. Like, don't be swinging.
A man never hits a lady, Shab.
Don't be swinging your fists at people just because you get angry. Learn how to fucking be an adult and handle your own anger. What's that? You backtalked me? I'm gonna hit you. Well, now look at you.
What's milk? That's part of my Baltimorean dialect. It's kind of like
milk.
My version of a boot. Yeah, milk, wash.
Play it again, says.
Yeah, go back.
Says Reyes.
Yeah, I kind of want to analyze that
road rage incident. You may have seen this video on Facebook.
Okay,
take a look at this video from Doug Miller. You can see the driver in the blue car slam on her brakes, get out, and start yelling on Hathaway in East Toledo.
So when it comes to the sort of double standard that a lot of people like to present, and it's like, well, men are naturally stronger than women. It's like, but then based on that logic, what about men that are stronger than other men? What about women that are stronger than other women? What about women that happen to be stronger than certain men? It's like critical thinking. What's that? When I bring up how, like, all the research tests show that the majority of Americans fail at tests that measure critical thinking, people get all upset. I'm arrogant for, I guess, appealing to statistics and data, but it's like that's a good example. People that conform to that particular, like, double standard.
Get out! I didn't touch you. You were on my car. Come and touch me because my man's right here. Come and put your hand down.
This was Saturday morning.
Yeah, she even was telling him to fucking do something. She just came at
and
them.
Eventually turns away. That's when she hits him. He turns around, hits her back.
Damn, and she looks like she hit him hard too.
Yeah, you heard that one.
Yeah.
You heard that one too.
I would have punched her. I would have punched. I wouldn't have done this, but I would have punched her back.
Like, I can understand in the heat of the moment, somebody hits you, the adrenaline kicks in, but I do think it is best to turn the other cheek because it's like, you never know. It doesn't take that much to kill somebody. That happens a lot. You get mad, punch the person, and the person dies on the spot. You don't have to be that fit or whatever. So, and then people are dealing with manslaughter charges. So he could have just hit her in just the right way, in just the right spot. When he slammed her, it could have caused just the right, the right amount of damage and so forth. So I think it's best to not really engage or try to disengage when it comes to the violence. But you're a pussy. You're a beta if that's the case.
Should he have run away, John?
Slams her onto the ground.
Oh my God!
He threw her down hard.
Yeah. I I don't know. I think
He gets back inside and the red car pulls off.
But she's still a piece of shit. But do you think that's excessive force?
Oh yeah, definitely. But
and he's like taller than her, so I could imagine she's older. So, I could see myself like if I punched like an older woman and you're punching them from above, like she slapped him on the side, which okay.
No, she punched him. She punched.
Well, she punched him, but
Yeah.
she punched him with.
It's because she doesn't know how to punch, but she
yeah.
did it right here. It was a real sensitive
that
spot,
hurt.
and
Yeah,
she hit him hard.
That would hurt. You're an asshole for doing it, but he kind of like punched her more like.
He should have punched her and then backed up and be like, "Bitch."
Okay, but I'm saying when he punched her, when he punched her, he like crammed her like cranium, punched her from above. So it's like you could fucking kill the person or very seriously injure them,
dude. He really did. He gave her the fucking business, and she probably did hit him real fucking hard that first time, dude, because you heard it.
Yeah, and somebody said that's still too much. Like even if it was a dude, I kind of agree.
Yeah, dude. Laying her out, bro. It's fucking.
Now he's gonna run over her. Watching that happen. Or maybe just like run over her arm.
Nah, they definitely gonna flee this fucking scene though, in reverse.
Shows up, gets out, and talks to the woman. Then both vehicles pull away.
Now there's somebody like a Trumpite in the chat, and they were saying like, I bet these guys would press charges if somebody like assaulted them, and it's So you're saying we should live in a society where it's okay to assault people?
Yeah, and then get caught on somebody's fucking porch camera laying some bitch out in the street and fleeing the scene and getting charged anyways. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you should definitely just operate outside the confines of the law whenever possible, right?
Well, it's not that. It's not just that. It's the like that sort of mentality. It's just okay. So
yeah, what are you, a pussy?
Well, should we just elect officials trial by combat? Should it be like Black Panther?
Yeah,
election by combat. That's how we appoint our like Congress officials and heads of state. Just UFC fighting.
Yeah, like back when we were in school, and I'm not saying it's okay, but dude, like people would fight all the time, constantly and stuff.
Yeah.
And at some point, at least in their life, they should have grown up and realized, oh yeah, that's not okay. I'm an adult now. Well, you don't just hit somebody because they piss you off or something. You know?
We're a bunch of libtard pussies. Like, clearly people who are more adequate human beings, they're the alphas where, punch them in the mouth because, you know what? Like, all those, like, libtard areas where academic attainment is higher, all those people, like, that have jobs as, like, doctors, lawyers, and so forth. Yeah, like, those are, like, those particular parts of society, those people that are a bunch of pussies that you can beat in fights. Yeah, clearly, people who don't have that mentality, it's like a dystopia. And, like, those particular segments of society, it's like, you need to go to Hickville. That's where things are the way they should be.
Yeah, like,
that's where you definitely see, like, things being inventive. That's where you see people really moving society along, is areas with high rates of violence where somebody pisses you off and you punch them in the mouth.
Yeah, like if you're such a tough guy, instead of just punching random people that piss you off when you're, they hit you with, they accidentally scratch your fender or whatever happened there, go become a boxer. Go.
Or here's one. You disagree with them, and you're using, I don't know, like logic, reasoning, rhetoric, and you're talking to them in like a formal manner, but that's you being arrogant. But then when they laugh and roll their eyes and want to act all like, our stupid minds are full of pride, or intelligent minds are full of doubt, they want to sit there and like they have no self-awareness, and it's like what I said before, separating subjective schema from objective truth. People who tend to be dumb fucks, tend to have poor metacognition, and even though they're more easily offended, they tend to be much more rude and crass than the average person. So they don't see that when they're disagreeing with you, they tend to have this very, like, sort of ghetto, sort of, yeah, that's the most gay shit I've ever heard. But then when you start to argue them into a corner, you're an arrogant piece of shit, and if I had the chance, I'd assault you. And the point is, they clearly, like, if they do follow through with assaulting the person, it's clear that you deserved it for being an arrogant piece of shit. Because, you know, like, remember Sick Rabbit, Shabisky? Alan, do you remember that Sick Rabbit dude? Yeah, Shad?
I remember things, Gene.
Yeah. Well, that's a perfect example of that, where the guy came in and he didn't like the fact that I used big words. And then he was talking shit, and then when I turned around and just, you know, started pointing out how stupid his behavior is, his attitude was, like, in real life, I'd be in a bloody mess, and it's like, so you're in the right because you think you're... And that's the thing with assaulting other people. It's like, just because you think you're right doesn't mean you are right. So who's the judge of whether somebody deserves to be assaulted?
So that's the video. We did check in with Toledo police, and we are told that no...
Wait, somebody says, so Trump must be ghetto? Does Trump have that mentality that we should have trials by combat? And, I mean, as much as I don't like Trump, is Trump's ideology that it's okay to punch people in the face? And assault people if they don't agree with you? I mean, I don't think he's...
He does have grab them by the pussy, Gene.
Reports have been filed from any of the individuals involved.
I wanted to say, as someone myself in a position who's chose to leave the UK. So let me tell you why I chose to leave the UK, why I feel better already for it, and why I would, with a heavy heart, and I mean that seriously, I do love my country a lot, but with a heavy heart, I would genuinely recommend that if you're watching this as a young person in the UK, you consider moving. So,
oh, here we go.
The reason is that you're genuinely paid shit. Like, even if you think you're on a good wage, half of that goes.
Now in the UK, they are, I believe, getting rid of universal health care. And they left the EU, which I don't think that was a good idea. Yeah. Have any input, Chad?
No, but
Yeah.
Timmy does.
Yeah,
I think that in the UK, they need to start doing more universal healthcare instead. Because look at this. See this. This is your in-group out-group bias, Gene.
Really? Gene, is that your sister? What are you trying to say, Brigitte?
In taxes, that's if you're on a really good wage.
Do we look related?
And if you're not on a good wage, the reason you don't pay half in taxes is because the government knows that you need that money literally to survive. So the money you're making isn't to have fun with, it's literally to get you through the month so that you can work for the next month. We live in a country...
Where did you read that NHS is going nowhere?
Where if you try to better yourself by going to university, the interest you pay on your education
Everyone that's
means that
here,
it's basically guaranteed that for the rest of your
if you
working
haven't
life,
yet,
10%, 9%. So 10%
hit the like button.
Of that is going
Let's
to be
get the
taken away from
20
yourself.
likes. We're at 15
And
likes
if you're
right now.
someone who
Everybody
isn't making that much to begin
hit
with,
the like button for us. It
or
helps
did a
the stream
degree
do
that's
better.
completely vital for the economy, you might resent that for the rest of your life.
In the face. Brigitte thinks she looks like me, does she?
9%.
Maybe like
of your
the bottom
education.
half of her face,
But-
like her jaw.
Brigitte
shape,
thinks all white people look the same.
Yeah, what the fuck,
It's taken away
Brigitte?
because of your education. Your choice to better yourself costs you so much money.
Well, we
And
have the
if
same
you're like
chin.
me, then you
I feel like
kind of
your
a-
chins
but
look
never had a
very
graduate
similar.
job. So you'll be paying 9% just for the experience.
She has like
which,
a
quite frankly, is
way
bollocks because, you know, for
I
me,
noticed at
personally,
certain
half
angles
my
it does
experience
look
at
like my
university,
chin kind of.
Thank you, Rob.
The experience wasn't there. But
Hey,
also
we hit
just,
20
I feel
likes.
as,
Thank you,
just
guys.
Yay!
Someone with, you know, an okay amount of intelligence. I don't attribute much of what I've learned in life to my university experience at all. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, right.
It's very frustrating to owe a government so much money when you just don't feel that.
Those of you don't know, like I
you know, and it's the same with
have
taxes.
this
Look, I grew up really
weird tingling feeling on the left side of my head, so I'm feeling out of it tonight. Shad doesn't want to assist. Back me up.
It's
Dude, I've been assisting this whole
commentary.
It's so stressful. It's so
I'm
stressful.
the one that taught
that
everybody about how
such a high
global
percentage of
warming
your
causes
income-
fires. Did you teach anybody that? No. Okay.
Yeah, that's why you need to
smart,
participate
Gene.
more.
Can be taken away from you when you know what you could do with that to better your life, and in the process of bettering your life, better the lives of the people around you and society.
Twin.
You know,
Huh.
What's dirt
if you
doing?
could get a house, and if you could, you know, invest in some skill sets, blah blah blah, with that
I mean,
money,
I found different.
You can't understand what she's saying, Alan?
Well, she has a really strong accent.
for your
I can understand what she's saying.
I can understand her pretty well, but maybe sometimes I have a little bit of a hard
Unity.
time.
But instead you throw it down a money hole. That's really what it feels like. I had poor mental health a few years ago, and I was told it was a priority that I get therapy. And I was put on a waiting list for therapy, and 15 months later I got a call to start therapy. And
Now, do you know, like a lot of country, like even though universal health care is definitely much more preferable than privatized healthcare, one of the things you'll find is that it's still annoying as hell in a lot of countries that have it to actually get the treatment you need. They put you on waiting lists. The only difference is, even if it's as annoying as getting the treatment you need in America, they keep like denying you insurance. It doesn't bankrupt you. And you'll get it even if you can't afford it.
then I had to decline it because my address had changed. So the area that I was entitled to it for, I was no longer in. And I was considered critical. I was the priority, and it took 15 months.
Take a large from France's page.
Now, I got to sort myself out in that case. So, but so many people don't. Some people literally die, and I'm gutted for them. I have a younger sister who is quite severely disabled, and so she's just. It's a very clear-cut situation where she's someone who completely needs support, and will never, will never get a house based on of the money she's saved or anything. She's entitled to.
Okay, here, I'm gonna bitch about Britain a little bit more. When they criticize America, so America, we got some fucked up history when it comes to slavery, Jim Crow laws. Britain, when it comes to knowing one's history and everything, or the history of your nation, when I go to Ireland and stuff, and when I talk to people from, I'll visit England as well, and then I talk to people from there, a lot of them, it's like they don't, I don't think they're as informed as they should be when it comes to their nation's history, because when you talk about the British Empire and shit the British Empire was doing up until even the latter half of the 20th century, they seem pretty blind to how much they were involved in things like slavery and human rights violations and things like segregation, segregation laws that definitely were as bad as Jim Crow laws. It's just they had colonies all over the fucking planet where they had slaves. And they didn't abolish slavery before America. So I don't get why they keep saying it. Britain and France need to hold themselves accountable. They were just as fucked up as America when it came to all their slavery.
Yeah, but we... Oh, God, John. I haven't had that many beers. I've had a few beers tonight, John, but the joke that almost left my mouth...
I need you not to drink because I'm out of it tonight, but...
We did it better, John.
like, here's the thing. Did you know that when it came to, like, the East Indian Trading Company with trafficking Africans from, like, the east coast of Africa to India and stuff, and then, like, Indonesia was controlled by the Dutch, that lasted until the 1890s. In America, they abolished slavery, like, in the, the 1860s. Yeah. So they had it longer than we did.
But we did
pieces
it
of shit. We did better. Only 4% of all the slaves that were trafficked in the transatlantic slave trade were trafficked to America. Now, I'm not trying to downplay how fucked up slavery was in America, because, like, when we became a sovereign state, 15% of Americans were slaves. Doesn't change the fact how fucked up they were treated in America, but still, there are lots of other, like, countries engaging in slavery. So when people try to act like, yeah, America, like, they were the, and this isn't even like being a, yeah, America, I don't think America was anything special when it came to, like, when they abolished it or whatever, but it was pretty much being phased out gradually throughout the 19th century and early 20th century. And America really wasn't anything special when it came to when they really abolished it. But the problem is, you talk to so many people from, like, different, like, European countries where it's like they had slave colonies all over the fucking planet. They need to do what Germany does, where Germany, they really do teach their kids in school about all the fucked up shit in, like, World War II and so forth. And it's that, like, sort of national accountability.
To supported living accommodation. And
yeah, the United States abolished it, like all the other, like, European states abolished it, but a lot of them abolished it later than America did.
She got on the waiting list this year, and in Dumfries and Galloway, it could be 5 to 10 years before she gets supported living accommodation. So in 10 years' time, theoretically, could be when she moves out of mum's. By then, she will be in her late 30s. This is someone with dreams to be independent. And by then, my mum will be in her late 60s and will have looked after my sister for...
Wait. Tito says, wow, the bigotry here. How am I being bigoted? Maybe they're thinking about some... Oh, no. It's only a minute ago.
38 years.
Tito jokes a lot. They're a silly wabbit.
Oh.
Obviously.
I'm saying all these evil white countries, not just America, need to be held accountable.
You should
Why she got a shirt
be
for
such a
the
primary part of
Simpsons game?
caring for your loved ones when they're
Why
sick or
not?
disabled.
Why
That's
not
how it's
have
always
it?
worked. But the idea that there's basically no chance of support, and the idea that, unless you're mega rich, you just have to accept that situation. It's such a disservice to my sister. It's a disservice to my mother, who has paid taxes her entire life, who's always contributed so much to this economy. Now that it's time for her to get something.
Do agree with most of the stuff she's
She's
saying.
not going to, or at least not for basically ever. And also, when I think about the fact that my sister's very well cared for by my mum is someone who enjoys caring for my sister and, can basically do it. When I consider that's the best case scenario, but out there in Scotland, there are so many far more compromising situations where they will be told it'll take 10 years.
Engage in the
And,
chat more. I think it's
life
good to... It is something probably should do, because it does help improve the chat rate.
Apart in those situations. People.
And I still gotta get Dirt as an editor or whatever. Been procrastinating with that.
Give us your thoughts.
Finances are being ruined. It's very upsetting.
Interesting enough.
It's very upsetting to me. If I could just circle back to mental health in the UK, I think every aspect of how mental health is treated.
Yeah, is
in
this
the UK
Greta Thunberg?
Now, she's Norwegian, Shad.
Oh,
I think all Europeans
sorry,
look the same.
they're all the same to me, Gene.
Yeah.
Is so
You ain't
damaging for the mentally
American.
unwell. Because first of all,
America.
you're a young person, you're quite obsessed with mental health. We're always analysing our feelings. We're always diagnosing ourselves based on stuff that we see online. We're constantly talking about mental health. But we're stuck at that stage where we're over-analysing.
Yeah, Neurovision Productions says everyone was dang near a slave throughout history, unfortunately. Yeah, I agree, but in terms of recent history, if you're talking about the 19th century, early 20th century, it was mostly the Western powers of the world that were practicing most of the slavery.
Ourselves, but no real help is given. And that's
Lonnie
the worst of it.
says, as a black man, it bothers me when I see white people talking about the things you're talking about without showing the work you are doing to make sure America does not go back to those days.
We're talking about how America has a fucked up history with slavery.
I solemnly pledge that I, Dirk Cobain, if I ever encounter a slave, I will free that slave. I will not abide slavery. Not in my nation, nor in any nation. If I'm foreign and abroad in some other nation, I encounter a slave, I'll do everything in my power to free that slave, no matter this person's creed or color.
Well, I'm saying
I think me, Dirk Cobain,
what do you disagree with?
Slavery is bad and wrong.
Yeah.
The thing is,
and I'm not even like trying to downplay how fucked up it was in America. I'm claiming that there's all these other countries where it was really fucked up, and they need to also like acknowledge their own involvement and participation.
The problem with that logic, though, is are we not allowed to talk about terrorism on the stream?
Yeah.
If we don't if we're not giving money to fight terrorism on a normal basis, are we not allowed to talk about somebody being raped?
You can't talk about like some political issues that are going on in other countries or other parts of the globe because we're not from that part of the globe.
Yeah, or we're not so doing something to help better that. It's like and to be honest, us passing the message along and telling people about these things and we might make jokes, but our message is positive, and so I think that is doing more than the average person. Might open up some eyes, get people to realize the bad things that are going on.
Self-aware.
Am I wrong, Gene? Is that not helping fight the fight by helping spread the truth?
No. It's lazy.
By educating people about these things? Is that not helping fight the fight?
Instead of playing video games or binging like series on Netflix, it's like we are at least spending our time drawing attention to it. That's more than what most people do. I don't think like we deserve to be treated like we're some great heroes, but if you're going to talk about like, doing something about it, well, most people in America and throughout much of the globe are overworked, and it's like if you work a 9-to-5 job 40 hours a week, it's just I don't know, like what's a person...
Dude, stop saying as a black man. Just shut the fuck up. Go on with the video. As a black man.
No.
As a black man.
No.
As a white man. As a black man.
Be more formal, Shad.
As a female. As a male.
What am I?
I love you.
Why do I feel?
By the way, I don't know if you know if I'm a black man.
What are we bitching about?
I don't know. The person in the chat that's like trying to judge us and starts out with "I'm a black man" before they make their argument.
And it's just that this is what we're talking about with poor metacognition, like thinking about thinking, recognizing their own hypocrisy. It's just you're saying that what we're doing is bitching. So if what we're doing is bitching, what about what you're doing in the chat?
Yeah, what are you doing?
It's not bitching when like you're disagreeing with us and everything.
Are you helping fight the fight against the country possibly going back to those ways by talking into our chat and complaining about white people?
He's keeping us on our toes, dude. I think so.
I think as a white person, I think you lack self-awareness.
As a white person. You got to make sure to announce that because people wouldn't know otherwise.
We get to have action.
You know.
Actually,
wait, you're white, John? Since when?
I'm 196 Neanderthal.
When the NHS just can't support you, you have to, and I'm sorry to be blunt, you have to literally have a suicide attempt or something crazy.
Yeah, you might be trolling. You never know.
you're urgent enough
As
that
a white
they can really
man.
prioritize you. And then what does it mean that, like, you know, even when that happens, does it mean that you get to make a full recovery and you're really looked after?
Oh, okay. If you were mocking them, I'm sorry, Trevor. I don't know who the person
Yeah,
was.
Shab,
before.
look at you
I don't
jumping
know.
down people's
There's so many
throats.
names in the chat. I don't even
I
know.
like the way you did that, though, Shab. I think you need to hold that same
Dude, you
standard
think-
no matter what.
Yeah. You think
As a
all
black
people,
man.
Yeah, Sheb, you think all people who don't have like profile pics and their like thumbnails or their avatars and they have green characters, you think they all look the same?
Very likely. And if that's true for
Yes,
most
all
people,
non-profile picture people look the same.
yeah,
Damn it.
I think because of these riots that happened this summer, it's just obvious that people are very unhappy.
They're
Now,
just all
you know,
letters
depending
to
on where you sit
me.
politically, you
Oh,
might
thank
feel
you.
that unhappiness is legitimately because of immigration, or you might feel that that's misplaced anger.
You're
and
right,
that's actually
Brig. We're not
valid, so you
going
might
back
feel
to
a bit both.
slavery, and you can
But
thank
either way,
us because we're
people in
doing
the
our
UK
part to
are
make sure it
livid.
never happens.
They're so angry
Thanks to
because we.
If it ever did go back to slavery, it probably wouldn't be in our lifetime, and we probably wouldn't be able to do anything to keep it from happening in our
But if it
lifetime.
did, Lonnie,
Once
I
we-
promise
At least not
you,
knowingly.
Not under my watch, Lonnie. Here's
Once
my solemn
the
pledge.
bombs drop and we go into the Fallout verse, then it will return.
You were brought up being told we lived in one
Lonnie
of the
thinks
best
I'm
countries in
joking.
the
I
world.
would free a slave,
know,
damn it.
That you were so lucky compared to other places. Now, of course, that's true.
So are you saying, Dirt, that if you were around in the
No.
19th century...
No, I'm saying that if I was
Yeah.
around today and there was some sort of system in place that started enslaving people, no matter their creed or color or background, I would do everything in my part to free those people. Yeah, John, I think I would.
Yeah, we'd do the Underground Railroad shit, Dirt. Me and
I
you as a
can't speak to
team.
what fucking Colonial Colonel Dirt would have done, Colonel Dirt Sanders. I can't speak to that, John, because that's not me.
Yeah, gee.
Okay, just to get through that month.
Now, speaking of racism, when you talk about how, like, you know, not all white people's ancestors owned slaves in the 19th century, and then they claim that, yeah, but it was their fault for not, like, doing anything about it. It's just, so aren't you treating an entire race like they're a monolith? It's like they all need to be held accountable for what a specific...
You got to keep
Yeah.
us whites on our toes, John. We don't want to get too complacent here.
And then it's like, what are you doing about it? It's just, it's like today where if you're purchasing some kind of product on Amazon, chances are there's some kid in Africa or some person in China that's working something like what may be the equivalent of slave labor to provide you with those sort of first world luxuries. And it's like, what are they doing about it? So, like, 200 years from now, are you an evil person because, yeah, you didn't go out of your way to make sure that it stops? And back then, people didn't have internet, so it's like, yeah, you're living in Maine or a state where they don't have slavery in some agrarian village or agrarian town. It's their fault that, like, when most history covers the 1%, and most people in the early 19th century were, like, illiterate farmers. Yeah, it's their fault for not, you know, fighting the fight and traveling to... taking eight weeks or, like, a month to travel out to a different state. What's that?
Someone in the chat said, bit of a philosophical question for you guys. Should someone have the right to sell themselves into slavery? The problem
That's like
with that
indentured
is...
servitude.
The problem with that is that wouldn't be slavery then.
Well, it technically could be. So
If
I
you
mean,
can quit,
you could call it
then, well-
indentured servitude, maybe. But at the same time, even then, the reason that don't work is because if you're a slave, well, here's the thing: if they can work you to death in that agreed upon period of time, well, then, dude, you're never gonna see that money. Nobody ever has to pay it. So that's why that's a bad idea.
It sounds almost
And a
like
lot of
saying should...
Yeah, a lot of indentured servants were, like, kind of coerced into it, and they were oblivious to the fact that that's typically what happened. They honestly thought, hey, they'd give me land if I just participate as, like, an indentured servant for a particular amount of time. And that has to do with the fact that throughout most of human history, like, most people were, like, illiterate peasants. So they didn't know any better. They didn't have the internet or radio, public television. They didn't have any means to actually look into that, like research the fine print of the particular job.
And you are living in a place that isn't that nice, that's taking all your money in rent to pay for some, like, rich person's 7th holiday this year. And, you know, you don't feel respected at work. The weather isn't nice. You're becoming increasingly anxious because you're aware that you're aging and that you don't have a pension, and that you're never going to be able to afford a house. And, oh shit, like, can I even consider if I want kids? You know, because if I can't even afford kids, then is it even good for me to even consider if I can have kids?
Oh, this one person says that black people ironically vote Democrat when Democrats are the, like, what is it, non-pro-black party?
Yeah, I saw that.
So the conservatives are...
So
like,
they're saying that...
No, that is the
oh
true
my God.
problem. There's a problem. Yeah, no, there is no true black party. It's
Yeah.
There's two pro-corporation parties, but both parties
Well-
are trying as hard as they fucking can to prove to you that they're the black party. And the truth is no, they're not. Neither of them are. They're the money party. They're gonna do whatever the fuck puts more money in the pockets of the people who already have money, because those are the people who are giving them money.
Well,
So they're done.
keep in
You
mind
got money,
too, they
give a fuck
said.
about you.
Keep in mind too, they said before that it was the Democrats that owned the slaves. So that's
Okay,
what
so
they're
we're
basing
just
it
gonna
Oh
on.
understand how
God! Learn
history
your
works.
history. You are not well educated. Like, being like the Democratic Party was the right-leaning party back then.
Once a week, we explain what a party shift is.
Yeah.
How many times that's happened in American
Nuance,
history.
what's
Just
that?
Go fucking educate yourself. If you're tired of people calling you a dumb fuck when you bring that point up, then go and educate yourself and stop using it as a talking point.
Yeah, it's like why were all the blue states in the 19th century all the states that are the red states today? Yeah, parties can, you know, change their policies over time.
Not to suck the Democratic dick, because I just told you, none of them give a fuck about us. The two-party solution is not a solution for us.
And I don't have my own place, and I have no money.
But somebody mentioned that, like, at its peak, it was only 5% or whatever. It's like, yeah, but still, 15% of people living in America were
5%.
slaves. No, I'm saying 5%.
Own slave. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah. But still, there were a lot of black Americans who were slaves. So it definitely does have an impact even to this day. And then once slavery was abolished, you still had Jim Crow laws. So it definitely has caused a lot of sort of like economic displacement when it comes to that demographic of our society. So it definitely is something that as a nation we need to take accountability for, and it still causes a lot of issues today with systemic racism. They're still dealing with the long-term, like, sort of consequences of those sort of elements of our nation's history, slavery and Jim Crow laws. But the thing is, the logic of, hey, your ancestors, if you're white, your ancestors must have owned slaves. Well, that's not really, like, I don't think it's ethical to say something like that. It wasn't like, yeah, every single white person had a slave. And the thing is, history covers the 1%. It was all the rich plantation owners that had the slaves. And that's how it's been throughout most of human history. It's all the, like, rich elites that pretty much control the globe and fuck everyone over.
Do I even want to date? Do I, you know, even want to feel that I have an opinion? Do I want to, you know, really pursue my dreams? Can I? It takes so much from you. It's very upsetting. I didn't feel this upset a few years ago. A few years ago, I would have said...
Guys, says every time I hear someone, the Dems, this, the Repubs, that, our Libs are... I just assume that they are an idiot because most of the time that are just regurgitating crap.
I believe that. Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I understand.
Look, everyone's got their problems, which is true.
Granted, there were some flubs in there.
And I would have said,
yeah,
you know, a lot of this comes from a lack of perspective. If you go to other places, you realise that you've got it better. The people love to moan.
Okay, I think we've covered this enough. Next vid.
I was gonna say, is that the degenerate block? Is that all for the degenerate?
No. We're in the next segment. We left the
well, John, before we get to the next topic, another profound philosophical quandary has been posed in the chat by Super Kami Guru, and they say, would you rather have dick-sized nipples or a nipple-sized dick?
Don't care.
Don't care.
It's all right. Maybe he won't win, but maybe he will. I don't. Listen, I don't care what he says.
The audio is terrible in this video. We're not. I don't think it's the video. I think it's just the mic on the lectern.
No, economic force, because Canada and the United States, that would really be something. You get rid of.
So Timmy, you're from Canada.
Yes.
Do you think Canada would be better off if America annexed it? You guys are a bunch of communists with your universal health care.
We already have all the stuff you guys have, and then we have our stuff that's better. Okay, Gene?
What's better about Canada, Caillou?
We have what you have,
Bieber.
and then we have like improvements on it.
What about your movies and like your television series?
Oh,
yeah.
You mean
we
like
need to help you out,
or 19-2, or other series that you probably haven't seen, like Letterkenny?
Yeah, but it's few and far between. See, you guys need help.
That artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like, and it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada. But here's the problem with Canada. So many friends up there. I love the Canadian people. They're great. But we're spending hundreds of billions a year to protect it. We're spending hundreds.
Okay, this is stupid.
Okay, Gene. Hundreds of billions. America pays hundreds of billions to protect us?
I think he said hundreds of millions.
Oh, I thought he said billions.
No, it is billions. Yeah, so here's the thing. We're not spending all that money to protect Canada. It's the United States spends more money on its military than the next, what is it, like 7-9 countries combined, something like that. And it's like based on that logic, any allies that we have, you could say the same thing. We're spending all this money to like protect them, and it's just they are a NATO state. Canada does have a pretty decent military. I mean, they're up there on the military strength index. So whether you're pro-military,
all the same stuff that America has, but it's just
they
a
don't.
little
Shut
bit
up.
better, Green. It's a little bit better up here.
No, Canada's just a bunch of snow.
A
bunch of
You guys all,
snowflakes.
most Canadians, they live like south of the Washington border because they're just so obsessed with America. They need to be as close to the United States as possible. Look, you're the second largest country in terms of landmass, yet you all huddle up. Yeah.
Tell him, Gene. Tell him.
Take care of Canada.
We're surrounding you. We're building the wall there, Gene.
You know, they make 20% of
They're using Toronto as like a catapult to invade the states.
cars. We don't need that. I'd rather make them in Detroit. We don't need the cars.
We're
we don't
slowly
need we have
interjecting into America with Toronto, and Toronto is going to keep poking down our border.
Well, again, I got distracted, but like his logic of, oh, we're spending all this money to protect them. NATO is the most powerful military force on the planet. Even I would say that even if the United States withdrew from NATO, it still probably would be the most powerful like military force still. So it's just this logic, oh, we're spending all this money to protect them. They're still spending a decent amount of money on their own military. I mean, the UK, France, like, you look at a list of the strongest militaries, a lot of them are those Western states. So I'd say there is this mutual benefit if you're just going to talk about, like, security. I honestly don't think he knows how that works. It's that, it's like, we need it for national security. It's like, does he not understand, like, the North Atlantic Treaty Association? where if one of them is attacked, all the other NATO states need to come to their aid. So it's like,
No,
hey,
we
we
need
need.
that.
Well, he's saying we need Canada, we need Greenland for national security, but they're fucking NATO states. Like, wait, like, there's a bunch of like NATO bases and stuff. I think Canada, if Russia was trying to do something in the in the North Atlantic and everything, I'm pretty sure Canada and Greenland and all the Nordic states would cooperate with America when it comes to securing that region.
Of lumber. We don't need that lumber.
Again, new people here have a migraine, so slurring my
You just
speech.
said you don't need our lumber. You do need our lumber, Gene. You need our lumber.
People put restrictions on, but I can do that.
America has plenty of trees.
It's an executive order. We don't need anything they have. We don't
But
need
do you have? It's all burning, Gene. It's all burning in America. Well, our trees don't burn. Actually,
Actually, when it comes to lumber, they don't get there pretty much in most countries. They don't go to random forests and cut down the trees. They have tree plantations and tree farms.
in BC, they have like just they plant the tree and they cut a tree and they come back like and water it and stuff, and then years later it'll be like a whole new forest.
So if you look at a map of the United States and the forestry in like the early 19th century, you could see how throughout the 19th century and early 20th century, how drastic like deforestation took place like throughout the U.S. However, I mean, America doesn't really deserve any significant credit compared to most other developed countries, but in the developed world, they do pretty much rely on tree plantations and tree farms. So when it comes to like forestry, whether it's increasing or decreasing in terms of it's like landmass, it is gradually increasing by like 1-2 percentage points every, I think, like decade. So it's not declining.
So why are we losing 200 billion?
And it's mostly in, I guess, developing parts of the world where they have issues with regulation. You'll have illegal, like, loggers that go into their rainforests, and cut it down more for, like, local sort of commercial work. But the authorities don't care, so they don't do anything about it. So that's a big issue.
$1 a year and more to protect Canada. And
But who was that one person that we had on the stream? I'm sorry. Who, they claimed that in developing countries, they actually do a much better job with protecting their natural forests and, you know, their rainforests. Who was that person?
Somebody that is a bad person.
As I called him, Governor
Obama?
Said, listen, what would happen if
Obama. It was Obama.
Yes.
We give them a lot of money. We help them, as an example, with buying icebreakers. And Canada wants to join us in the buying of icebreakers. I said, you know, we don't really want to have a partner in the buying of icebreakers. We don't need a partner. But
Is this as loud as this video gets, Gene?
Yeah, I think it's because it's just the, I guess, Trump with the mic and the lectern.
we have a right not to help them with their financial difficulties because we owe $36 trillion still. We're going to start knocking it out pretty fast, but we're going to be able to do it because of energy and other things.
Oh, Shab, why'd you get Taylor sick?
But, no.
Because she deserved it.
Why are we supporting a country, 200 billion plus a year? Our military is at their disposal. All of these other things, they should be a state.
Well, it just went up to 200, Gene.
Wait, they should be a state?
200.
Okay, who? Anybody that takes this seriously is fucking retarded.
What would happen if we didn't do it? He said, Canada.
Based on his logic, the United States should just annex all of, like, Europe.
Would dissolve.
We got, like, more military bases across the globe than any other country. So, based on that logic, we got alliances with them. One of the reasons why other countries will allow the United States, and not just the U.S., but other countries, to have military bases is because they like the added security there's that benefit of they don't need to spend money on like the other country's military base. And it's like this mutual benefit because like tactically they have troops in that region that they can deploy at any moment. And then those countries benefit from, again, the added security. And what is it, the country, do you know Djibouti?
Djibouti?
Yeah.
Djibouti.
You know where that country is?
Djibouti?
West Africa.
Oh.
Yep. So it's like the Horn of Africa, so it's like near Somalia. And the big reason, it has like a shit ton of like military bases. So pretty much all the major powers have bases there. US, France, Britain, China, Russia. And it's because of the Suez Canal. Because something like 18% of the world trade goes through the Suez Canal. So it's like world policing. They all got their military bases there just in case. And Djibouti likes it because, you know, they got a lot of added security because I guess if somebody tried to attack them, they'd have a lot of problems.
It wouldn't be able to function if we didn't take that 20% of our car market. You know, they send us hundreds of thousands of cars. They make a lot of money with that. They send us a lot of other things. We don't need their cars, and we don't need the other products. We don't need
the notification ring in the chat.
Everything, and we don't need any of it. So I said to him, "Well, why are we doing it?" He said,
"Or in the Discord."
To answer the question, but I can answer it. We're doing it because of habit, and we're doing it because we like our neighbors, and we've been good neighbors. But we can't do it forever, and it's a tremendous amount of money.
But it's just, how many people do you think are going to listen to this argument here? Wait, it says, error, YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming.
Just ignore that.
Oh.
And why should we have a 200?
But how many people do you think are going to, like, will listen to what he's saying here and actually act like, yeah, they should be part of us because look at all this money we're spending on their security. And plus, Canada, there's only like 30-something million people in it. California has a larger population than Canada. So it's like, what is it percentage-wise in terms of how much they spend on their military?
Tedsworth. Archimedes.
Oh my god.
Tedsworth and Archimedes, welcome to the show.
Teddy and Ark, do you think we should annex Canada and Greenland and all of Europe?
Absolutely. Fuck those Canadians. Yes. We didn't need them anyway. Justin Trudeau's a pussy. And they spend too much money on giant rubber ducks. Also, hi, Bill Hicks. We're on the show again. Hi. I'm here just for you.
Our new co-hosts.
So
let's not get crazy now.
Kimmy, did you want to, since you're Canadian, did you want to look up what percent of the like Canadian GDP they spend on their military relative to the United States? Because since they have like 1/10 the population, I would say they probably are paying their fair share when it comes to security.
They are?
What's that?
They are, or they aren't?
Well, they maybe because like America does spend, like I said, like they spend more money on their military than the next 7-9 countries combined.
Oh, yeah.
But
we're also on that list below America as far as the top spending military countries in the world.
What's that? Couldn't make out what you were saying.
Might break it up.
Here, I'll turn your volume up. But Canada, like...
Break it up.
No, he can hear you.
One of the reasons why the United States is able to spend so much money is because we have a larger population. Typically, when you have a larger population, you have more GDP. You have
is
just
that
like...
why we spend the most money of any other nation in the world on military, just because of our big population?
It's why we would spend more than Canada or countries that have a much smaller population. Now,
sure.
I do
why we spend more, than a small country, but we're still just the biggest.
It's excessive.
Country.
like
on the
India. You look at India, where they have the largest population. They have like over 1 billion people. They have like probably close to 4 times the population that we do.
China's got huge population too.
Yeah, and look at how much more we're spending compared to like their population. So I do think maybe we definitely should cut back on the military spending to some extent. But he's acting like, hey, we spent all this money to protect Canada. But I'm wondering, Canada, in terms of their population, relative to their population, they're probably spending a decent percentage of their GDP on their military.
Well, okay. You know why Trump is talking about Canada and Greenland and the Gulf of America and Panama and all this other stuff?
Because he's retarded.
No. I mean, he's laying out the groundwork for stuff. You know, his supporters being supportive of his plans for invading other countries. If just anything, his supporters are going to support anything he says, and really, it's just a lot of hot air because and it's getting people talking about stuff that isn't even on the docket, right? There's a bunch of other stuff that's happening. People are asking him about Project 2025, and he's like, you know, the best thing to get people to not ask him about that is to be like, let's take over Greenland, let's invade Canada, let's call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. You know, we're going to rename Puerto Rico. You know what I mean?
It's constant layering on of more and more and more bullshit till you forget about the previous bullshit. I'm constantly being reminded of Trump's scandals from his first presidency that I completely fucking forgot about.
There's just too many. He just lays it on, and it just keeps coming, and it don't stop coming. Hit the ground running.
Like, show of hands, who here remembers him suggesting we nuke a hurricane?
Yep.
Hey, fake
Sounds
news.
familiar.
He was just being facetious.
And I don't know, maybe detonating a nuke could dissipate a hurricane. I don't fucking know. But seems like an extreme approach, putting all that radiation in the jet stream.
It seems kind of
You need to inject the hurricane with bleach.
like a bad idea.
See, I fucking forgot about that too. Yeah, fuck. You want to get rid of COVID? All you have to do is inject some disinfectants. I know people that have been working for them.
Just inject mercury in your bloodstream.
When he put out a video saying we were going to move forward on flying cars and we were going to build 10 new cities.
Yeah, it seems like he followed through with a lot of his goals and ambitions. But
Why are you always so mean to me, Bill Hicks? What did I do to you?
Where's the love, Bill Hicks?
This is before he, running in on the campaign. Up until now, he only said it once. He hasn't repeated it, but in one video he put out, he said we were going to get ahead of China in the flying car department and build 10 brand new cities, 10 conservative cities.
We're just going to build cities. Like,
10 of them.
I picked this lot. It's empty. We're going to build an entire city here. Which, isn't that something China does? Just build empty cities, like spare cities.
Yeah, North Korea, they've built empty cities on the border to try to entice South Koreans into moving to make it look more, I guess, developed than it really is. And Russia, they have a bunch of cities that they built that no one's living in them.
First town will be Trumpburg. Next town, Trumpington.
Cars, flying cars, like, I get it. I get the youthful appeal of like, oh yeah, flying cars, man, that'd be great. But like, just think of how bad of a driver the average American is, and then consider like, now you're gonna have shit crashing from the fucking sky.
Well, that's where AI comes into play.
No.
Self-driven hovercrafts.
Right.
No, thank you.
You're not going to control the hover thing. It's going to the self-driving car. You put in where you're going, and the thing flies itself.
No. I'm not getting in an AI-driven flying car that might land on, hey, today is September 11th. For some reason, my path of logic is I should crash this into a building.
So Trump's probably going to Elon Musk with these ideas. Flying cars, I got a great idea. Elon, can you make this happen? I also have
Elon's
a
a
great idea.
scientist.
Like, I want something that can take a Big Mac and feed it to me.
Gene.
Hands-free. A way to eat Big Macs without using your hands.
You just called Elon a scientist. It's time to lock you in the punishment room.
Facetious.
You still said it out loud. You've got to be flogged.
Trump,
Elon
is more like Lex Luthor than Trump ever could be, right?
Elon's too stupid to be Lex Luthor.
Well, I mean,
Teddy, Elon is movie Lex Luthor. Wait, you said you've never seen the original Superman movies?
No, I've seen the movies.
He's that Lex Luthor, the one that's like, yeah, I'm going to buy up a bunch of worthless desert property, and then I'm going to hit the San Andreas Fault with a nuke, and that's going to break off California from the mainland, and then I'll have a bunch of oceanfront property. Simple, right?
Teddy,
is Elon an engineer? I don't like. He was a rich kid, so the thing is, he has endorsed so much stupid shit, with the Hyperloop and everything, nuking Mars to make it habitable and everything. So yeah, people want to act like he's some kind of Neil deGrasse Tyson, like he's some kind of genius innovator of our time. When he's,
well, Neil deGrasse Tyson is not even that. He's just the Neil deGrasse Tyson is not even that. He's not a genius innovator. He's the guy that runs the planetarium. He's an educator and he knows how to talk.
No, he's pretty revered astronomer. So he is up there when it comes to one of the most I guess one of the top scientists when it comes to astronomy. So
he knows how to talk. Yes, he's on a list with a bunch of other guys. He was one of the people talking about the planets and the classifications, and he was there for when Pluto wasn't a planet, and then for some reason it is a planet again. You know what I'm saying?
Vlad Tepes says he wanted
Pluto's
to
not
nuke Mars to terraform. Who?
Yeah, we talked about that. Elon,
Yeah.
There was a Trump. He said we should nuke Mars. Who was the Trump? Who was to nuke Mars?
What is that going to accomplish?
We're gonna wake up Mars by nuking it. It's like a knock knock. Hello, are you awake? And then that's when the ecosystem starts to bloom.
we need to take out the Martians.
Yeah, first we
Mars
nuke the
is
Martians,
classified
and then conquer
as
the
a geo-inactive terrestrial planet, but if we nuked it, we could reactivate the core.
Now, regarding Pluto not being a planet, a lot of people will say, "Oh, clear the neighborhood of its orbit. Planets have moons and stuff like that." That's kind of where, if you look into it and you look at the three sort of qualifications of what it needs to be a planet, so it orbits a star, clears the neighborhood of its orbit. There's one more. When you look into clear the neighborhood of its orbit and what it means, that's just sort of the layman's kind of type of simplification when they want to, I guess, communicate that qualifier. If you look into it, it's okay, what does it mean clear the neighborhood of its orbit? And it's where when it comes across other celestial objects, it is governed by mechanical forces as opposed to gravitational forces. And that's where it gets really complicated, where you got the scientific proofs and everything. So, very common saying when it comes to science is prose is not the best way to discuss science. Because Pros and
the thing about Planet X. Planet X was that planet we didn't know about yet. Right? There was a theory there was another planet. Before we discovered Uranus, there was
it's in the Kuiper Belt.
Right. That well, it is now. But Planet X was that planet yet discovered. When we were looking for another planet, we were looking for Planet X, and then we found Neptune, right? And then we were looking for then Neptune's orbit was a little off, so that meant there must be another planet because gravity is affecting it. You know what I mean? So there's always another planet. There have been several other bodies found, also like Pluto, right? But they're not planets, right?
Planetoid.
Why aren't they planets? And if we include Pluto, should we include some other planets? Yada yada yada. That was the discussion. If we're going to widen to accept Pluto, then we should widen it to accept some other planets. Ultimately, they took Pluto off the list for a little bit. It's back on the list.
Bullshit.
Whatever. Right?
Bullshit.
Cross-reference that dirt.
I'm fact checking you right fucking now, Teddy.
Yeah.
I don't buy it. Pluto is a fucking planetoid.
Pluto is a planetoid.
Okay.
Guys, we got 60 viewers, but only 24 likes. Everybody that's here, if you haven't yet, hit the like button. Let's get to 30 likes. It helps the stream
Pluto
do better,
is
guys.
not considered a planet since 2006. Where is this misinformation coming from? That it was did Pluto become a planet again? Nope, Pluto's not coming back. But the astronomers do want to redefine planets again.
In terms of subsidy, and I said that's okay to have.
So have you seen like a one of those things like it's like a mobile, right? Hangs from the ceiling, little planets on it.
Yeah.
Got these things.
Solar system.
Here you go to like Michael's or these craft stores that might have one. Or maybe go to LeBlick's.
Here, let's get back on topic.
You'll find it wasn't included. Now it is.
That over and over again.
For educators,
is subsidizing
for people who are in charge. Now you can give a more concise explanation of what's going on, but Pluto's there.
Oh, Teddy, do you see what we're sharing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're watching. Well, it says, you and Ark aren't spectators. Yeah.
$100 billion a year. The United States is subsidizing Canada. As I told him, Governor Trudeau, I said, listen, what would happen if we didn't subsidize you?
To watch what Gene's sharing. Oh, there you go. Okay.
But what does Trump mean exactly? Subsidizing Canada to the tune of over $100 billion a year. And is it true?
Oh, Timmy, did you look that up?
Yeah, Canada only has like 28 billion, and you guys have like.
Well, I'm saying what percent of their GDP do they invest in their military?
I think the latest was 1.76%, which is.
Now that can't be true because I think to be part of NATO, they have to invest at least like 4%.
No, it's 2%, but we're working towards that, Gene.
Start by saying that everyone is partly guessing what Trump means when he talks about the U.S. subsidizing Canada because he hasn't actually explained where he's getting this $100 billion number from, and the number sometimes changes. A whole bunch of other grievances.
The American GDP
supporting
for military is
200 billion plus a year. Our military is at their disposal. All of these other things, they should be a state.
But let's pick up on what appears, at least most of the time, to be driving the claim about the U.S. subsidizing Canada.
Shab. Was that Shab?
Between the two countries.
Donald Trump has always been obsessed with great balances.
Who was that?
And deficits and the fact that
Who was that?
Need to
Who
mute your
burped
mic
in
before
class?
Yeah.
Mute my mic before I do what?
40 lashes.
Hundreds of billions a year to
I didn't do anything. It was Teddy or Ark. Yeah, yell at them.
They don't know the rules, John. They don't know the rules.
They're ignorant. They don't understand, Gene.
On one central point, the U.S.
You
does
have
have
to
an ongoing
educate them about this, Gene.
Yeah, burping in the mic was such a problem on this podcast that John Morgan had to make it a rule that you do not
Burp.
belch
Exactly.
into your mic.
Really?
So apologize and prostrate yourself before John Morgan now.
Gene's a sissy bitch, isn't he, Teddy?
Yeah.
No burping on the mics, guys.
Yeah, I'm goofing off, but that particular belch, That was one of those like yucky kind of belches.
It was yucky.
Yucky
belch.
Thank you very much.
The hard numbers are pretty clear.
Yeah.
While the U.S. exported $355 billion worth of goods to Canada.
That was more of it right there.
Or about 100 billion Canadian.
You blow a bubble.
I'm a trader. I love trade. I want so much trade, but it has to be fair. But what he means
You
by
force out the
is
purpose.
that-
Next vid. This is
Before he's even in office, President-elect Trump flirting with the idea of using the military to take over foreign lands, including the autonomous Danish territory of Greenland.
Okay, I thought he's supposed to be anti-military. So all the Trumpites and stuff are like, hey, we're spending all this money on Ukraine and stuff, it's a waste, but now he's talking about expanding and attacking NATO countries, and it's like, the thing is with NATO is if you attack one NATO state, all other NATO states are supposed to come to its aid. So it's just one of the things that's concerning about Russia is, okay, if Russia attacks any like NATO state in Europe, which most European countries are part of NATO, then they'd pretty much start World War III. So it would be funny if it's not Russia, it's Trump. NATO was established to, protect Europe from Russia, or at the time it was established the Soviet threat. This entire time we've been building up, Putin, Russia, they're going to advance on Europe, the West. It's going to be Trump. Watch it be him.
Can you assure the world that
Then there's a secret alliance between Trump and Putin and North Korea, right?
Exactly.
North Korea finally gets some effective missiles. North Korea is like, how did North Korea suddenly get effective missiles? Where the fuck did these effective missiles come from? And they're like, both of them are like rubbing their hands together and going, right? No, but seriously, what you think, an alliance between America and Russia?
You know what? Okay, so here's the thing. Lots of fighting. United States, Russia, China, got all their nuclear arsenals. So maybe we should just form an alliance, all three of those states. And I've said this before, so China wants to take Taiwan because it was always traditionally part of Chinese land. Russia wants to retake all these territories that used to be part of the Soviet Union. Why don't we just, jump on the bandwagon, give them what they want, and then we can take back Cuba and the Philippines, some of our old territories, the Panama Canal. And there you go. Everyone wins.
I agree.
you are not going to use military or economic coercion?
No.
In that very moment, Trump's eldest son was in Greenland. The incoming president writing, "This is a deal that must happen." So why does Trump want Greenland? He said for...
Oh, Crow. Well, I know Crow's kind of goofing off Cold War Part 2 with China. The Cold War never ended.
purposes of national security and freedom throughout the world,
Cold
the
War
United States of
never
America
ended.
feels that the ownership and control of Greenland is an absolute necessity. It also has an abundance of rare
It's still going on.
minerals critical to
I'll
U.S.
tell you
national
what,
security.
Paradox.
China has
But
been
Ronald Reagan brought that wall
blocking
down.
exports of several.
Hold up, John. Me and Paradox are gonna make a deal. I'll make a deal with the chat. If we hit the goal and Shabisky agrees to split it with me, I will eat and consume an entire nug of weed. Just live, I'll just eat it. I'll chew it up and swallow it, just for you, Paradox, because you made that request. But
That's yummy. Why are you offering to do that? Why are you offering to do that?
I got enough to go around. I mean, I could go ahead.
But that's a stupid thing to do with the weed. What do we get out of that?
It's
not gonna. Paradox wants to see it. They think they want to see me waste some weed and get it stuck in my teeth.
Are they
This is
asking
good
for this?
weed.
Yeah, they said to eat it.
They said that?
Yeah.
He said that.
Learn how to read, Titty. God
Don't
damn.
underestimate me, Teddy. I'll do it just to spite you at this point.
God damn it, Titty.
Well, that actually.
I'm not reading the chat. Say whatever they want to do in the chat about me, because I'm not going to read it.
Wait, Frosty wants me to speed through the videos more.
Oh, he's been bitching the whole time.
On Tuesday, Greenland Prime Minister said
About watching all the videos?
Greenland belongs to the people. of
Just
Greenland.
everything
Our
in
future and
general.
fight for independence is our business. Back here on Capitol
Speed
Hill,
up the videos is what he's saying now.
So I'm
I think they're
1.5,
being
I think that's
sarcastic.
enough. Yeah.
seem to still be wrapping their heads
Y'all
around
need
the
a
idea.
job and
Should
some
the United
pussy.
States take Greenland?
Most of us have at least one of those.
If they're willing to sell it, why not?
Greenland is a territory of Denmark, not Norway. As for
Oh,
using
who
coercive
said
means
that?
acquiring it?
Oh, heck no.
Okay.
Your
Heck
best
no.
friend.
No, absolutely not. I think he's enjoying trolling
What, Frosty said that?
people on these issues. He does that
About
quite a bit.
Eugene?
The war
I don't
already
know, I don't
raging in
buy it
Europe
either,
is
but yeah, he's on a tear tonight, dude.
You need a job and some pussy, Gene. That's what
You
they
need
say.
a job. First thing you need is a job, John. And then you can
I
worry
don't
about
see
the
that in the
next.
chat.
You must be on. I'm on top chat, and I see him telling me to get a job and some pussy.
That's on live chat, and I.
Critics say it's not something to take lightly.
We do not invade other countries for
What is it?
Breaking-
Frosty protection much. Laugh out loud.
territory. We haven't done that in over a century. We shouldn't start.
Breaking news:
The way
Gene
to
is
get
blind.
Rare mineral is through diplomacy, trade.
Well, I'm not wearing my glasses,
If
so
you're cruising
yeah.
for a job and some
Trump
pussy,
says he also
you
wants
better
the US
bring
to take-
protection.
You need to get a pussy and some job.
I bet you're
Good
this
pussy
off
job.
the internet. Yeah, I bet you just live in a box. Yeah, it's obviously true. If you make baseless assumptions about somebody,
at least I
then
own
yeah.
my box.
Canal and Canada. We'll soon see if his
Hey, Dirt, didn't you like actually come to my house where I live?
Whoa, John.
That I know exactly where you're at right now, Gene. I
Well,
can see
didn't
on
you
my
and
camera.
Canny before
Whoa.
we went to
Keep
DC?
my motherfucking girl's name out of your motherfucking
Yeah. Yeah.
Why are you gonna implicate
Well,
her
didn't
in
you
argument?
guys pick me up at my house that I'm a owner of? And wasn't there this
You know,
person?
John, you never presented me the deed, John. You could be living a lie. You could be renting.
Haven't
I
there
never
been
saw the deed?
Well, even if I'm renting, it's like the logic is, oh, you're a loser living in your mother's
I
basement.
didn't
and
go
stuff.
inside, John.
Get a
Your
job.
mom could have been in there doing the dishes,
Oh,
and I
yeah.
didn't go inside, John. For all I
words
know, your mother
motivate
was
partners
there.
and allies to work with him on issues like trade or push them away. On Capitol Hill, I'm Atrell Nishar reporting.
You can't just implicate me in your life.
Really, that doesn't prove anything. These guys could just totally agree with you. It's not really, you're all in on it. There's really no.
What
way to
about
prove it.
all
Kind of
those people that try to dox me and then they call my relatives and they know where my
All those
relatives
people.
live and
That
stuff?
was like
and
one people.
Why are people trying to dox you? Why are
'cause I'm
people? pissed
Hitler.
off? Why?
With
Why would you admit to being Hitler, John? I didn't know you were Hitler, but now that you say it,
I'm being
starting to question.
hyperbolic. I'm being facetious.
Yeah. Hitler knew big words too. Okay.
What's a big word?
Hitler.
Anti-disestablishmentarianism.
Yeah,
That's
that
a
is
big
a big
word.
word.
That sounds like a
Sort
word
of like-
Hitler would use.
Well, like I said, usually when people say big word, I think what they mean most of the time is just a less common word. People will
Yeah,
even
it's like big, like,
yeah.
oh, you're a big boy, John, but you're not really that big.
Yeah.
You're still growing.
Yeah, you're a
We're
little
proud of
bitch,
you,
Gene.
John. Wow, that's a
Vivast.
big word.
I actually have a
That's a big
show
boy.
related question. Do you
Yes.
happen to have in your rotation Biden saying he totally could have won the election himself?
If not, I really wish we did. That's
Well,
pretty funny.
If you want to search it out, that's a rather recent thing that happened. I figured all four of you would probably have something to say about that.
Do you think Biden really would have? Did you think he even would have done better than Kamala? Because I think it would have been way worse.
No, I don't.
Me personally, as a person who wouldn't have voted for either, I would have been way worse. I think if they put Grandpa demented Joe Biden, who's not fit to stand trial but is fit to run your government.
I'm not even sure at this point it's dementia so much as just straight up like he's very, very old. He has very, very low energy as a result. He's just not firing on all cylinders
It's the
anymore.
most stressful
One
thing
sec,
in the world. You're like, what the fuck?
Was a Romana Alba that said, yeah, the United States should get back the 6-7 states took from Mexico. It was, I would say, technically 3 states. Texas was its own country for a decade before they actually signed on and, I guess they annexed themselves into the United States. But during the Mexican-American War, it was California, New Mexico, and Nevada. So those were the 3 states that they took from Mexico.
Sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead and finish.
Mexico attacked us first. Francis K. Polk the president during the Mexican-American War. He built a bunker or a base on the Mexican-American border in order to provoke them into attacking us, so we'd have an excuse to attack them.
Vlad Tepes in the chat also brings up that, yeah, Biden also had a speech impediment his whole life. Even when he was vice president, Biden sucked at talking. He just sucked at it. He's always stammering. He's always mush-mouthing. And, yeah, age is not doing that any favors.
Yeah, Biden, yeah.
Because how old is he now?
I
He's
have
like,
a speech disorder.
All the good that Biden's done is going to be ignored. People think the economy is so bad. It's not. It's not. The economy's been getting better. We didn't get as much inflation as every other industrialized country. He handled things very well. And the economy is going to continue to be good for the first so of Trump's presidency. You know what I mean? As he did before. You know what I mean?
He says James Polk, not Francis, you dork.
Huh?
Didn't I say James K. Polk?
Oh my God. No one cares about any president before JFK. All right?
Yeah.
Who cares? Get the fuck out of
Franklin,
here.
Roosevelt, Theodore
Most
Roosevelt.
people
were
don't
JFK.
even care about the presidents in their own lifetime, much less any presidents before our time. I mean, think about Nixon. Okay, think about Nixon. Nixon wasn't impeached. Nixon wasn't, because Nixon was about to pardon himself. He was about to pardon himself before he thought, you know what? I'm going to resign.
Gerald Ford pardoned him.
Ford's going to pardon me. Ford's going to pardon me. Because the question is, can a president pardon himself? You know what? Ford's going to pardon me. My vice president's going to fucking pardon me, right? And it's immediately the first press conference they had after Richard Nixon resigned, and Ford steps up to the podium to answer questions. Every journalist was asking, when are you going to pardon Nixon? So when this pardon happens, how exactly is that going to work? And he didn't even do it yet. He's just like, whoa, slow down, guys. like, what are you fucking kidding me? Like, you're just going to pardon him. Just say it. Just say it. You know, like. And it took like a couple weeks, but eventually he was like, I'm going to pardon him. It was like,
I'm not going to pretend like I'm any kind of expert on the subject, but I don't know anything about Gerald Ford other than he pardoned Nixon and he fell a lot.
So he was not his original VP pick. I forget what happened to Nixon's VP pick. So essentially, he was appointed by Nixon after his second election and stuff. And then when Nixon stepped down, because he was VP, he became president, and then he didn't win a second term. So he only served fraction of one term. So he essentially is the only president where pretty much the voters had no say or participation in him serving.
But as a president, did he do anything significant?
Pardon?
No, but he continued.
Is that all though?
Push the economy into the garbage. He's the reason that there was all of this economic turmoil going on during Carter's administration. The reason the oil prices that we were through the roof. The reason so much was fucked up for Jimmy Carter's entire administration. You know. And Jimmy Carter did some bedrock stuff that improved the economy in some ways. So when Reagan came along, boom, 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 things were already taken off. Things were already taken off during Carter's administration because people had more money to spend on Star Wars and stuff and things. Things started selling better. We ain't rating those 79, 80. Before he even got elected, the economy was already doing better. Right. When
Jimmy
movies
Carter.
do well, when things sell really well, it's because people have enough money to spend on them, right? Somebody can release the best album or best movie ever made. If nobody's got any money to go to the theaters, it doesn't matter. You know,
It's just when
homes in business are because
discussing-
people have money to buy shit.
Just when discussing 20th century United States presidents, Ford just never gets brought up.
Well,
Because he was garbage.
He was pretty insignificant. Like I said, he pretty much the voters had nothing to do with his placement as president, and he was just there to kind of fill in the rest of Nixon's second term, and then there you go. I forget. I don't even think he actually ran for like a second term.
I have no idea.
Who ran against? Pretty sure he ran against Jimmy.
Well, now
I'll look it up.
Yeah.
Wait, was it?
I don't know.
I thought it was Reagan. No, it was
Yeah.
Jimmy Carter, Reagan, and then
Yeah,
Bush
Carter
ran against Reagan.
Ford
got-
ran
and
against
he-
Carter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, also, he fell down several times. He fell down a couple times, and that was parodied on Saturday Night Live.
And that 70s show, he's walking up to a
Um,
stage and he falls like 8 times before reaching the mic.
But that was the whole bit with Chevy Chase played Gerald Ford. And in those days, he didn't even put on a wig. He didn't put on any makeup. He was just he put on a suit and a tie. And he's like, hello, I'm Gerald Ford. And then he would just fall down. Right? Like, that was the bit. Right? And he fell down in ways that looked like it hurt. Because it did. Chevy Chase damaged its spine doing these pratfalls on live TV. Yeah. And then later got hooked on painkillers.
Hey, you know, you
Here, let's get back on topic.
U.S. President-elect Donald Trump this week refused
We're
to
talking
rule out
about the
military
top.
force
We're talking
or
about
economic measures
presidents
to
and
seek
stuff.
control of the territory.
Here it's going over Greenland. Oh wait,
will
Chad.
Biden be as disliked as Ford? No, it's kind of impossible, right? I mean,
Chad, what country owns Greenland currently?
Denmark.
I'm supposed to answer for him. I'm quizzing him.
Denmark.
Who are you asking?
Denmark.
Well, the thing is, we'll go over stuff with Shab weeks in a row, and then he'll constantly forget each week because he's got ADD and he's always stoned and drunk.
You gotta learn him.
Yeah.
Hey, don't be judging people who are always stoned, god damn it.
You just
I am
saw
high
evidence
as a
today of
kite.
him enabling the use of critical
I just
thinking.
might stop and check you out. Let me go
His words
on
to protect
like
the
a
free
blister.
world offered this
Let me
response
go
Thursday.
on.
We are
Big
observing
hands,
this
I know
rather
you're the
dramatic
one.
development of the situation. The Arctic zone is a zone of our national and strategic interests. We are present in the Arctic zone, and we will continue to be there.
Climate change is opening up new shipping routes and access to valuable
Oh, see,
resources,
they say
says Liana
climate
Fix
change
of
is
the
all
Council on
bad.
Foreign Relations.
What's that?
We got
Is that a laser?
Climate change is opening new
Oh,
shipping
I'm sorry.
routes,
I'm
Tom.
sorry.
You're
There
trying
was
to say
a
climate change
that
is all
green
bad?
bar there. I thought there was a laser. I thought there was a guy doing some stuff with lasers. I was like, whoa, he's got a laser.
Becomes increasingly a militarized zone where not only Arctic neighbors have access to, that's the Russian position that they originally assumed. By now, they also cooperate with Chinese coast guards, so the Arctic is increasingly becoming a zone of a great power competition and rivalry, and the United States is concerned it's losing this game.
Denmark says Greenland is
I
not
can't
for
understand
sale,
the
but
fuck what she's saying.
The Arctic is increasingly becoming a
Is it that like unintelligible?
with Chinese coast guards, so the
Really,
Arctic is
I
increasingly
really
becoming a
cannot tell
zone
what else she's saying.
of a great power
I
competition and
can.
rivalry, and the United
can
States
hear
is
her just
concerned it's
fine.
losing this game.
Denmark says Greenland is not for sale, but is open to deeper cooperation
Okay,
with the United
there.
States.
He said Greenland's not for sale. Okay.
Exactly.
I see a president who is on his way into
Now, Greenland is typically like, or it pretty much is considered a country, which it's like, but it's kind of odd because they don't really, they're called an autonomous region, but I'd say that they're
Yeah.
not really autonomous.
We got Elon Musk now, who is richest man on the planet. He's going to help me buy Greenland. Then we buy it. We're going to change the name. We're going to call it Alaska 2.
Now,
Alaska
Trump isn't the
2.
first president that's attempted to buy Greenland.
No, this is like the
White House, who has
5th or 6th time
Yeah.
this has happened, I think.
And if you look at it,
It's Alaska too, though. It represents a territory that kind of in that Arctic Circle, which is still, and possibly may, like Lex Luthor, become livable beachfront property. As global climate change continues, Greenland's going to become very valuable. Think about it. In another couple decades, when it's a lot warmer there.
One of the things that they claim our military is concerned with is that because the polar ice caps are melting, it's a lot easier for ships to get through the Arctic Circle. So we need Greenland
as another trade route. Panama is going to become less. Well, I mean, wasn't there a major blockage right there that took
it's the
months
Suez
to clear?
Canal.
Okay, bro, the Suez Canal.
It was the Evergreen vessel.
Has a heightened focus on the Arctic, and I can understand that he has that. We also have that from the Danish side, and we also have that within NATO.
But the Panama Canal used to be U.S. territory.
Other European leaders rejected Trump's comments.
Back with what was it? With Roosevelt?
Yep, Theodore Roosevelt.
It is out of the question.
And there's a lot of fucked up labor, close to slave labor that went into building the Panama Canal.
Yeah,
the European.
Yeah, we smart here. We smart. We know our history and shit, right?
And they were part of Colombia, so the United States tried to entice them to secede from Colombia so they could go in and build the canal.
In the world.
Well, we went down there
starting with Russia.
in the 80s with troops, with Bush Senior, right? To take out what's his name? What's his name? Come on, help me out. The Nigurga.
Pablo Escobar?
No.
What country?
Panama? Wasn't it Panama? Didn't we go down in Panama?
Well, Bush Senior, the big thing was, Senior was in the 90s, so the big military operation he was involved in was Operation Desert Storm. So Reagan.
But
Reagan, what is it? It was like the
Noriega.
N. What's that?
Noriega. That was the end I was trying to think. Noriega. Yes. Bush took out Noriega.
Yeah, it was the N-17, so it was all the rebel groups, and they were giving guns to the rebels. So that was a little Cold War sort of conflict that was going on with the Reagan administration.
Its sovereign borders.
The principle of inviolability of borders applies to every country, regardless of whether it is to the east or west of us.
Greenland's government, meanwhile, is pushing
South
for a
America gets often forgotten in the conversation about global shit going. Right.
Well,
South America often gets left out of the conversation entirely.
One of the reasons, because in South America, they deal with a lot of internal conflicts, but they usually aren't getting involved militarily in other affairs, so they're not deploying their militaries abroad and so forth. So that's why, because at the very least, you can give them that all our neighbors to the south, they don't feel the need to encroach on other national affairs.
No.
Referendum on
Except Argentina. Argentina will regularly send troops abroad and stuff and engage in sort of European operations. And then in the 80s, they invaded.
Australia will get involved in some international stuff. Why? I don't know. They're out there in the middle of whatever. They're getting involved in places that are nowhere near us.
Yeah, but Argentina invaded the Falkland Islands in the 80s, which is a British territory.
Well, fuck them.
independence and says only it's. own people will decide Greenland's future. Henry
So
Ridgewell,
Argentina and Britain, they don't really like each other.
VOA News.
Oh no.
President Trump has been talking a lot about his neighbours recently, talking about acquiring Canada and the Panama Canal and Greenland. Well, I don't think that Canada and the Panama Canal need
That's
to
a lot.
say too much about the change.
He wants to play the risk game. He really wants to play risk with the rest of the world. I'll take Canada and Greenland, and then guess what? Just hop over here. We'll take Australia. And you know, when you got Australia, you got the board. Easy way into Asia, right?
Now,
how do the Christians support him when looking at this map? This looks like something out of one of those Christian-made Antichrist movies where the 7 nations are formed.
Well, one thing I want to point out again is that when, like, a bunch of people on the far right were like, hey, Trump, he's, like, we don't need to waste all this money on, like, Ukraine and stuff. Like, why does it matter? It's not our concern. But now, all of a sudden, they're pro-war with expanding into Canada and Greenland. And
if we have the whole
Not
continent,
just war, but like
we
pissing
get an
off
extra
all of our NATO allies.
we get an extra card at the end of each round, and we get to reinforce at the end of each round because we get a bonus because we have the whole continent. Damn it, we need Mexico too. Shit.
Yeah.
And we don't get reinforcements at the end of the round. God damn it. See, we need Canada and Mexico. What is he thinking? This is
we need parts of France. There's some French islands off the coast of Canada.
Australia is the easiest one to get. You get Australia, you got a whole continent, then you get a reinforcement at the end of every. I mean, and that applies to all the territories. that you
Well, actually, Australia's no longer continent. It's Oceania now.
I'm saying risk rule. Risk rule. Well, I'm playing risk, okay? And if you have control of a whole continent, you get to reinforce it around.
Well, here's another good example of like the stupid like semantics thing. So, what
you don't want to play risk with me. I will kill with risk. I'm very good.
But what makes a continent a continent?
In the game, it's just
no.
Overall landmass.
Overall.
Right. But,
Well-
but Eurasia is one continent, really. Europe and Asia is one big hunk of land.
If you're
there isn't
discussing
really any body of water that separates Asia and Europe.
if you're discussing geography,
Yeah.
then Europe would be its own continent. If you're discussing things in terms of geology, then it wouldn't be its own continent. It's Eurasia would be the continent because what separates an island from a continent when it comes to geology, do you know what the big factor is why America or Eurasia, Africa are in islands?
No.
They're on their own tectonic plates. So Australia is a continental landmass based on geological definitions because it's on its own tectonic plate. But in terms of geography, where it's just you're discussing, I guess, mapping and so forth, mapping the globe, then they're oceania, so they're not a continent. And they're part of the same continent that I think it's like New Zealand, the Cook Islands, all of the, like, I think Papua New Guinea are technically part of Oceania.
Is of some interest because he's not the first American president.
What's that?
So Australia is not a continent; it's an oceania.
It depends on. So again, it's semantics. Pedantic semantics.
Why is that matter?
Because a lot of times when you talk to people, they ignore the fact that words have more than one definition. So I'm just like pointing this out as like another example of how a lot of times people can be annoying, especially on the internet, where they want to do the actually game, and they don't really understand how language works. So it's just another good example to point out to show how a lot of those people are retarded.
Actually, it's called the actually shuffle.
Yes.
I'm not sure if that's if you're demonstrating what you're trying to demonstrate by pointing out the Australia is an oceania.
Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Yeah, I don't think I'm not anymore.
What's that?
I'm no clearer on the concept.
Greenland from Denmark, which technically owns it.
Hot dog's a taco, by the way.
About it in 1867.
Birds or dinosaurs,
1910,
actually.
Again in 1946. And during President Trump's first term in 2016, he niggled away.
Shab's retarded for not knowing that. Yeah, Shab, how do you not know that birds are technically dinosaurs?
It was an accident.
Yeah.
I thought dinosaurs was all dead.
Isn't that Spec Guy, weren't they a genius? So that's how you know you're smart.
Hey, you know what's not a bug?
A giraffe.
Spiders. Spiders are not bugs. Neither a scorpion is not a bug.
Spiders are little creatures filled with love, and that's why they have 8 arms to hug you with.
Yeah,
everything's a bug.
An okapi is not a bug.
This issue.
Bugs aren't also referred to as germs, like you didn't catch a bug. I caught a bug. Like, what? No, you should correct them and say, you did not catch a bug. That's not a bug.
What about
Am I
a ladybug?
bugging you?
Gene?
Aha, I'm not bugging you because I'm not a bug.
What's that, Timmy?
I said, what about ladybugs? Are ladybugs bugs?
Ladybugs are not bugs.
Or they're
Does
not?
that bug you? It's not bug you. There's a bug.
I thought they're insects.
They have wings.
Is it only specific insects that are technically bugs in the when you're playing the actually game, and the like sub order of like whatever it is in the arthropod phylum?
A real major
actually
in the United States and Denmark. So this idea doesn't
What's
look
up,
about
Doc? Not you, because you're not bugs. I am bugs. No, you're not. You're not
you can
bugs.
see why. If you look
You know, Shab's never seen a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
You know,
Who's
you're
hasn't
right.
seen them?
They're not bugs.
Shabisky.
They're beetles.
Shabisky has never seen the bugs. You've never seen the Bugs cartoon?
Gene is just trying to be a
You
troll.
have seen a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I haven't seen, but like
Yeah.
when I was a kid, they would play those old cartoons on like Cartoon Network and shit
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, they don't anymore. They don't anymore because there's always some kind of off-color joke. There's always some kind of off-color.
The bunny dresses up as a girl a lot.
Or
That's no
something.
good.
Cancel it.
Or he kisses Elmer Fudd on the face, or like there's some bit with his butt, or he does something a little racist, like he'll put on a Chinese.
Or like, I
hat.
forgot the topic was
Like,
Greenland.
he'd put on a Chinese hat and be like, something would happen, something.
Here,
Or
get to
Elmer
the next
Fudd would
topic.
Elmer Fudd would get blasted in the face and look blackface for a second and be like, "Ooh, see, that's funny. It used to be funny, okay?"
Shab, what do you know about Rudy Giuliani? Or maybe Timmy, because you're from Canada. What do you know about this dude?
Trump's old lawyer. That's it.
Former mayor of New York City.
Yep, during 9/11.
Only fixed the top row of his teeth for some fucking reason.
Yeah. Did you know that he was the mayor of New York when 9/11 happened?
Yep.
Built a whole lot. Built a whole lot of good faith for himself during that, and then
to be where he is now. Yeah. Considering where he was mayor of New York City after 9/11, just to be where he is now after being the mayor of New York City after 9/11, it's quite a fall. It's quite a fall for this fucking guy. He's also known by a lot of guys for like pulling out his dick in the Borat movie or something. No, not the Borat movie. But another one by Sacha Baron Cohen. Another Sacha Baron Cohen where he got it literally caught with his pants down. Right?
That's over exaggerating it, but yes, it was the movie Bruno.
But he was Trump's attorney general. So, Shab, what's the attorney general?
And his personal attorney.
To deal with the wars.
Nope. Secretary of Defense.
Yeah, I knew that.
And again, the reason this isn't me like trying to be like smart ass, how do you not know that? This because we go over this stuff a lot.
What?
Yeah. Attorney General is what
I'm
is
not gonna
that?
remember it either.
They're in charge of the Justice Department on the federal level, so they're in charge of like the FBI, the DEA, the ATF, all of those agencies.
Trubisky.
Yeah,
What
baby
does the
boo.
FBI stand for?
The Federal Booby
No.
Investigators.
Yes.
Yeah.
Email booty inspectors.
I like that. All right, that's canon now. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's canon.
I'm the greatest.
We all agree.
Well, I'm not. So people who are like, you're bullying Gene. I do think it's
No, you're
disheartening
bullying.
that
Everybody feel bad for me.
I've been streaming with Shab for years, and we do a news and politics stream, and a lot of this information's brought up a lot. So I think it's like, you know what? Imagine if he paid a little bit more attention, how much he would learn.
I think he should pay less attention.
Yeah, I agree. Gene.
Yes.
What does the CIA stand for?
Central Intelligence Agency.
Well, good.
You're a genius, Gene.
Yes.
You're so smart,
but
Gene.
you know, the answer was correct, but Shabisky's answer was funny.
Yeah, Gene. Told you I'm the funny one on the show, you retard.
Does America have the same kind of thing that Canada has, that there's a British person in there that can take over their whole... They don't have one?
It's Commonwealth, or not all Commonwealth nations have one. No, we have no affiliation with the British government in terms of our like federal policy.
We fought for our independence from Britain back like 200 years ago. 200 and what now? 200 and... It's about 250 almost. Where next year it'll be 250 years. Yeah. Since we fought.
It's the Secretary General of Canada.
Oh, that's what it's called. I thought that's what the Attorney General was.
No, I think they do. They might have an Attorney General because I think most countries have one. But the Secretary General, they're appointed by the royal family. And and most Canadians don't know that their votes don't actually go to the Prime Minister, or it doesn't go to Parliament, because it's the Secretary General. She's the one that appoints all the Prime Ministers and everything. And they're the Commander-in-Chief. They're the ones that have control of Canada's military, and they can veto bills.
We only vote for our MPs.
Yeah. See,
And
Canada's not independent.
What's MP stand for?
I don't know.
Military police.
Oh.
No. MP stands for, what is it? You don't know?
I thought it did mean military police.
Military personnel.
No, in Canada it's member of Parliament.
Oh, okay.
Okay, member of Parliament. All right.
Yeah, no one did either.
We have a system over here. We don't understand how the House of Representatives, Congress work. We don't understand that shit over here.
But here's the thing, like I said, I got a lot of relatives from like the British Isles and stuff, and I visit there, and they give American shit, but then when I talk to them about their, like, they don't know that they have a Supreme Court. They're like, Supreme Court? What's that? It's like, really?
Wait, the courts over in Britain are crazy. The judges over there still wear wigs.
Yup.
They still
do that
and
in
they're,
Hong Kong.
And they're crazy looking wigs. These are not normal looking wigs, like the wigs they used to wear that we see like the old presidents had on. The wigs they wear, they have like flaps, and they don't look like hair. There's no attempt to make them look like hair. It looks like white carpet. It's weird.
But regarding, I guess, hypocrisy. So I'll talk to them. It's like it's the House of Lords, the House of Commons. And when it's like they won't be able to tell you that. And a lot of Americans won't be able to tell you that, oh, it's the House of the Senate, the House of Representatives, get your senators and delegates. But they don't know that the House of Lords, which is like their version of the Senate, is they're all appointed by the royal family. And to be fair, they don't really vote against any notable policies, but still, it's pretty much they don't have a higher house, and their higher house, when it comes to their legislative branch, are all appointed officials. And all those appointed officials, unlike the royal family, don't really bring any tourism.
Tourism?
Now, breaking news, Rudy Giuliani.
Well, the argument is with like the royal family is that taxpayer money goes to the royal family, but they do benefit from it because it's lucrative. They gain like 4 or 5 times the amount of money in tourism. However, with the House of Lords, it's like taxpayer money is going to the House of Lords, but yet they don't really bring any tourism and stuff, and they still have some level of influence when it comes to legislative policy. But when I've talked to like my relatives from, or not just my relatives, but other people that from like England and Wales stuff, they don't know this. So, I mean, again, Americans don't know this, but they have no room to talk. Americans are stupid, but so are the average person in those countries as well.
The average human
found in contempt
is stupid.
Fair point.
Of court in Washington, D.C., a federal judge says the former mayor violated a court order not to defame 2 former Georgia election workers. The judge also warned that Giuliani could go to jail if he violates the court order in the future. Giuliani found guilty of defaming Isreal-Hamas and her mother and ordered to pay them $148 million. Earlier this week here in New York, Giuliani was held in contempt for failing to turn over information about his assets.
He's not going to go to fucking jail. The best you can hope for is he gets some kind of house arrest, but he's not going to go to fucking jail. They're not going to put ancient, ghoulish fucking Rudy Giuliani in a fucking general population in a jail. It's too dangerous.
No.
He looks like the Penguin, not the new one. He looks like the
wah 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 one.
What was it? Who was it? Danny DeVito?
Danny DeVito. Yeah, Danny DeVito. I thought you meant the Burgess Meredith Penguin from the 60s.
Oh, wait, Alex K. Yeah, what is it? Royal Ascent. Yeah, and like I'll goof off with like Timmy and like Skeptical Jesus, like my Canadian viewers. Like I'll troll them with the Secretary General, but I'm well aware they never interfere. So even though on paper they have power, they pretty much never exercise it. So it's just some kind of like dated policy that I guess they just don't care to wipe it away. Dude, he's got like 4 front teeth.
Nobody is seriously considering.
I have to screenshot that. That is such a good face.
It looks almost like a Halloween mask or something.
He looks he looks like Count fucking Orlok, dude. He looks like
those are his fake teeth. You can see his fake teeth, but his real teeth, it's only the top row. His lower teeth are gnarly old man teeth. Right?
Yeah, they're rotten and yellow, and I don't get it. He's got to have money, but this cheap bastard was just like, nah, just fix the top row of teeth. Leave the bottom ones looking like, 20 years of meth benders.
But doesn't it look like he's got 4 front teeth?
Yes. And it also looks like you just need to tweak this picture just a little bit, and he'll look just like Count Orlok. Make his ears a little bit pointier, and make them fingers just a little bit longer. Or as Bryant in the chat says, it's a Fallout ghoul.
And it also looks like he is a meek old man, but he's got like shoulder pads on, like he's, you know what I mean, underneath the suit. His shoulders actually droop low, and his arm. You know what I mean?
Right now, Frosty says, y'all should look in the mirror. What
None of us
You
look
think
like
we're
that.
unattractive?
Do we have
Man,
four
I
front
look-
teeth?
I know I look
Shab,
old.
well, Shab and I. Like, what?
No. I'll throw some compliments. Love the tie. Love that tie. That is a nice looking tie. Okay. You know what I mean?
I do like pink and black together. So
It's a
yes.
real nice looking
Is
tie.
Frosty appearance shaming? It's okay
Yeah.
because, like, Rudy Giuliani, he's a politician, so it's okay to appearance shame him.
Yeah, he doesn't have a soul.
That's it.
Now, there's a bunch of reporters, but they're not out here.
Right.
Huh?
Oh, geez.
Gene can see my chat so he can read.
Can someone get
Okay.
Rudy a glass of water? I think his fucking mouth is dry. His lip is stuck.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've been reading Frosty's comments this entire time, so he's like, "Oh, he can see my chat, so he can read." So
yeah.
Okay.
Hey, stop
What does that mean on the
giving these guys any airtime.
It's content.
No, it's
been there for too long.
Plus, like, I'm in a malaise tonight, and I felt like this tingling feeling on the left side of my head, so having a difficult time focusing on the videos, so it's easy to just argue with people in the chat.
You good, dude?
Me?
I said, are you good? Tingling in your head, and you got
I
a
deal
general
with this.
malaise.
I deal with this kind of shit all the time.
The same thing.
All right.
He's gonna die, guys.
I'm used to it.
Gene will be dead by the morrow.
My name is Jimmy Carter, and I'm running for president.
Here we go. Now, I will say, Jimmy Carter, when it comes to, like, presidents and stuff, like, you have that attitude of, oh, like, yeah, all presidents suck. Yeah, they're all, like, piece of shit. Jimmy Carter, I'd say he's probably, like, he might even be the most wholesome president that we've ever had.
Didn't he spend the majority of his life building, like, habitat for the homeless houses?
Yeah, and one thing that's commonly said about him is that he was one of the best presidents after being president. So a lot of, like, presidents after they serve, they kind of just, like, disappear.
Habitat for Humanity.
Yup, and
Oh, okay, sorry.
he was one of the only presidents to win a Nobel Peace Prize, and Obama won a Nobel Peace Prize, and he didn't even fucking do anything.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Jimmy Carter, when he became president, as is the practice, you give up your businesses. Trump didn't do that. But every other president has given up any of the businesses he had. He gave up his beloved peanut farm.
Yeah.
Okay? He had a peanut farm that he loved it. Okay? But he gave it up when he became president.
Now,
Okay.
do you think he would say that he was a self-made man?
I don't know enough about him.
Well, I'd say he's always shown, like, a great level of modesty and humility, so haven't looked into any interviews of that, but I have a feeling he probably would say, you know what, I think I had a lot of opportunity that other people didn't have. Which a lot of presidents wouldn't do.
He went from being Jimmy Who to winning the White House itself, then struggled with crises overseas and a troubled economy at home. A one-term president whose time as ex-president was the longest, among the most active in American.
Oh, and yeah, I think he's died at 100, triple digits, so I think he's lived longer than any other president at this point.
He has.
Becoming the first American president to celebrate his...
He was the president before Reagan. Reagan passed away before him, but I think Reagan was older than him at the time passed away.
And guess what? He gets the ultimate win. He gets to get the flag down to half-mast for Trump's inauguration.
Which
Now,
Trump
Trump
is
is
bitching
fuming.
and moaning and pissing
Fuming.
and fuming. Yeah, he is mad as hell that the flag is going to be half-mast at his inauguration.
Like, he said, this is happening now. Can we just get the flags back up? I mean, they've been down for days already. We can put them back up with them flags at full mast. I'm going to be at full mast.
James Earl Carter Jr. He always went by Jim. Rosalind Smith.
You know what I'm saying?
And she became
Trump's going to be at full mast.
When his father died, Carter left his military career and went home to run the family.
He's going to be erect.
Something more.
Pants.
He got
He's
into
getting
politics.
smart.
Georgia
My
State
hands
Senator,
on the Bible,
governor.
other hands in my pants.
South, Carter was something new.
The time for racial discrimination is over.
He attracted national attention.
Would I first challenge you enter and sign in, please?
But was still enough of an unknown in 1973 to appear on What's My Line? 1 year later.
I'd like to announce that I am a candidate for president.
Yeah, he's kind of got the Trump hair going.
After Watergate,
Little
the
bit.
country was ready for a Washington outsider. Who said America.
Look, he did the Hitler salute. Not Carter.
After Watergate, the country was.
See?
Yeah, after Watergate. Yeah, and that's how he got elected, because of fucking Nixon. We were just talking about Nixon, right? See? Comes back around again. Nixon, which led to Ford, which led to Jimmy. Right? Jimmy wouldn't have been elected, you know, if things were rolling the way they were doing. Right? But he got elected because Ford was just that fucking bad.
Well, Nixon, people will try to, like, glorify Reagan and everything. Like, conservatives treat him like he's the holy Republican president god. But recently there's been a lot of, like, leaked phone calls, conversations, documents where Reagan and Nixon are talking about, like, using a lot of N-words, talking about how...
No. We don't even need to talk about that. That's a bona fide fact. All of the people behind the scenes with Nixon were the same people. That's why he pardoned him. The whole investigation would have exposed all the people behind Nixon, who were the same people. Rumsfeld, the guy Bush, who was the head of the CIA at the time, right? All those guys, and then they just moved over behind Reagan, of course. And the fact that he was a Hollywood actor. They had courted John Wayne for a time to be that guy. It could have been President John Wayne.
That would have fucking sucked.
But, you know, that and John Wayne fucking died of cancer, all right? But there were a number of conservative actors right now. And they don't think they're not looking at like guys like Dennis Quaid in the future. What kind of conservative guy, if he lives to be in his 70s. You know, because you got to be. Mel Gibson running for president. What if Mel Gibson runs for president? You know?
We're fucked.
It would be an entertaining campaign, that's for sure.
And
go.
Arnold, but we decide to put in a new kind of, he goes for the birthright citizenship, but then that becomes citizenship. It changes the law. Making so you can't just be born in this country and become a citizen. If you become a citizen, you are a citizen, which means zippity doo dah, la di da. Arnold Schwarzenegger could run for president. And
now,
yes, Demolition Man is going to fucking happen.
It comes to making actors president. Here's a little meme that I made a while back.
Oh, busting out the memes.
Yeah.
No, but I'm serious. Arnold Schwarzenegger is going to be running.
Well, here's the thing. Why don't we just have an actor state or a director state?
It's just not going to happen. Mel Gibson versus Arnold Schwarzenegger.
What director would you nominate for president, John Morgan?
James Cameron.
I choose Michael Bay.
Wow, that was quick.
No.
And cool. No, I'm not going Michael Bay. Michael Bay is probably conservative. James Cameron is definitely a liberal. I mean, we know, right?
Yeah, see James Cameron as president, David Fincher as vice president, and Steven Spielberg as Secretary of State.
David Fincher, what? The Fight Club guy? You think the Fight Club guy for vice president? Right.
Well, because James Cameron is like a very kind of harsh, like very draconian sort of director. Same thing with David Fincher. Look at his expression. Like he seems like he's pretty intense. Like do what I say. So he seems like he's the kind of person that, you know, we'll get things
Ron
done.
Howard.
Yeah, he's like, take
Ron
your
Howard
pants
vice,
off.
I'm going Ron Howard,
Do
vice
what I
president.
say.
Ron Howard. I like Ron Howard. He's cute. He's got this, even though he's praying, he's still got this ever youthful face. The smile, he still looks like a kid in a way. You know what I mean? I love Ron Howard.
What do you think? Martin Scorsese, Secretary of the Treasury. Terrence Malick, Secretary of Defense.
Terrence Malick?
Yeah.
No, we need a guy who works a little faster than a guy who releases every decade. Okay? The Secretary of Defense has got to be a guy. It's just because he directed The Thin Red Line. You're like, oh, a war movie guy.
Yeah. He's directed a bunch of war films, so there you go.
No, this is a job for Michael Bay.
No, Christopher Nolan is the Attorney General. So again,
no, I'd go. No. I'd go with Michael Crichton. He's a director. He's directed a lot of movies, actually, and written books. You know, he's a very talented guy. He's Attorney General, and he knows about law. You know.
What about Secretary of Health and Human Services? He directed The Whale. Darren.
No.
Okay, now you put him just in charge of urban development because he's black, right?
No, Boys in the Hood.
So because he's black.
Because he's black. And if you were going that way, I would go with John Singleton.
He directed Boys in the Hood.
He did not direct Boys in the Hood.
Oh my Spike Lee did.
God, John Singleton directed Boys in the Hood. That's Spike Lee. Dude, you did not.
I thought Spike Lee directed Boys in the Hood.
No, he directed a lot of movies. He directed Malcolm X. He directed.
It was John
Black Klansman.
John Singleton. Black Klansman. Yes, he directed Black Klansman. Yeah, he directed that. Wow. Darren Aronofsky, Human Services. No. It's just a film director. Why are there no women on here? Right? Where's Catherine Bigelow?
Well,
right.
Women get emotional and stuff.
Where are all the women filmmakers? That's the problem. There aren't a lot of women directors, so the film industry is kind of monopolized by men.
The guy who directed Dazed and Confused?
He directed Boyhood, so Secretary of Education.
Boyhood?
Yeah.
Boyhood. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know how.
Gene's a druggie.
Is M. Night on this list?
No.
Do we have any Asian directors at all?
I like how you had this. I like how you had your cabinet picks on the fly, ready to go. Gene.
You mentioned that this was we were talking about
development. There's one black guy, and it's the wrong one. You thought it was the director of Boys in the Hood. It's the director of Malcolm X.
Do they all look the same to you, Gene?
Yeah. What the fuck, Gene?
But Dirt, we were talking about actors or celebrities. We were talking about celebrities as president.
No, movie
and this
director.
was a meme we have in the Discord, so it's like, okay.
It was on the fly. I know you had it prepared. I liked it, John. That's improv.
There's no women. There's no other races other than
Wait.
the black guy that you have. That is the wrong black guy. You're like,
long's
no,
been-
that's Martin Lawrence. No, that's Martin Lawrence. No, I'm sorry.
Well,
no.
The
it's not Will Smith, it's
problem
Martin
is
Lawrence.
that you can blame the film industry because it is
Like
pretty.
the guy who asked Samuel L. Jackson about his Super Bowl commercial, and Samuel L. Jackson was like, "Super Bowl commercial? I wasn't in a Super Bowl commercial." And he's like, "Wait a minute. No. Lawrence Fishburne. That's who you're thinking of. Yeah. Morpheus from The Matrix. No, that's not me. Like, that's not me. I was in Star Wars, right? Yeah, I don't do those. No. Right? I'm the what's in your wallet guy. You know.
Oh, Frosty's like, I'm yet to hear a good candidate from y'all. I hope you're not being serious because we weren't being serious. That was a joke.
Okay.
No,
We were
Michael
goofing
Bay
off.
for director of Homeland Security.
Yeah, we're being serious
All right,
about
no.
having nothing but
Let's get
filmmakers.
serious. For real serious, pro wrestler best president. I'm going with Jesse the Body Ventura.
The only pro wrestlers I know of are Ventura and then Andre the Giant.
Yep.
I'm going to say Stone Cold Steve
Never
Austin.
heard of Hulk Hogan.
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Stone Cold Steve Austin is at least
Well, here,
openly
back to
pro-gay.
Jimmy Carter.
Steve Austin is at least openly pro-gay marriage.
Yeah.
A born-again Christian who promised voters, I will never lie to you.
We now have a projected winner, James Earl Carter of the state of Georgia, elected the next president of the United States.
Carter narrowly defeated Gerald Ford, becoming the first president from the Deep South in more than a century.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
He started with a common touch, an inaugural walk.
Like I said, he's probably one of the most, one of the best presidents we ever had, pretty underrated president.
Well, you say he was one of the most first president from the Deep South in a century.
Yeah, but it's kind of ironic that it's like as much as we hate the Deep South and they're all a bunch of conservatives, one of the best presidents we've ever had is from the Deep South. Now, here's the thing. When it comes to pretty much all our presidents, or at least all the presidents since the 20th century, and we're discussing serious federal crimes like Trump being indicted, Hillary Clinton and her server, Bill Hicks, depends on your or Bill Clinton. It depends on what your definition of is. How many presidents do you think, presidents since the 20th century, do you think are not guilty of some serious federal crime where if they weren't president and they were anyone else that did it, they'd go to federal prison for a really long time?
I don't think I know of any federal crimes that I know that Kennedy did. What about Eisenhower?
It doesn't.
Well, he's the one that got us involved in
Speculation
Vietnam.
is what Gene's.
Yeah, I'm saying that. What percent do you think actually, aren't guilty behind the scenes?
Probably 10, 15%.
Do you think Jimmy Carter's one of those 10, 15%?
That isn't guilty of anything? As far as I know, I've never heard anything bad about him ever.
Let's go back to he was a Democrat. Roosevelt, one of the most popular presidents of the 20th century. He had 4 terms. Well, he died on the 4th one, but 4 times he was elected.
Well, he was the president during World War II, so that was the big reason.
There are also 4 Republicans that lost to Roosevelt.
Yeah.
Right? Were they 4 different guys, or you know what I mean? We don't even know the guys who ran against Roosevelt. It's just who?
And he, again, did a lot of fucked up shit in World War II. All the air raids in Japan and locking all the Japanese citizens up in prison camps.
Hey, we had to keep an eye on them, okay?
They might eat our faces because they're different.
Sweater to talk to the nation about
But I say, of the 20th century, I would say, on average, the Democrats have been some of the most popular presidents. JFK, Obama, and the Republicans have been some of the most fucked up ones. We got Nixon. You know what I mean?
Bunch of libtard rhetoric.
Whoa. I just saw another precarious premise proposed in the chat, dude. I didn't know this, but did you know that Shabisky agreed to a chastity challenge if he hit a stream goal of $400 in tips? Did you know that
You got the belt ready. Got it ready. I'm excited.
Wait! You're gonna put a chastity belt on?
Yeah,
Touch yourself.
You won't be able to touch me anymore, Teddy.
Oh, damn it. Okay,
Yeah.
right. I have seen a variety of cock cages. Right.
Cock cages.
And
cages.
Cock cages. It's like a cage that goes on your cock and
Caucasians and Caucasians.
Caucasians and cock cages.
Cock cages, right? and
it's like it's a new porno coming out.
In the industry, bro.
Cock cages.
We're gonna get the domain name tonight.
But the cock
It's gonna
cages
be
come in a
amazing.
variety of different shapes and stuff, right? Pretty crazy, you know.
Oh yeah,
And
you
it's
should see
like
my
some-
collection.
First, our chief national correspondent, Mac.
Here,
a lot
let's
of
get
them-
to the next
They
story.
look
on
like
the scene
they
of
look
the
like
Palisades
playground
wildfire
equipment
burning.
at like McDonald's. You know what I'm talking about? You know these little things that you know what they had at the place, right? Like
What you
these little
talking
jungle
about?
gym things.
What you talking about?
What you talking about, Louis?
Yeah. What the
right.
hell's on fire? What's going on
That's
here?
Gene, what's
what
that?
I'm talking
California.
Oh!
Apocalyptic scene. This was
Well, see, we're off Jimmy Carter.
Global warming attacks again.
You can hear the crackling of the fire.
This building is on fire, as you can see. It's real hot up in this bitch.
That was a really good shot. All
Let's
along
move
here,
over here where it's less hot.
360 degrees.
Well, it's kind of hot over there too.
Cameraman, come here. There are other businesses across the street that are burning. And right now,
Damn,
across this area,
there's
firefighters
fire all
just
over the
can't
place.
cope with the vast
I don't know how we're going to get out of here alive.
This morning, those apocalyptic scenes in
Please send help. Yeah.
Now, how many people do you think? So, the latest hurricane, all the flooding, people were fucked by all the insurance companies and everything because they don't cover.
You hear about the big celebrity whose house got torched?
Yeah.
Mel Gibson?
No.
James Woods.
Oh, ha ha ha! Fuck you, James Woods.
I heard
That
Mel
must be-
Gibson too.
That must be why he was screaming on Twitter or something about how the fire is all the liberals' fault.
Fucking libtards.
But you know what? Los Angeles itself being on fire means to me?
What, baby?
It's more Demolition Man, baby. Because in Demolition Man, right about now,
I think it just shows that. I think it just shows that God's mad at us because we aren't reading the Bible enough and doing what it say.
You don't understand. Demolition Man's going to happen in the future. You've seen Demolition Man, right?
Under a state of emergency, over 50,000
Sylvester Stallone and Wesley Snipes are fighting each other in the future. The future's all wet.
One after
People don't wipe their ass with toilet paper in the
Pacific
future.
Palisades, one of the wealthiest in the country.
They use
It was
3C
fueled by
shells.
historic winds.
People don't have sex in the
Rate of
future.
5 football fields per minute.
Instead, they have this
Palisades high-end
virtual
downtown
sex.
area.
That's where we're going to be, too.
2,900
People won't have sex
on
in
the ground
They'll be
and
having
the air, but the fire
virtual
exploding
sex.
everywhere.
Yeah, sex is for girls.
Firefighters and locals overwhelmed.
Is there virtual sex
get out of
in
here.
California wildfire?
Wait, now, so how many people do you think are going to be screwed by their insurance companies where it's like, hey, we don't cover fires?
Right, all of them. Because Los Angeles will. The big ones come. And then when that happens, Los Angeles will be destroyed, along with San Francisco. And then they'll reform into a community called San Angeles. In San Angeles in the future, the only restaurant will be Taco Bell. And prisoners will be frozen. We'll have a cryogenic prison system, right? The cryogenic prison system is the best way to keep, because we can put so many people in jail.
We can just freeze them and then they won't burn.
Right,
Sorry, bro.
right.
Sorry.
And this is all what happened in Demolition Man.
John,
It's
I
all
don't
gonna
know.
keep the home.
I don't know if you were performing a layup for the next story, John, but yeah, I have heard that here recently, like in months leading up to the fires. I don't know how recently, but a lot of these insurance companies literally said, yeah, we can't cover wildfire coverage in these areas because it would sink us.
Same with the flood insurance out on the other coast, around Florida and over there. They're pulling out of the flood insurance, fire insurance in California and flood insurance in Florida.
That's why it's a scam. You pay into it until they decide that what you have been paying into for, who knows, maybe 2 decades.
Oh, imagine how many people would lose their jobs. Well, imagine how many people would lose their jobs if they covered it. They'd go out of business because,
You took all that money that you put on insurance, whatever the fuck it is, and put it into an emergency expense account, you'd probably be better to fuck off. Insurance is a scam, and I'll say it.
And insurance for these things are required. Car insurance is required.
Yep, and it's a
in order for you to operate a car. Right, it totally is, but it's required. Like home
health insurance, where it's like, hey, if they didn't drop all these cancer patients and everything who need it, they'd go out of business.
There's a lot of people that are just not insured, right? Because it's impossible.
Surrounded by flames. A Santa Ana wind event the National Weather Service called
the worst bearded guy in the bottom left corner.
The fire is being fueled by a combination of strong winds and surrounding topography, which is making it extremely challenging for our personnel that are assigned to this incident.
Eddie's in the bottom left corner, so I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Maybe he means bear guy.
I think he means the bottom right corner. But, oh,
Bear. Yeah.
The bear did.
4 or 5 houses go up.
The bear
guy. The entire area here.
I'm a bear.
Looks apocalyptic.
And that wildfire sparing no vehicle or structure safe across
my bear family brewed beer.
The fire's so widespread, no word yet on deaths or injuries.
We shit out in the woods, and we got like
the magnitude of the massive fire.
Got a brewery out in the briar.
Gene, I don't think it's okay for us to talk about this if we're not gonna go out there and help put out the fire.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right there.
You know, as a white man,
trying to flee the fire.
I just wanted to say that. As a
we
white
need to make
man.
it. What is it, like Fahrenheit 451, where they have fireproof houses, and what is it, firemen? They don't put out fires; they burn books because.
You think Trump is pleased that California's on fire?
He is.
Yes. It's a damn liberal state.
He's basically praising this, saying that this is all the results of how incompetent the Democrats are, and this is all the governor's fault for doing water rationing, and when I become president, we're going to let the water just flow in California.
They
baby drill
have droughts because they're like a desert state. So
yeah, I know you don't need to explain
I
it to
know.
me, but that's one of the things
Yeah.
I saw when I woke up was Trump is like, we would let the
I'm
water
not explaining
just
it to you.
flow.
I'm saying, like, in general,
It'll-
like the people that make those arguments. It's like, they're a desert state. So
It'll be like Superman 3. We will freeze lakes and bring the ice cubes to California.
Yeah.
Fire abandoning their cars, but that made it impossible.
Yeah, well, that says, yep, once again, showing that Donald Trump doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah, but not just Trump, it's also just people in general. It's like whenever something bad happens, it's 100% because of whoever the president, the governor is of that particular area, and it's because they're stupid Democrat or a stupid Republican, when in a lot of cases, it's just some of this stuff's unavoidable. Like, the exact same thing would have happened regardless of who was in office. So it's just when people do that, it's like, do they have an argument for why they think it has to do with that politician specifically, or that administration, or the policies that they've supported or like enforced? And usually it's like, they haven't done any homework, they can't go into detail, they can't present an argument, but they clearly know their shit, because not informing yourself or educating yourself results in knowing what you're talking about.
For firefighters to enter the fire zone, so a fire department bulldozer had to push dozens of the abandoned vehicles out of the way.
This is Sunset Boulevard, right in the heart of Pacific Palisades, and all of these cars, including us at one point, were stuck in this gridlock.
And that's the thing, they want to blame the Democrats, like what Vlad said, but it's the right that's denying climate change, and then they're the ones that want to allow corporations to do whatever they want, which usually results in them, fucking up the environment and so forth, and causing a lot of these problems. So, and I just don't get it. They, everything's a conspiracy, except for some reason, big corporations. I don't know why Republicans think that. Again, it's an idiocracy. Like, who benefits? If you're gonna play the stupid conspiracy game, wouldn't the most logical sort of group out there to point to wouldn't it be the big corporations because they want to make money? So shouldn't that be the group that we kind of trust the least?
No.
But no, the conspiracy is with all the scientists and academics, the universities, all these humanitarian aid organizations. Yeah, it's those are the ones behind the conspiracies, and they're bought out and stuff. But the corporations, let's shill for them. But then it's like, well, if they're bought out, then who's buying them out?
If you try to present that to the average magatard, then they'll start talking about deep state stuff. Or whatever the latest term you're using for it is.
1/5 of Americans take the QAnon conspiracy theory seriously, or they'll say that they support the theory.
1/5? You mean 20%?
Yep. And
Well,
you might think, okay, like it's not that bad, but then you look into the
how
fact
many
that,
believe in angels?
well, 1 in 5 Americans believe the Bible is the literal word of God. So it's like most Americans will say they're Christian, but most people will, do the cherry pick thing. It's written a long time ago, it's figurative, but 1/5 will claim that, yeah, it is the literal word of God. And then it's something...
kind of a problem going on churches and affiliations. Say the previous generation had better church affiliations, better community in general. People aren't talking to their neighbors. They're not going to the community church anymore. It's dropping off. It's dropping off.
69% of Americans believe in angels.
But they're not going to church. I mean, look at the way Simpsons and Family Guy both used to go to church.
You're right, yeah.
See, we're going downhill. If only we had more people going to church, then
it's just not. It's becoming a thing. People have their own personal beliefs. People are paying attention to, I don't know, super churches. I mean, the mall church is great business right now. You know what I'm talking about? I mean, I call it not a mall church, but Walmart kind of church. And Mark, you were talking about one church that had like a coffee shop in the front, and that's like blasphemous or something, right?
I went to a mega church that my father's family went to, and the first thing I noticed when I walked in was there was a barista, there were kiosks selling CDs, they were selling t-shirts, a lot of sales going on in the church. And I just could not help but think about that story where Jesus walks into the temple and finds a bunch of buying and selling going on, and
merchants
goes ape shit and starts flipping tables and beating people.
We never see Jesus angry at any other point.
Arguably the fig tree.
Wait, Green Gain says, Gene, have you drinking Soon Energy yet?
Ignore that.
Yeah.
Ignore that.
For firefighting.
I thought they were just asking me, hey, you look kind of lethargic.
They've been doing this Soon Energy drink thing for like a month now.
So a bulldozer literally shoved all of these cars to the side. You can see the bumpers ripped off, the scratches along the vehicles here. There's glass in the roadway.
Dozens of homes obliterated by the flames as residents trying to flee. Flames inching up the hill of the Getty Villa Museum with more than 100.
So if they're not insured, or if their insurance companies don't cover it, it's like, imagine losing your car. You lose pretty much all your property. Dude.
25,000 priceless artifacts at risk.
It's like a third of Americans can't afford a $300, $400 emergency. What percent of people do you think in this scenario where they're not being insured and their homes are burned down and everything fall into that percentage, or fall into that 1/3?
How about all percentage? How about James Woods being a multimillionaire? He's fine.
I think he can afford a $300 emergency.
On Malibu Beach, lifeguard stations ablaze. The ocean here, but not close enough to save homes and businesses along the Pacific Coast Highway.
So bad
the
for
Racketson
James
family hosing
Woods
down
right now.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying even James Woods.
He has to go to one of his other mansions and stay there instead. Oh.
He was in Once Upon a Time in America.
Vlad Tepes
But they
says
can, but-
people over in Fox were rambling about looting during these fires. I bet they are looting. I would loot. If my fucking house just burnt down, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I can to try to get back on the level.
The immigrants, they're the ones looting. Why we can't let them in?
For clearing the area, taking with them the hope that their home might be safe.
I started to
There's a lot of stuff being
Plus, they are
the shrubbery and the trees.
Plus, they are taking stuff that's likely to get destroyed anyways in the fire.
Yeah.
So that's
What was
probably
it?
their,
I mean,
their
why not?
thoughts on it.
What was it Kanye West said during the George Bush doesn't care? He said,
Yeah.
like, when they're black, they're called looters. When they're white, they're called scavengers or something, I think.
Survivors.
Hmm.
Something
Yeah,
like
I
that.
think there's some truth to that. It's kind of like the George
There's
Floyd
really truth to
protests.
that. I mean, that's why Kanye West was, because he became that guy who could interrupt like a big show and be like in front of Taylor Swift and says, whoa, hold on, I'll let you finish, right? You know what I mean? Well, she's accepting a trophy. And then he wouldn't listen to anybody tell him not to do anything. That's kind of how we went down the rabbit hole. We're literally all around and we're like, dude, stop. And he was like, no, this is how we're going. And you know who predicted that? The South Park guys. It's really that gay fish thing going on.
What
Right?
were you going to
He's like-
say about the George Floyd riots, though?
Oh, they were claiming that the not the riots, the protesters, they were claiming that they were terrorists, and then on the January 6th protest, they were claiming that they were protesters.
Oh yeah, the people that are in
Yeah.
the process of do you remember the dude who had like it's one of the many pictures from that day, but the guy who had like probably 500 zip ties on him, like he was planning on taking everyone in Congress hostage, is what I took from it. It's a lot of zip ties.
Yeah.
And then somebody showed up with like pipe bombs, I think, and
Gallows.
oh yeah, they built a gallows outside, medieval style. Like, we don't have a gallows. Well, let's build one.
They showed up. There's video of the people who set up the gallows. They've identified. I mean, it was all right there. Everything's videotaped out in the green area around.
A gallows that I seem to remember was meant for Mike Pence, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a traitor.
There was only one rope.
You're back to the
Pile
burning
of
buildings.
misery, and it is not unique. There are several communities and neighborhoods and residential areas that look just like this. This was a shopping center, and beyond that, a school, and now you can't even figure out what it is. Tonight, everyone in this area is praying that the winds don't
Shab, did you notice that? You can't really tell what it is.
pick up. A firefighter
Wait, is this Gaza?
Yeah,
the smallest ember with those winds.
Wait, there aren't any like dead kids all missing their limbs.
No,
like,
they're underneath there.
And he's not wearing a bulletproof vest and a helmet.
This is in Gaza, right? We're in Gaza.
Never mind. That still looks somewhat intact, so I don't think it is
Fire in Los
Gaza.
Angeles history looks like.
I think it's Gaza.
The toll of the devastation is staggering. Thousands of structures.
That looks like
obliterated. More than authorities can even count. The burn area in the
Oh,
Pacific
look at
Palisades.
that.
Not the flag.
That's the
That
real
looks like Gaza.
The death toll will rise. I hope I'm wrong.
That's
I think it's going to rise.
These apocalyptic conditions now in their third day, and the biggest infernos are still 0% contained.
This is one of the eeriest scenes we've seen so far. These were the cars that were abandoned when people got stuck in gridlock and had to run for safety.
You know what I find really kind of crazy?
Gene.
The fact that there are now deaf next to the guys doing press conferences like all the time now. It's just standard practice, right?
And there's a lot of deaf people out there.
Are there more deaf people than there were before?
I think they're just being more conscious about it.
We have, but this video has subtitles. You know what I'm saying? We have a lot of technology, but there's a guy. And they're before they're just standing over. They're in the shot now, standing next to the guy. They were there before, but they were like standing over here. You know what I'm saying? For the people there, you know.
I remember an incident where the signer next to Obama didn't actually know sign language. It was just some fucking guy that was right next to Obama.
Trolling.
Not even, I think he was like a crazy guy.
And he's just a crazy person.
Like, I don't understand how the Secret Service didn't get in as much trouble over that as they did for, I mean, I know Trump actually got shot at, but this is just some guy, and he's like 5 feet away from Obama. At any point, he could have pulled a gun out and just blasted him.
Yeah. That's it. I'm a sign language interpreter. Just show up at press conferences and just kind of stand near the podium.
I wonder if it was a deaf person who figured it out. They were like, wait, that's not sign language. What the fuck is he doing?
What is going on here?
One thing I do want to point out is I understand that, okay, like climate changes over time and stuff. So you can never 100% guarantee that things might not shift significantly, but I do think they should stop building notable population centers in areas that are at great risk of natural disasters. So
I agree.
Building them, on micro.
I got something to say about the image on the screen, though, right? You know what I'm saying? You're talking about crazy yellow Jack Jerry's are having a sale, half of our super discounted. Like half the lot just discounted to rock bottom prices. Come on out to Crazy Yellow Jacket Larry's for the lowest prices on used cars.
It's a car salesman. I'll buy that car over there that doesn't work at all.
Yeah, that's the one that's like an extreme discount. This one doesn't have a windshield anymore, but it's still drivable.
You could sit it in
Leaves
and
the lot.
pretend.
You can see how look at that.
Yeah, look at that. That is a fucked up. Wow. Look at the tires. The tires just melt. The tires were in puddles underneath.
Threatening radio, cellular, and broadcast signals citywide. Roughly 2,000
So,
firefighters.
how did this all get going? I've heard about this fire over and over again for the past week, and I haven't actually heard how or where it got started.
There's 2 fires. They were started in different ways. Actually, they're kind of far away from each other, so they both didn't start the same way. We're not really sure. Dry conditions, heavy winds, you know.
But all right, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, they happen every year,
Not
right?
enough.
So,
Residents reaching in to save their own homes.
This is a tragedy. It's going to be you.
He's wearing his mask.
And now it is me.
But I still don't get why they keep building settlement or building notable population centers in these areas where there's so much fucking, like, they're at such a great risk of natural disasters. But then after, like, something like this happens, a calamity where homes are wiped, entire neighborhoods are wiped from the map, they'll continue to rebuild in those areas. It's just, you know what, let it be. It's destroyed. It's going to get destroyed again, because these are, like, high-risk zones. They're in the red. So, why?
I live in an area that was devastated by the 2008 floods, and people just rebuilt their houses right in the towns that were underwater a few months ago.
Rich Collins says liberalism is a mental disorder.
I can't tell you the amount
Do you agree with that, Shab?
Yeah.
We met the
bunch
champion.
of hartards, them
What I would do is to do
libtards,
dishes in our own house, which is
motherfuckers.
like so basic, but things that you take for granted, all the life that we built here.
And the threat is not over.
Bunch
Last
of
night, new
hippies.
fires ignited near more heavily populated areas. The Sunset Fire triggering rush hour evacuations in the heart of Hollywood. Miraculously, a break in the winds let crews attack the fire from the air, stopping the blaze before it could reach homes. These firefighters are going non-stop.
Do you think the Hollywood sign's at risk?
60 hours battling more than just the flames.
How's your water pressure been? Water pressure's been a big issue. We have had hydrants, dead hydrants. So we've been having to go back to Sunset Boulevard to get water to come all the way out here.
The smoke hasn't cleared and anger is growing. Many questions loom. Was Los Angeles prepared?
We will absolutely do an evaluation to look at what worked, what didn't work, and to correct or to hold accountable any body, department, individual, etc.
Failing water pressure and hydrants leading to a heated moment. A fire victim challenging California's governor.
Why was there no water in the hydrants?
You think it's the governor's fault?
Yeah, dumb motherfucker.
Now, California has a larger population than Canada.
Yeah.
So, the thing is, this is another example of this is one specific area in the state, which is like the third largest state in terms of land mass in the country. And how much of that does the governor really have control over? And how much of that has more to do with the different municipalities and the local sort of like departments in those areas when it comes to making sure, like dealing with the logistics, making sure that things like the fire hydrants are actually working and ready when needed. But it's the main dude in charge. The governor is the government. It's 100% them in California. Or if it's the federal level, the president is the government. There's no Congress, no Supreme Court, aren't any other variables involved. It's all 100% just that one person.
Governor,
That's all literally.
is it going to be different next time?
It has to be. While the cause of the fire is still unknown, the damage is incalculable.
Gene would be a coward and run away, damn it, from a fire? Yeah, I guess the smart thing to do is you're an alpha if you punch them in the mouth, so you gotta stay there and fight the fire.
Before and after satellite pictures show the story. On the Malibu coast, a row of multi-million-dollar mansions laid to waste. 40 miles away, this view from Altadena, a middle-class neighborhood dotted with disparate
what we do with a yellow
For
hatter.
those coming back, home looks like a hellscape.
So what's a yellow hatter? Is that another meme I'm not aware of?
We couldn't even recognize it on our way up here. We didn't even know where we were 1 block from our house because everything was so different. No landmarks left.
And Tom, you mentioned there was a break in the weather. The winds were a bit more favorable today, but the situation is growing more serious this evening.
That's right. Firefighters are still working around the clock. Officials believe the death toll will likely grow as they check out more neighborhoods. And there's one more thing they're warning about tonight, and that is looters. If you can believe it, Lester, people are coming to areas like this and stealing what little people have left. So far, there have been at least a dozen arrests. Lester?
All right, Tom, thank you. The task of
What's odd is, I guess, that a different state, but I know in New York they're having a very hard time with shoplifting, and it really is fucking up the economy in New York. So many businesses and stores are shutting down because they're not arresting people who engage in shoplifting at all, and stores can't really do anything about it. But I mean, I don't know if California, the same thing's going on in their major cities like San Francisco, LA and everything, but if that's true. I think it's kind of ironic that in a scenario like this, when they're looting like pretty much debris fields due to fires, now it's time to, go in and arrest them.
Such a massive area of fire is immense, and as Morgan Chesky reports, the struggle for water is complicating the fight on the front lines.
Tonight, a relentless firefight far from over. Frontline crews facing challenges that only start with the flames.
What do we got going? So what we have is the fire's already burned through here. What we're looking at right now could have been caused by a single ember. One ember could have caused this.
We join Los Angeles Fire Captain Adam Van Gerpen in the Pacific Palisades.
This hydrant has no water.
Where lack of water, critical to battling a still active wildfire, frustrated crews. This one from San Francisco.
What should the water pressure be right now, ideally?
I mean, you want 50 to 80 is your ideal hydrant pressure.
And what have you got?
I'm bouncing between 0 and 50. It's not a consistent pressure.
As nearby hydrants failed and water pressure fell, firefighters above switching from offense to defense.
When you run
Now, when it comes to water rationing, the problem is a lot of people, when they do it, it's kind of like during COVID where people are like, God, fuck this, I gotta stay home. I don't like this quarantine thing, it's stupid. people don't like that they can't fill up their swimming pools, and they just don't they don't want to actually abide by the water rations. Maybe that has something to do with the fact that there wasn't enough water available in the hydrants, or they weren't able to produce a sufficient amount of water.
That's a theory.
Yeah.
Out of water
But no, it's just the fact that because they're rationing water, it's I guess drying out the soil, and yeah, it's not like that's more absurd.
Not much we can do then. We came on, this is our first job for the day.
Flames burning for precious minutes before any reinforcements could arrive.
Had we had water earlier on in the firefight, we probably could have stopped it from getting this big.
This is something we have not seen often, but when the hydrants are dry, crews have to rely on these tanker trucks because the fire waits for...
So when are we gonna have like firefighting drones?
We already have those, I think.
Yeah. But when are we gonna replace? We're gonna have self-driven fire trucks that just pull up and start hosing down the entire area,
like a GTA fire truck.
Yeah.
I mean, I think feasibly we could probably attach a high pressure hose to one of those dog robots. Probably have to you probably have to set it up to be able to take that blowback from it, but could put a lot less firemen in danger because they'd be able to go into the fire.
I think we need land and air robots where, take one of those big dog robots and make it so they fly in, and then when need be, they can actually land and use their limbs and stuff and go in and just start spraying down the area.
Yeah.
For no one. The situation of...
But then the firefighters would lose their jobs.
One for the captain, a 25-year veteran.
See, we need to robots just replace the government, and then we just need to make communism work.
Yeah, it'll work this time.
Mere blocks away, another call coming.
Well, it's a technocracy.
In for another home up in flames. If we had any wind right now.
But all honesty, it's just if you can do that, provide everyone's needs through just automation, then wouldn't communism be able to work in a scenario like that?
Don't know, it hasn't reached it, but it hasn't worked any other time.
But the problem with all the other scenarios is it has to do more with human nature. It's when it comes to labor and so forth, it's just if everyone's paid the same, why would somebody want to be a doctor? It's you kind of need supply and demand. There's that natural element of enticing people to work, pursue certain trades. If there's a lack of people in a market, so you got the demand for it, then the value of that trade goes up. So then if you pay people more, they'll actually follow through with that job. Now, the thing is, if you just have robots that can do everything, then that's not really an issue. So in a scenario like that, where, we got some supercomputer that has all the perfect algorithms for governing everyone, you got matter synthesizers, and they can just convert dirt into Buckminster fluorine, and then they can just 3D print everyone houses. Anyone can have a yacht, 3D print it, where they just convert dirt into all the metallic materials that you need.
And where's all the energy production for all of this going to come from?
Well, it would be a singularity. So the whole point is that we'll get to the point where when the robots can pretty much go and harvest all the energy, all the fuel, everything imaginable. Plus, there's also the sun. So if solar energy gets sophisticated enough, then that wouldn't really be a problem.
Completely different firefight.
100% different firefight.
Just feet away.
Oh, Alex says, laugh out loud. Do you think that's unreasonable? Because it's the Sahara Desert. It's something if they utilize something 1% or 5% of the Sahara Desert solar panels, they'd be able to power the entire globe. or at least when it comes to basic infrastructure like lighting and everything. So I think the sun provides pretty much all the energy people need once you develop the technology or advance the technology to harness that energy. So once you get to that point, and you got unlimited labor, because when the robots have all the energy they need from the sun, and they can pretty much perform all the tasks needed, then why does anyone need to work at that point? Wouldn't communism work? Yes, we need fusion. Yup.
Gene's a
$1 million
communist,
view.
guys, confirmed.
Doesn't Shavender do a really good job as co-host, participating?
What is Dirt even doing?
There's not even a single home from this entire.
I don't know. I think they died.
If you had trying to convert dirt, why do you want just play with the dirt?
We've had a proper firefight here.
More firefighters, more fire hydrants, more airdropping capabilities. We need more of everything.
Tonight, these crews doing whatever they can with whatever they have, fighting a historic disaster.
Good night, Rooster.
And
or
more
roster.
Red flag warning to those.
You know,
they're getting tired.
Gene, do you know who firebombed? I mean, not firebombed. Waterbombed these Californians, even though they're being heavily tariffed, apparently.
Oh, what's that?
Do you know who waterbombed California despite the heavy tariffs that are about to come in?
Hamas.
Yes. I mean, no. Canada, Gene.
Why is Canada waterbombing the United States?
Waterbomb? Because it's on fire, Gene.
Why are they assaulting us?
Assaulting,
yeah.
Absolutely do, and that's one of the big concerns of the crew we embedded with today. They tell us that one ember can travel up to 2 miles, and that is why until that red flag warning expires at 6 p.m.
Alex talking about how the problems with solar energy, but that's now technology improves over time. So currently, when it comes to solar panels, they're not absolutely efficient when it comes to providing all the needed power, but the technology is just going to improve and accelerate at a notable rate. So we are going to get to that point where once we're able to harness all the energy from the sun, it will pretty much provide us with and I know there's no such thing as unlimited energy. So it's you got entropy, where everything, wear and tear, everything breaks down, and then energy can't be created or destroyed. But it pretty much provides at least humans on planet Earth everything they need for all of our utilities and so forth, until the sun I guess turns into a black hole. Or no, our sun's not, or star's not large enough to turn into a black hole, but until it goes once it goes supernova, it's going to engulf the Earth. So
the Earth,
I guess until that happens,
the sun is going to swell up into a red giant first, and then that will consume Earth, and then
on guard because a potential fire could pop up almost anywhere. Lester.
Dincheski, thank you. And the view from space shows the magnitude of the fire in Altadena, just part of the fire zone. And for so many returning home today, there was little left. Gotti Schwartz joins us. And Gotti, you spent the day in Altadena. What did you find?
Lester, heartbreak. The fire emergency in California, one of the worst natural disasters in that state's history. 8,000 firefighters and emergency personnel have been deployed, including the National Guard. Firefighters have poured in from all over the country to help. Overnight, officials said the death toll has now risen to 10 people. And a new fire, the Kenneth Fire, ignited in the West Hills. It quickly scorched nearly 1,000 acres in a matter of hours. I want to show you this map right here that shows the fires and evacuation zones.
Only 10 people?
So far, 180,000 residents have been told to evacuate at some point over the course of this disaster.
Did any rich or famous people die?
Clint Eastwood.
No. Some people are now returning what's left of their homes and neighborhoods, block after block. You see it right there, obliterated. More than 10,000 structures destroyed or damaged. The Palisades Fire is the most destructive in Southern California history. It's burned an area larger than the size of Manhattan. Chief National Correspondent Matt Gutman starts off our team coverage. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, George, I want you to see behind me there's a house that is now fully engulfed. We are still seeing homes burst into flames here days after the initial fire.
Okay, next topic. let's get to the North Koreans.
Yay, North Korea is the greatest.
Yeah, Shad loves North Korea.
It's way better than dumb America. We eat birds here and drink water and act like it's food. We do all sorts of shit.
Yeah, we don't even have water. We just eat snow.
We eat snow. Yeah, that's what we do. No birds exist in America.
Yeah, North Korea, their leader is born without a butthole, and they always get a hole in one. So, dude, they don't even go into detail. At least 7 injured, and so no one died.
Damn it.
Dude, why is Russia killing far less people than Israel?
Ever think you maybe have a bit of an obsession with Israel?
Well, it is a pretty significant thing that's currently going on. I mean, lots of innocent people are dying, so when it comes to...
Significant.
Yeah.
A war in Israel, between Israel and Palestine, or even the Middle East in general, is significant.
Certain wars are more significant than others, and it is pretty fucked up what's going on. I mean, it is a fucking, like, it is a genocide. What are your thoughts, Shabisky?
I think that 90% of the people in Palestine are part of Hamas anyways, so
yeah.
It's fine.
Well, Ruby said 60%.
Yeah, well, they just were underestimating. The reality is it's 90 from my research I've done, heavily done, heavy research.
And thing is, when we were covering the Tigray War in Ethiopia, people were like, oh, why are you covering this? In Africa, there's wars all the time. It's like, well, there's wars across the planet all the time. But the Tigray War, a lot more people were dying compared to a lot of those other wars that are kind of like smaller skirmishes. So I do think when a war is going on where hundreds of thousands of people are dying, it is something that's worth like covering.
A conflict that's been going on for our entire lifetimes.
Well, Palestine, yeah, it has been going on,
now.
But in Gaza, the level of destruction that they're causing to them now really has reached a pinnacle, and it's gone beyond what we've seen in the past. Oh, it's not the Grey War, it's the Tigray War. Essentially, in Ethiopia, like, there's a northern territory, which is one of their wealthier sort of territories and so forth, where pretty much people in that region pretty much won every single, like, election throughout the span of, like, 4 or 5 election cycles, and they had a monopoly when it came to government influence, but then a different candidate won that was outside of their party, so they got angry. Kind of like Burma, where the junta, they didn't like the president, so they decided to just go in and arrest her. And the general of their military appointed themselves, like the nation's new leader or president. So that's essentially what happened. The Tigrayan people, which was their big, like, economic and wealth center, decided, fuck it, we're just going to go in and not abide by the election, and we're going to try to seize control of the country's government. And then a major civil war broke out, and at the time it was going on, as many people were dying as, in regards, it was pretty much equivalent to what was going on in Ukraine. But nobody discussed it, because why do you think anyone discussed it, Shabisky?
I'm not sure, Gene.
I think it's because they were not a bunch of white Westerners.
Oh yeah, white people.
And then in Burma,
they're the greatest.
Like I said, the junta, the Myanmar civil war's been going on, and within the same time span, they've accumulated pretty much the same casualty counts that we've seen in Ukraine. And that's another one where there's coverage, but people don't really pay attention to it. And again, I think it's probably because they're not a bunch of white Westerners. Honors Russian soldiers famous for viral Ukraine. Okay, it's a terrible video.
The Ukrainian Defense Forces have captured the first North Korean servicemen who fight for the Russists in the Kursk region. Thus, the Security Service of Ukraine, which investigates and files the relevant crimes, has received indisputable evidence of the DPRK's participation in Russia's war against our country. We are talking about 2 North Korean soldiers, one of whom was captured on 9th of January.
Now, how brainwashed do you think they are? My thing is, do you think maybe it's like, oh, thank God I'm captured by Ukraine. Maybe they'll give me asylum and let me defect from North Korea? Or do you think it's like, oh my God, heresy, I was taught that they can read my mind and they'll absorb my spirit. So on a spectrum of those two scenarios, what do you think it is?
I'm guessing these people were deemed undesirables in the first place, and that's why they were shipped there, so they're probably relieved.
Well, they pretty much, it's mandatory for everyone in North Korea to serve, so they have the largest amount of military personnel compared to any other country. So, and pretty much everyone in North Korea, except for a very, very small percent, are pretty much just slaves. I mean, you look at their prison system, they got the 3-generation policy. So there's a large amount of people that are born in prison because of something that their uncle did or their grandparent did. So if you commit a crime, all your relatives go to Camp 22 or one of their many prison camps. And if you look at satellite imagery of the Korean Peninsula, you can see that South Korea is completely lit up because it's got modern infrastructure. But then in North Korea, you got this little blip, which is Pyongyang. And then the rest of the country is just all dark and desolate.
You should probably just pull up an image of that one to emphasize for people, because I've seen it too, and yeah, it's just this black spot on the globe with one little dot of light on it.
2025 by soldiers
I can
of the
find
Ukrainian
it for
Special
you.
Operations Forces, 84 Tactical Group, and the other by paratroopers of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Immediately after being captured, the foreigners were provided with all the necessary medical care as stipulated by the Geneva Convention. They were taken to Kyiv to carry out priority investigative measures. They are being held in appropriate conditions that meet the requirements of international law. The POWs...
Here, I found it. Yep.
No. Show the actual, I just sent it to your DM. Show the one that's actually from space. Because the graphic is one thing, but, this is actually, yeah.
Ooh. Yep, in Pyongyang, there was graffiti that was found on a wall that was defaming towards, the, Kims or the Yoons. I don't know how you go about the last name, first name thing, but they shut down the entire city to investigate.
Do not speak Ukrainian, English, or Russian, so communication with them is carried out through interpreters of Korean in cooperation with South Korean.
Can't they use Google Translate translation programs.
NIS. At the time of capture, one of the
would
foreigners
think.
had a Russian military ID card issued in the name of another person with registration in the Republic of Tuva, Russian Federation.
Ooh, I'm seeing like certain like I don't know, is that Korean or like Japanese Mandarin, or I'm gonna put it in Google Translate. Maybe they're one of our viewers from Osaka, because I've been telling our Japanese viewers they need to start participating.
The other
I know they're watching.
During the interrogation, the DPRK soldier who was found with the ticket told the Security Service of Ukraine that he had been issued...
Dean is a big fan of your animation.
At that time, he said, some of North Korea's combat units had 1 week...
Well, they probably like the fact that I don't obsess over it. They probably hate Westerners that
was a rifleman
and are the big weeaboo anime fanatics.
Since 2021. It is noteworthy that the prisoner, just as Russian military, at the outset of the full-scale...
It is Japanese!
Yeah, it is.
I am genetic. I love Chibisky and would like to date him. Oh.
Me too.
See? Google Translate's awesome. Are you from
Wait, was
Osaka,
that you
Japan?
speaking, Gene, or them?
It's them. The characters in the
okay,
chat,
just
I
checking.
put them...
So
yeah, I put it in Google
you don't want to
Translate.
date. You're saying.
No.
Allegedly going for training, not to fight a war against Ukraine. Another prisoner of war confirmed the testimony of his fellow...
Okay, here...
we're going to finally make love, Gene.
Jessica in the chat makes a point that it could be that they're speaking in a very specific dialect that only exists in North Korea now.
Well, yeah, I believe the dialects would be different. I guess it's sort of like... now, when you say dialect, do you mean like the verbiage, or do you mean the, like, sort of like the phonetics, so accent, like their accent?
I would say both, since they're so damn insular and they're not allowed to be exposed to the outside world. They could sound like mountain hillbillies from the Korean equivalent of mountain hillbillies right now, where they're technically speaking the language, but it's so mucked up with their own dialect and their own slang that you can't really follow much of what's being said.
Now, I want to know, I'm sorry. I like how finally have one of our Japanese fans in the chat. Are they from Osaka? Because apparently that's the city where, out of all the cities, we generate the largest amount of like view time. So we're getting more view time from, or watch time from Osaka, Japan than any other city.
Soldier. He gave some of his answers in writing because he had an injured jaw. According to preliminary information, he was born in 1999 and has been serving in the DPRK army since 2016 as a scout sniper. The Security Service of Ukraine is currently conducting the necessary investigative measures to establish all the circumstances.
Here, Shab. Try to read what I'm sending you in the DM.
I half imagine a couple of them are like, wow, this prison is nice. I have an actual, like, mat to lay on, and there's food. This is lovely.
Watashi wa eden shidesu. Watashi wa shabiskut ga stezukad ker tu deto shide. See, I'm doing it perfectly, Gene.
You said all of that with a Spanish accent.
Close enough.
Right? You like Chibisky.
私は遺伝子です。私はシャビスキーが大好きで彼とデートしたいです。
See, we need to do like a Osaka meetup. Maybe I shouldn't assume that they're from there.
You can all be the awkward white people that nobody wants around.
Yes. That's what I mean, I'm used to that.
Wait, we got a Cambodian viewer.
Whoa, everybody.
See, we need to do a Cambodian meetup as well. Cambodia meetup. What is it? The Cambodian, like, fried tarantula. Sorry, I'm slurring my speech because I got a migraine, but...
Against Ukraine. The investigation is being conducted...
Shab, where's Cambodia?
The
country says border.
I think you don't know.
It borders Laos and Vietnam.
I knew that.
They were part of France, and France,
Yeah.
like I said earlier in the stream, talking about colonialism.
Who's
Yeah,
the guy
fuck
in
those
the
colonists.
To the procedural guidance of the prosecutor general.
What's that?
What?
What?
Like character from Resident Evil 5.
Does he?
He looks like a video game character.
He does, yes.
General's office under Article 437 of the
Chris Redfield
Criminal Code of Ukraine. Planning, preparation, unleashing, and
The
waging
triple
aggressive-
triangle beard is bugging me now that you pointed that out.
Dude, see, this is why we need to stay up until like 6 o'clock in the morning. We get all our viewers who aren't from America.
Right.
And then they actually don't, like, they know how to be formal, and they know how to say nice things.
Ukraine Security Service has said
Well,
the
that's
arrest of two
because
North
they're
Korean
afraid if they anger the Americans, we will do what Americans do.
We'll start ooking and foaming from the mouth.
No, that's
in
what
Kursk,
Negan
indisputable
does.
evidence of Pyongyang's
And they're American.
involvement in the war.
We don't claim
The
that.
two unnamed men were captured by Ukrainian forces on Saturday and have since reportedly been sent to Kyiv for questioning. Artem Dektyurenko said one of the men was carrying a Russian military ID card issued in the name of a different person. Video released by the SSU purports to show the two men in detention, apparently in Kyiv. In his nightly video address, President Volodymyr Zelensky confirmed the two North Koreans were being questioned by investigators with the help of Korean translators.
Did we watch this already?
Well, the last video, they didn't really go into any detail. Or they weren't playing. We've had it on pause for a while because we've been talking to our
I
viewers.
definitely saw this guy and that other guy.
Yeah, but we've been talking to our viewers from the East.
This is what is left.
Now, one of the things Russia's been doing is they've been using the meat grinder tactics. So they'll have like their like poorly trained conscripts and they don't give them the adequate training, and they pretty much throw them in the front lines to absorb fire. So that way the enemy combatants will reveal their positions, and then they're able to take them out. And it has proven to be an efficient strategy for Russia in the past, even though it's pretty unethical. But I believe they've pretty much been doing this with the North Korean soldiers, just using them for the meat grinder tactics.
Wow.
The village of Berdin in the Kursk region of Russia.
And that's what Wagner, that was one of the big things Wagner did, and it was pretty efficient. They were doing a good job, even though they're more of on the villainous side here when it came to,
villainous side.
Yeah. But what ended up happening is they got mad at Putin because Putin didn't follow through with the logistics and providing them with the ammunition that they needed. So even though they were faring pretty well compared to any of the like other Russia sort of regiments and everything that were actually part of the military because they were mercenaries, because Putin fucked up and didn't follow through with the logistics, they ended up getting mad and attacking Moscow. But now I guess Kim Jong-un, they're, instead of using Wagner mercenary conscripts, they're using North Koreans as meat, for the meat grinder tactics.
After a counterattack by the Ukrainian military last week, about 25 kilometers from the border with Ukraine,
Bill Hicks
this once
says,
peaceful village became the
Your
front line.
mom uses meat grinder tactic.
He also says we chased all the viewers off. What a dirty accusation.
What happened to all the viewers, Teddy Rubskin?
It couldn't possibly be because it's 4 a.m.
Line in this war
Gene
earlier
says
this
we're
month.
gonna get
The Russian
we're
Defense
gonna
Ministry
get a
says it's forced.
flush of a bunch of new viewers from A.
Well, we did. The views just abruptly dropped. I don't know why, but
Yeah,
they were climbing.
Repelled the attack and held on
We've
to
gotten 6,237 views so far on the stream.
All 40 residents were evacuated.
See, it was a kitchen here. That was the living room.
This man is standing
Yeah, I know they didn't make it to Moscow, but they attempted to attack Moscow.
on what used to be his home in the town of Rilsky. He shows the damage his property sustained in the fighting to the representatives of the local governor of the Kursk region.
All the windows in my house are broken. I didn't see it happen because my relatives evacuated me out of my house.
You're standing in front of non-broken windows, you lying old lady.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
But I decided to come back after 2 days to see the damage.
This book, The History of the 20th Century, is another reminder that this once restive region of Russia is now the new front line in the biggest conflict this country has been involved
Bill Hicks is proud of me.
in since World War II. Ukraine launched a surprise incursion into Russian territory in August, taking an area of about 1,000 kilometers in the Kursk region, about 25
What's that?
5 kilometers inside Russian territory. The city of Kursk, where I'm standing, is about 100 kilometers from the Ukrainian border and about 80 kilometers from the front lines. In the past 5 months, Russian forces have managed to regain control of about half the territory they had initially lost, but a latest push by Kiev's forces highlight that the battle in Kursk is far from over. With nearly 200,000 people forced out of their homes near the border areas since August, a state of emergency is in place across this entire region.
As all the front line of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, both sides are kind of fighting each other, having tactical successes here and there, but neither side has been able to achieve any strategic.
Nope, they've been in a stalemate, so it's turned into like a World War I style, like sort of trench warfare gridlock.
Strategic success anywhere. So this is.
The guy looks like he should be the leader of a satanic cult in a horror movie. Like he's the sweet old man until we realize, like, oh my god, he's the cult leader, like in Rosemary's Baby.
Yeah.
This is a kind of war of attrition.
Resident Evil.
Where, strategically speaking, it's a stalemate.
While the military and political establishment continue to push forward towards the 3rd anniversary of this war, it is ordinary people that continue to be caught in the
It's been going on for 3 years now. Seems like it started yesterday.
Ukraine says it has captured 2 North Korean soldiers who were fighting alongside Russian.
Okay, now it's 2.
The country released
so
a video
before it
showing
was
the
1.
2 wounded men and the Russian IDs that were found with them.
It was 2 the whole time. They keep showing us 2. Why'd they censor them this time?
On the front lines instead. Ukraine and its allies say
I told you I'm feeling off tonight, Shab. Cut me some slack.
some 11,000 North Korean soldiers
off yourself tonight? What did you say, Gene?
I'm feeling off tonight.
Those troops.
Now, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which began as a regional conflict, has evolved into widespread devastation at an alarming rate. The crisis has now reached critical levels, creating profound and lasting impact not only on the 2 nations directly involved, but the entire world. Yet, it is showing no signs of being resolved.
This guy looks like he's a poker dealer.
As the Russia-Ukraine conflict is in the toll on human lives, infrastructure, and international stability continues to intensify. The Russian defense.
So the one Japanese viewer that has a crush on you, Shab.
Yeah.
Their username is I am genetic. When I put their username,
they just said something else. Since you're all hard for the Japanese.
Oh, what else are they saying about me? What else are they saying about me? I need to know.
They said, "Do you think Japan will be conquered by China?" No.
Oh, it's not like it.
They don't really want it.
Let me take a spin. Let me take a spin at reading this. Nihon wa chugoku ni sifuku sarinu.
Oh, there we go.
To omois.
Oh, that is what they said. I don't think Japan will be conquered by China, because I do know Japan has changed their constitution where if one of their allies is attacked, they're able to like intervene in war and so forth. And Japan, I know, is like decimal points behind China in terms of the military strength index. So it's something where, like, if South Korea and Japan allied together, their military strength combined is stronger than China's military strength.
It's a bit of a tall order, Japan allying with South Korea.
Now, they got a military alliance.
Do they?
Yeah.
That's shocking considering how much Japanese and Koreans seem to hate each other.
Yeah, there's tensions because Korea used to be a Japanese colony. So there was the Sino-Japanese wars, or the first Sino-Japanese wars with China. And that was like in the late 19th century. And then Japan annexed Taiwan and Korea. And then you had World War II and everyone was doing bad stuff and everything. And then when the UN was established, all colonies had to go. The U.S. had to get rid of the Philippines, which was established as a U.S. colony. Britain, France, all of them had to get rid of their colonies. And then there was a treaty where Japan had to relinquish all the territories they annexed, but it also included those territories they annexed like prior to like World War II and everything. So there's, in the same way, like there's tensions with like Britain and like India, their ex-colonies. I think there's tensions there, but it's like they definitely are two countries that are pro-democracy. They don't have the issues that China has with totalitarianism. And it is a mutually benefit.
Says in the chat, he says he doesn't think that.
Doesn't think
well,
what?
Hell. Okay.
Doesn't think that there will be a China in 1,000 years. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Well, China, so Mao, he annexed Tibet, which was a sovereign country like prior to the 50s. So after the Chinese Civil War, when Mao took over, they annexed East Turkestan, Inner Mongolia, and Tibet, like I said. So you look at a map of China prior to the 50s, and it was like almost like half the landmass that it is now. So I could totally see like sort of a Soviet Union collapse where Inner Mongolia and East Turkestan, if it does become independent, like that region, I could see it like dividing into like a bunch of smaller countries. But I'd say it's possible that something could happen where maybe Hong Kong, Macau, they declare their independence because they kind of want to be separate from China. And then Tibet regains its sovereignty. And there's more, there's more ethnic Mongolians living in Inner Mongolia, living in China, than actually living in Mongolia.
Wait, what? Say that again? That was a confusing way to put that.
Okay, so you have Mongolia, and Inner Mongolia is a territory of China that China annexed from Mongolia in like the 50s. And there are more ethnic Mongolians living in China because they live in that particular territory, Inner Mongolia, that's a territory of China.
Oh.
Yeah. But in terms of whether China can take over Japan, I think even if like Western nations don't get involved, you have Indonesia that has a decent military. They don't get along with China. Philippines, they don't really get along with China because China's building the islands in the South Chinese Sea. India is a big military power. They don't get along with China at all. So it's just, if a war did break out in the East, like India, Japan, South Korea, like those nations all cooperate and ally with each other, it's like they'd easily be able to fight off China. Plus, in China, their military, they have a lot of issues with cronyism. So if you think corruption in Russia's military is bad, in China, one big issue is like people making their friends, their buddies, like commanders or officers or whatever, when they haven't even gone through basic training. And then there's a lot of like corruption when it comes to selling things on the black market, and the different military departments not really having a lot of cohesion. And another big problem with, and I guess Japan has this problem as well with the aging population, but China, it's not able to generate its own economy. So Japan and South Korea can generate their own economy, but China, because the one child policy, which you can thank Mao for that, they're going to deal with that 20, 30 years. Out of the 4, like I've discussed this before in socioeconomics, you have your younger generation, so your kids that don't work and they're taken care of. Then you have your young adult generation, which are usually in school and training, so they contribute somewhat to the economy, but they're typically referred to as the borrowers. Then you have your working class generation, and that's where citizens are at their most valuable, and that's like when people are in their late 20s, early 30s, up until retirement age. So, and then you got your retirees, which again, they aren't able to work. They're senior citizens, and then they require aid. They require their relatives to step down to care for them and stuff. So essentially what's going to happen is it's going to get to the point where the largest out of those 4 demographics is going to be their retiring generation. So that's why they're saying China, currently Xi Jinping, is trying to exercise power in that region while they still can. Because there definitely is a timer ticking down. And because they can't generate their own economy, India is starting to take out the invisible hand. They're starting to grab that particular foreign demand of exported work. So India's stealing that market from China of everything's made in China. So once that happens, they're not going to have that working force to actually engage in the outsourced labor. So they're probably going to deal with some notable depression or economic collapse. And if that happens, like what Bill Hicks said, they go through that, if it does cause a notable economic depression, I could easily see those other regions just severing ties. Did I answer their question? Plus, also, if you think the United States did a bad job in Vietnam, and here's we had a Cambodian viewer there and everything, but when Pol Pot was paranoid, he attacked Vietnam. So then what happened was Vietnam ended up going in and they occupied Cambodia's capital, and they were able to expel the Khmer Rouge from the government. But China didn't like that because they had a treaty with the Khmer Rouge. So in the Vietnam War, the United States didn't want to go on the offensive because they were afraid that it would have pissed off Russia and China. They didn't want to get them involved. And I mean, that kind of resulted in us wasting a lot of money, and it was stupid for America to get involved. But after that happened, China wanted to show that they were the boss in the region. They actually invaded Vietnam while they were currently preoccupied with fighting in Cambodia. And they were able to actually fight off the Chinese soldiers back to the Chinese border, while also fighting this two-front war, occupying Vietnam. So there was the Sino, Vietnamese war, and that was the last time Chinese soldiers ever saw any field combat, and they didn't really do a good job.
Ministry on Sunday said that the Russian troops have taken control of the villages of Yantran in the Donetsk region and Kalyonov in the Kharkiv region of Ukraine. The ministry also said that over the past 24 hours, Russian forces have carried out strikes on Ukrainian military airfields, personnel and vehicles.
Being Jessica, you don't like my sort of trivia?
In 139 locations, using its air force, drones, missiles and artillery.
We got a pitch. Looks like we got another Cambodian viewer.
In retaliation, Ukraine's air force claimed its air defenses downed 60 out of 94 drones launched by Russia overnight. It also stated that 34 drones were lost, referring to Ukraine's use of electronic warfare to redirect Russian drones. In a recent escalation, a Ukrainian drone strike targeted one of Russia's largest oil refineries in Taneko, Tatarstan. A Moscow-appointed official confirmed that fuel oil from damaged Russian tankers has spilled into the Sea of Azov, reaching the shores of Ukraine's partly Russian-occupied Zaporizhia region. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky urged international allies on Sunday to fulfill their commitments to supply.
Now, all honesty, Jessica and people in the chat, Bill Hicks, you guys don't like my gene trivia lectures?
Ukraine with weapons. Zelensky also highlighted that in the past week, Russian forces launched
guys. You guys heard Gene's feelings.
Hundreds of strikes on Ukraine, deploying nearly 700 aerial bombs and over.
Ooh. Good. We got another non-American viewer in the chat. See, I like how earlier in the stream, when it's within the time range where all the Americans are up and stuff, you get all the Trumpsters that come in and they just call us gay. But then once we stream really late and we start to get all our viewers from other parts of the globe, then they come in and they say nice things. So I don't know, Shab, why do you think that is?
Because they like so me. Rude? Oh.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. The Americans are jealous of us. That's the problem, Gene. All of them.
Who's this white man who can't stop talking? Oh.
Ha ha. I wonder who he's talking about.
Well, I think it's crazy now.
Who's this yapping white man?
Never mind.
Right when Gene was like, yeah, they're all so nice to me. Heck no, they like me, Gene. Get over it.
Well, percentage-wise, you're saying, here's the thing. It's it's a news and politics stream. We're discussing news and politics. So shouldn't you be... Doesn't it make sense that I'm going into meticulous detail about politics and, global events and everything? I don't know.
Just give me the gist, man. Just...
See, that was rude.
You're a yappy white man, Gene. Yap, yap, yap. Yap, yap, yap.
Over 600 attack drones. Rahul Upadhyay's report for DD India.
Here, they're not even... They're just showing still images. Okay, maybe we should get to the next topic.
So let's bring in NBC News law enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter. He's been reporting all morning on this.
They gave a
response. But I'll let you tell us what you know about. You're learning much more about the suspect.
This time, I bet they apologized.
I didn't need all Japan's world history. Well, it wasn't just Japan's history. He was going into all this detail about, it was more China's history than Japan's history.
Yeah, Scooby. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's funny.
Yeah.
It's so ironic.
You said Japan's history. I talked about Japan, Korea. I talked about various different parts of China, Vietnam, Cambodia. What do you mean just Japan's history? And it's supposed to be an informative podcast where we talk about news and foreign affairs. And if we're a bunch of white men talking about stuff that's going on abroad, shouldn't at least one person on the stream actually have knowledge on what's going on globally?
That's me.
Yes.
Yeah.
We sure are. I'm going to
We're also getting to the end of the stream, and they asked a question, so I figured, you know what, why not? Because we're probably not going to get through most of these topics. Yeah, why not go all out with a little Gene lecture?
Reporting on my colleagues Julia Ainsley and Ken Delanian here. First off, from an investigation standpoint.
Up here. Another comment.
Gene the dork. Gene the dork.
We should be talking about taco hats instead.
see that arc?
Huh.
Chinese.
I'm guessing they're not.
Chinese. It's across the ocean. Oh my God. Yes.
I'm guessing they're not Japanese. I'm guessing
we should talk about King Cobra. You know who King Cobra?
What's that?
You know who King Cobra is?
Oh, aren't they?
We should talk about King.
Nah.
Come on.
That's one of my subscribers, Gene. It's one of my subscribers, Gene.
Well, it does screw up the algorithms. If it's news and politics, you have all the tags. If you start talking about things that are too, like, off topic for whatever the category is, it actually will screw up, like, where it shares the...
Stay on topic, Gene.
Point. There is an active effort right now to investigate a potential
wait. Back it up a little
so
bit.
a homemade explosive device in plain English found inside that individual's vehicle. There are...
Oh, they said we do not intend to force translate app.
Or at least 2 other potential, again, not confirmed, potential improvised explosive devices.
I don't care. Usually at the end of the stream we will, because it's 5:13 a.m. where I am. Usually we will just start talking to the chat. And, and I am getting tired, so we probably should end it soon. And we've been going for like 5 hours, so did you want to probably put a timer?
Q&A in the chat?
Yeah, put a timer on the stream chat, or on the screen, Shab.
Timer for what?
For until we end the stream, unless we reach half the goal.
You're lying, Gene.
Put up a timer for 20 minutes.
20 whole minutes, Gene. Oh my gosh.
You guys, the goal is at $6.60. 6%.
Now, Teddy, now that it's kind of turning into a just chatting stream. Earlier in your Discord, we had a little discourse in the Discord.
Discourse in the Discord.
Yeah. Do you want to discuss that?
Wait. Right. Your favorite movies?
No, not the movie thing. I feel like maybe there's miscommunication. So you're talking about brevity?
About what?
Like
brevity.
Yeah.
Yeah, like big words. We would just.
So, how do you determine what is or isn't a big word?
Oh. Kind of a feels kind of thing.
A feels kind of thing?
Yeah, how the word feels.
There's
a taste.
Is there a litmus test for what makes a word a big word? Chat, participate more. You're my co-host.
It's relative.
It's relative.
You learn how to participate.
Now, who's that Beardshire dude?
I don't know. He's one of the guys. Wait. You don't like Beardshire?
I think he, when we were having back and forth discourse in the chat, I don't know, I think his logic was kind of flawed. Now, Shab, I know Shab looked at it in the Discord. What are your thoughts, Shab?
I think that you weren't a professor and you just can't admit it, Gene.
Oh, yeah, so they,
Oh, I saw you arguing about whether or not you were.
No. Somebody asked me, are you a professor? Because we were, like, I think you and me were kind of, like, goofing off and stuff, and I posted, like, a video of a professor and stuff because we're talking about rambling. And they asked me, and I said, like, oh, well, like I taught some classes when, like I was in college. So like when I was going for my master's, there were different courses that I taught. And they're like, oh, so the answer is no. So then I point out, well, I guess it's relative. I don't really think what I did professionally, I wouldn't really consider, I wouldn't have called myself a professor at the time. But then it's sort of like how, you know, if you're doing a podcast, it's like, are you a journalist? I guess based on a broader definition, you may be. So I point that out, and then they continue to argue against, like, I guess, yeah, if you work at a GameStop, you're technically working in the game industry. It's like, you're preaching to the choir. I already communicated that I didn't really consider myself to be. And then they made the argument that, what were some of the arguments they made, Shab?
I'm trying to remember. I feel like there's another analogy they made, but I can't think of what it was. But yeah, they're silly. They're not smart like me and you, Teddy.
Maybe I should.
I can't speak for.
You're smart, Teddy. Whether you like it or not, Teddy.
I am smart.
You're the smartest.
I was saying how, even though I'm smart, sometimes I dumb conversation.
Even though you're smart, sometimes you act like a complete idiot. But it's only on accident.
Me smart, but me like talk dumb. But it's fine.
Me talk dumb.
Talk dumb, it's fine.
Oh.
Here, it's like you were talking about words, and I said, why don't... So we were kind of goofing off, but then this guy says, are you a college professor? And then... Here, is it showing up on the screen? Maybe I gotta...
Oh.
And then I said, I taught classes when I was in school for my master's, but once I graduated, I decided to stop teaching. I taught some courses in decom, some courses in statics and mechanics, and I even taught courses in discrete mathematics. And they're like, oh, so the answer is no. You are not a college professor. And then he's like, no, but I stayed at a Holiday Inn.
Holiday Inn?
So, what does that mean?
They're not spelling college right, too. They're calling...
And I know, like...
They're spelling college with an A instead of an E. I didn't even go to college, and I know how to spell college. I'm smart.
Well, it's not that. There's, like, spell check, but when you read through a lot of the comments, like... And usually I try not to be a smartass when it comes to grammar and stuff, but it's like they're criticizing me for typing out longer passages, but then look at how often they're misspelling stuff using the incorrect grammar and syntax. Can't really hear what Teddy's saying.
I didn't say
he said you're dumb.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I did. I said.
And then I'm like, nope, I don't know if it's fair to say I was one in the past, but based on one's standards, I could say that I used to be one. So there, I'm like talking about how it's relative. If you're on the syllabus as a teacher, then yes. If you aren't, then no.
You're a syllabus.
And I don't get what they mean there. So what are they trying to say here?
You're a silly bus. Huh?
Yeah, Shab?
They're trying to say that you lied about being a professor, Gene.
But what do you think this particular statement means? If you're on the syllabus as a teacher, then yes. If you aren't, then no.
I don't know
I
what
guess
the
they
syllabus
meant...
is.
Well, the syllabus is the course material. I guess they're saying, like, I'm listed as the instructor or the professor, so I was.
I think I
was
said somewhere
teaching
in
the
there,
course.
though. I definitely said somewhere in there, showing the screen. Said in there.
Without dyslexic people, Gene.
That if you are
I have
actually
dyslexia.
arrogant, you really want to be arrogant. Part of that is not giving a fuck what people think about you.
I really want to what?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what did you say, Titty?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I said, if you want to be really arrogant, give a fuck what people think about you. That's part of being arrogant.
I think everyone, unless they're a psychopath, they care about what other people think to some extent.
Actually, I think psychopaths care.
I think it's part of our DNA. It's part of human psychology to care what other people in the tribe think.
Yes. I don't really care what people think.
Plus, you're here, and we need to find something to discuss. So this is kind of funny.
There's plenty to discuss. You want to discuss something? Guess what?
Beer chat.
Ready? Nintendo Switch 2. Nintendo Switch 2.
Are they actually announcing that?
Well, and Nintendo has officially responded to leaks and claims surrounding the upcoming Switch 2 console. It's images. Accessories and ports. Nintendo has responded, saying these images are not official.
Cheb, I like how we're just doing just chatting and you're just sitting there not saying anything. See, this is why I got a yap on, everybody.
Me? Hear me?
Yeah, well, it's kind of staticky and stuff, so it's hard to make out.
Timmy.
I'm not actually awake. This is an avatar. It's a loop of a video.
Wait, Kepi's clapping. What are you applauding?
Clapping?
He's applauding Timmy still being up.
I am not applauding.
So, Shab, do you want to actually talk since you're a co-host?
I just talked, and okay. I just explained something to you that you should have been intelligent enough to understand on your own, Gene. But that's why I'm here. That he was clapping for Timmy staying up still.
Okay.
This is why I'm the smart one on the show. I'm the smart one. I'm the funny one. I'm the one with the big PP. I got a lot going for me. Whoa!
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I wasn't clapping. I don't want to clap in noise. Hear me?
No, Skeppy was clapping.
Yeah, Skeppy was clapping. You dork. You're not Skeppy.
I'm not clapping. I wasn't clapping.
I'll clap your cheeks.
You okay? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Did you hear me when I said I'll clap your cheeks?
Roster Boo says Negan.
Okay, what's he saying in Chinese?
I don't think it's Chinese.
I guess you can't hear me. Right.
I don't know in China if they're actually, unless they use some kind of.
I can't believe we know about Taco Head. Chinese Taco Head? Do they have Chinese Taco Head?
I thought this was a news channel, but they're talking about online battles. Well, yeah, we're putting the timer up until we're gonna end the stream. We've been going for 5 hours and 30 minutes, so we're just gonna talk to the chat until we're done with the stream. But I did go on and on. See, when I was talking about, all the sort of politics and that part of the globe, people complained about me yapping on. But now that I'm trying to get other people to talk, look at what happens.
All right, I'm talking.
Yeah. Not you, my co-host. Dirt hasn't been participating, and Shab doesn't want to participate.
I think Dirt fell asleep, Gene, or something.
Yeah.
Been gone for a while. And I've participated more than you can handle, Gene.
I had a good time. I'll talk to you guys later.
The Scotty's probably sleeping. Wait, it says, what's up with Negan? Oh.
Who's asking that?
Somebody said in the chat.
Is smoking crack necessary to do this podcast? For Gene, it is. For Gene,
Well,
it
Shab's
is.
not smoking crack. Shab's smoking weed.
Yeah. Yeah, Gene is the one that smokes crack before the show, so he's already...
Teddy clocked out.
Teddy clocked out. This is what you deserve, Gene.
Why talking about clapping cheeks? I've been summoned.
Yes, I summoned Jessica with the cheek joke.
Well, our one Japanese viewer said, I thought this was a news channel. Why are you talking about online battles? Okay, so instead of talking about online battles, do you have any news, politics questions that we can discuss? See the perspective of, people of the West, what they might have to say, what they might know? Government weed, yes.
Gene, do you know what hockey team this ad is from?
What hockey team?
The Bumblebees.
No.
It's the Boston Bruins. You should know this. It's an American team.
I don't pay attention to sports.
I don't pay attention to anything. I've never paid attention.
You know what?
to anything.
I do need to probably fire Shab.
I'll fire you from a cannon into the damn sun, Gene. Okay? Shut your ass up.
So
Do
Golden
nothing
Coin
without me
says,
and Timmy.
I'll have questions.
All right, well, tell us when you got them together.
See, I can't please anybody. When I go on and discuss things, then I don't shut up. But then when I try to talk to the chat doesn't have questions, and then Shab, I don't let other people speak, but then when I'm giving them the floor, Shab doesn't have or giving them the mic, Shab doesn't have anything to say.
Gene, shush. Me and Timmy are trying to talk. Timmy, how are you doing?
I was just fixing my ball sack, but yeah, I'm good.
Good.
And see, then when I let them talk, they
It was Timmy's fault.
You can only say shit
I
like
didn't even
this.
want to talk about his balls. He's the one that did it.
Who in the chat thinks I need to get better co-hosts?
Type 1 if the co-hosts are the greatest.
Who thinks Shab doesn't do his fair share?
Wow. Let's see what people
1 if
have.
you want Shab. 2 if you think I need a replacement.
Oh, damn. What's it gonna be, guys?
Okay. Golden Coin wants you around. 1 vote for keep Shab. Paradox says I should get rid of you. Pimmy says I should get rid of you. Oh, I guess Paradox changed their vote. Okay. Bill Hicks wants you to stay.
I'm the greatest. That's
You need better topics, to be honest, not a new host.
Damn.
Well, what do you mean by, like, better topics? Because we've been... I don't know if you just showed up, but we've been streaming for 5 hours, almost 5 hours, 30 minutes. So, did you put a... Yep, we got a timer on the stream for when we're going to end the stream. So, I'm just trying to talk to the chat. Isn't that a common thing that a lot of streamers do?
No.
Like, the tail end of the stream, they'll put on a timer and they'll talk to the chat.
Damn. So, 2.5 minutes left on the timer, guys. Can we get halfway on the goal to keep the stream going? Halfway on the goal. Halfway on the goal.
Holy shit, it's Dope Voice. What's up, Dope Voice?
Oh my god. The cool guy himself.
Have anything else to contribute, Chad?
I know how to do this with my finger.
Translate the message, Gene. What does that one say? It says,
I got work tomorrow. It's almost 8 o'clock. Yeah. So, 8 o'clock there. So, 8 a.m., 8. Is it 8 at night where you are?
One minute left on the timer, guys.
It's like 4.5 hours ahead of me.
I got work in 3 hours. Oh, Crow's here. Yep, I was right. It says it's 7:33 in Japan. I guess, might depend on where they are exactly. I don't know. Does Japan have more than one time zone?
I'm gonna say no, because it's in such a narrow area.
Yup. Crow, do you have anything to say?
Crow. Crow, 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 crow.
And see, no one wants to tip to feed Shab.
No, everyone's gonna have to watch me starve then. It's he's gonna be watching me on the ground starving while that song goes. In the arms of the angels. Okay, the timer just ended, and we didn't get our $1 million in tips.
Yep. Well, I'll see you guys later. I don't think this was the best stream that we've had, because, right? See, I was online a lot earlier than I usually am, because usually on Saturday, Sunday, I'm out and about and stuff, you know, running errands, and then I get home later, but right before I was going to stream, I just developed a weird tingling pins and needles feeling, somewhat of migraine. So I've been disoriented this stream. But before we go, how do you guys think I've performed, even though dealing with this disorientation?
We're so proud of you, Gene. You did so good. Such a good job. Wow. Everyone give Gene a round of applause in the chat.
Huh? See, I don't need to explain anything, but what would you rate my performance, even though I decided not to cancel the stream and follow through?
10 out of 10, Gene. You did so good.
10 out of 11.
You want a McDonald's? You know what? We should take you to McDonald's. You did such a good job, Gene. You want a kid's meal? You want a cheese boygie?
I'm not a boomer. You're a boomer, Bill Hicks.
Yay. Okay, but anyway, are you ready to end the stream?
All right. Peace out, guys. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button. See you next week.